Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills. Order of the day number 36, Superannuation Legislation Amendment tackling the Gender Super Gap Bill 2025, resumption of second reading debate.
And I will call Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. I'm pleased to begin continuation on this very important Private Senators' Bill tackling the gender super gap. This is a bill that will make life fundamentally fairer for women, and I want to again congratulate Senator Hume on bringing this forward. And I spoke on this bill the day after the budget was handed down, and in stark contrast to the stand that we took, Deputy President, Australians were hit with the news of this horrific budget that was handed down by this government, a budget of broken promises, higher taxes, more debt, lower living standards and fewer homes for all Australians. And things have just got worse. The deception and the lies have just got worse, because now we have seen in this place a dirty, rotten deal between the Albanese Labor government and the Greens, which is selling out all Australians, including Australian women. And this latest deal to compromise those who have invested in self-managed super by preventing people from borrowing for the purposes of acquiring residential real estate. And their mum and dad's investors, they're not the big foreign investors who've got the big tax concessions that can come into this country and get 10 or 15%. These are mum and dad investors, and many of them are women who've planned for their future, who've done the hard yards, often who have far less in their superannuation balances because they've taken time out of work to care for children, to raise a family. And now we see another dirty, rotten deal which compromises anyone who thought that super was safe. And I have to say, watching social media videos last night, ordinary Australians, and the rage that is in our community. Because this is a government which said we are not going to touch negative gearing, we're not going to touch capital gains tax, we're not going to interfere with your super, we're going to give you continuity of the laws that apply to your investments, to your savings. And the government, in a dirty, rotten, stinking deal, has done just the opposite. Labor lied before the election, they betrayed Australians on budget night, and they've now done a dangerous—
Senator Henderson? Sorry, Senator Watt?
Senator Henderson just used a word that we know is not used in the chamber, beginning with L, and I ask her to withdraw.
Senator Henderson, I'm sorry, I was distracted. I should never be up here. But Senator Henderson, for the benefit of the chamber, I would ask you to withdraw.
I withdraw, and I do want to quote from my speech of when I spoke on this bill last time, where I said, I cannot even believe that any Australian now has any confidence in anything that this government says, and I wasn't, in fact, pulled up when I made that comment. So let me just say, the Australian people won't cop the deception.
Order.
They won't cop the deception.
Order.
They won't cop the fact that
Order.
women are being sold out by this government every single day. And we see it again as to the dirty, rotten deal that was handed down last night. The Coalition will axe Labor's toxic taxes. Axing them means lower taxes on small business, lower taxes on housing, on investment, and lower taxes on Australians who work hard, save hard and want to get ahead. There is a better way. Not betrayal, not deception, not sleazy sneakiness that we've seen from this government. There is a better way for a fairer, freer and better Australia. And that includes our tax-back guarantee, which we've committed to, automatic tax cuts every year to address the bracket creep rort. For a typical worker on $70,000, that means $250 in year one, $500 in year two, then $750 going to $1,000 in year four. We will cap migration to the number of homes Australia actually builds. We are determined to fight these toxic taxes every step of the way. And when it comes to the superannuation savings of Australian women, again, I want to say how important this bill is to continue the good work of the Coalition in making and improving the retirement outcomes, particularly of women, to make superannuation fairer and more flexible. And women need a much bigger help than men because they have, on average, lower superannuation balances. The idea that spouses have the option to split their collective superannuation balances evenly between them is a very fair and very exciting proposal for our country and for every Australian family, and it sits in stark contrast to the shocking deal that's been made in this place just yesterday, which will be pushed through the Parliament, where anyone who's decided to invest in their own self-managed superannuation fund has now been sold up the river by the Albanese government. Thank you.
Senator O'Neill, on the point of order.
President, I'd like to seek your clarification. Maybe you can come back to the chamber or have the President do it. Just in relation to the use of the word lie, my understanding is there hasn't been a ruling in this chamber against the use of just that word. There is, of course, under long-standing provisions, you shouldn't be accusing an individual or a member or a senator or anyone of any office of being a liar, but to simply refer to a lie is not against the standing orders.
As I said at the time, I was momentarily distracted and I did not hear exactly what Senator Henderson said. I asked her to withdraw on the request of the Minister. Senator Henderson withdrew, as she should have. I will move it on from there. I will, however, refer the matter to the President, who happens to be in the chamber at this time, and get a definitive ruling on the use of language. But my belief is that what just occurred is as the Senate should operate. Senator O'Neill, you are seeking the call?
I am, Deputy President. Thank you very much. And this is the time of the week where we get to hear what the deep, dark thoughts of those opposite are, and they put them forward in these private senators' bills. And it's probably a pretty good place for Australians who might be confused with all the fear and alarm that registers on the social media to actually kind of get an idea about what the Liberal National Party really think and who they're really standing up for. And in this case, their big you know, the rants that we've heard, the proposal, like all the work that went into putting this together by Senator Hume, it would serve possibly, at best, around 103,000 people. 103,000 very special people that really matter to the Liberal National Party. But what about the rest of us? What about the millions, tens of millions of Australians who will benefit from Labor's policies, decent working Australians, who certainly will not benefit from this ideologically driven and narrow and unuseful contribution to the public place that's been put forward by Senator Hume, and then supposedly supported by her colleague who just made a contribution before me, who in her 8 minutes that she had, I think spent about 6 minutes in total speaking, and all of it was that profoundly intense, negative, breathless, hate-filled, divisive, disaster speak that has so characterised the Liberal National Party as they seek to echo, you know, the fear and alarm that's been driven by other parties in this place. So let's get to the reality of what this proposal, this private senator's bill from Senator Hume, who is a significant finance leader, economic thinker in the Liberal Party, look at what she wants to do. So the proposal in this bill would primarily support high wealth couples. Not a bad thing if you've been successful and you're a high wealth individual. Good on you. Australia is full of migrant families like mine that came here to create a great life, to do what they could, work hard in the jobs that they have. If they have entrepreneurial capacity, go out, build a business, employ other great Australians, build the dream, become wealthy. But I've never, in the communities that I've been part of, been with people who, once they make money and become a high wealth individual, want to push down on other Australians. The Australians that the Labor Party represents and the Australians that I think we are people who don't mind paying a fair day's, receiving a fair day's wage, paying a fair day's wage, getting the benefits of all Australians' tax earnings, tax spend, to go into the things that matter to them, like being able to get their kids into a great school, like being able to go to the doctors when they need to show up an urgent care clinic and get the health care they need when they need it for their family, instead of having to traipse up to, you know, Maitland Hospital and sit there for 7 hours before their child can be seen. Australians want these things for their families, and they don't mind paying a fair amount of tax. And they definitely don't like what's proposed in this bill by Senator Hume, because this bill, designed for 103,000 high wealth individuals, is a structure to help them undertake greater tax planning and avoidance to reduce their tax burden. So having made a whole lot of money, this is about making sure that they never have to share that. You know, they're driving along the same road where I live, at Erina. These high wealth individuals, they're driving along the same road as the girl who's going up, the single mother who's going up to work at Coles. It's not okay that somebody who's working at Coles or in a mine in the Hunter or the Pilbara, so be it, anybody who's doing a normal job, paying their fair tax, they're driving on the same roads that are invested in by the Australian people collectively. And Australians absolutely still believe in fairness. This proposal from Senator Hume is not about fairness. It's an advantage-building bill for those who already have the most. Now, the current rules that govern contributions to super are very generous. Now, working-aged Australians are able to contribute up to $30,000 in concessional contributions and $120,000 in non-concessional contributions to their superannuation, and they can do that each year. And the the maximum now that the TBC is actually currently at $2 million. Now, most Australians, not this special 103,000 that Senator Hume's trying to do a special deal for with this bill, but most people don't go anywhere near those limits. You know, people would be absolutely delighted to be able to put $30,000 into their super. And that reflects a wage like everybody who's sitting here. Senator Hume, myself, all the senators here, we're going to hit that cap every year because our superannuation on our wage is now hitting that cap. But we don't. We don't struggle because we have decent wages like people who are out there really doing it tough. And as one of these people, I do not believe that anything that Senator Hume is offering is advantageous to ordinary Australians. Remember, the Liberal Party have revealed who they are. They're here for 103,000 high wealth individuals. Now, this proposal from Senator Hume would not benefit single people, and it certainly wouldn't benefit single older women, who are the most disadvantaged and the most at risk of poverty in retirement. What Senator Hume is proposing, what the Liberal National Party are proposing in this super special bill that they put out to show their credentials, is that they want to allow couples the scope to roll over their existing superannuation savings from the high balance member of a couple to the low balance member to optimise the tax treatment. Now that's code for pay less tax. Okay, so high wealth individuals, let's create a bill. This is the goal. You know, taking up the time in the Senate, this is the big thing they put their investment of energy into, to bring in this private senator's bill, the Liberal National Party vision for Australia. Make rich people pay less. And at the same time, we've seen the debate in the chamber this week where they've screamed black and blue, fought tooth and nail against a tax cut for 13.3 million Australians. Now, I don't know, helping 103,000 people who are already wealthy pay less tax, or creating a tax framework that's fair and helps 13.3 million Australians. That's the Labor way. Compare and contrast, guys. The Liberal National Party haven't got anything for you if you're an ordinary, hard-working, decent Australian. Unless you're a high wealth individual, they're not interested in you. And it reminds me of, you know, some shows that I watched when I was a kid. Shows coming in particularly from the BBC, British ones, you know, I think shows like Upstairs, Downstairs. You know, old shows about old money and new money and the battles between those. You know, how ridiculous that those who have wealth, those who are advantaged, 103,000, should be the focus of this legislation instead of 13.3 million Australians. Now, the bill before me, and I will take that interjection. I know there's been a lot of shouting from the other side over there, but I will take the... Yeah, how dare they? Exactly. But I will take the... Have you read the bill? Yes. And I've had a look at the EM too, and sadly, it's time I won't get back, but the reality is, yes, I have had a look. I've had a good look, and this is what's wrong with the bill that is being proposed by your people. Now, there's a problem with this bill that goes to something that I'm particularly interested in at the moment, and that is when bad legislation that doesn't look forward enough, that doesn't go to looking at the consequences of its design, causes a big problem, a moral hazard. So one of the things that's a problem with this bill is it would potentially construct the gaming of preservation rules and social security payment eligibility. Now, that is absolutely not an outcome that I think ordinary hard-working Australians, I don't think anyone who's running a successful small business or a large business, for that matter, would think it was good to set up a fraudulent structure that allows the Australian people to be ripped off. We've seen that before.
when John Howard brought in the rules that changed partnerships from 20 to allow places like PwC and KPMG to have up to 1,000 partners, Senator Conroy, my former colleague in this place, rose to his feet and said it was creating a moral hazard. And boy, was he right, because now we see in the full light of day how when you don't think carefully about fraudsters, legislation gets created that allows fraud, and Australians, decent, hard-working, tax-paying Australians at all levels of the income spectrum, they pay a price for careless legislation, and this is certainly a piece of that. Now, in the time that remains to me, and I wish I had more because I can't get through everything here that is actually going on to support women, because the mischaracterisation of this bill as a support for women is just another joke from a party that has barely a woman in the House. I won't say that about the Senate, and I respect the election of the women who are here in the Senate, and I have the pleasure of working with them in the national interest on committees, and I will always acknowledge and respect their roles. But there's barely a woman amongst them on the far side. There's no women inside speaking up loudly. Women can't get through a pre-selection process in the Liberal National Party. That's why they are where they are. By comparison, we have women everywhere in our party, women everywhere in the Senate, women everywhere on the Labor benches in the other chamber. Now, because of that, and because of our long-standing commitment to equity and to women, we are taking action, practical action. So on the 1st of July last year, parents of newborn and adopted children have been eligible for superannuation to be paid on their government-funded paid parental leave. These payments commence just next week, the 1st of July 2026. We did that. It's real. It's going to help millions of Australians, not 103,000 high-wealth individuals, to avoid tax. We said that we were going to pay super on Commonwealth government-funded paid parental leave to benefit around 180,000 families every year, Australian families. 95% of Commonwealth parental leave pay flows through to women. Real stuff. Real money in real Australians' pockets, helping them get ahead, not tax benefits for the very, very wealthy. The Super Members Council estimate that our changes will narrow the gender super gap by about a quarter. Super Member Council CEO Misha Schubert said about super on paid parental leave, we're not talking baby steps here, he said. This is a huge stride forward to tackle women's retirement inequity. So that's where we've started, to help women on leave get the superannuation on that pay so that it goes into their account and with compounding interest makes a big difference. That's what superannuation does, and why we are making sure it's fit for purpose and it supports women to grow their wealth, to grow their opportunity to live a fantastic and dignified retirement in this wonderful country of ours. Paying super on paid parental leave is going to provide a boost to the retirement savings for those receiving Commonwealth parental leave pay, and it will particularly significantly help low-paid and vulnerable workers. So if you're not one of the 103,000, if you're a low-paid or vulnerable worker, if you're an authentic, decent Aussie who believes in fairness, this bill is not your kind of bill. This bill has got Liberal National Party written all over it. It's only about a few people in the country that they want to make more wealthy at your expense.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. We support this concept in One Nation because One Nation supports families, but I'll get onto that more in a little while. When I saw the title of this bill, excuse me, I thought this one is going in the bin. More woke rubbish from the Liberal Nationals. But the bill title is false. It's misleading. Why? Is it because we need to appease, or the Liberal Party needs to appease the Liberal moderates? Is it to attract the Greens vote? Is it because the Liberal Nationals have become woke, continue to be woke? Oh, by the way,
Order.
Liberal and Labor are exchanging barbs about females and looking after females. There's only one party with a female leader, and that's One Nation.
Order.
Oh, that's right.
Order.
You're correct. The Greens.
Senator O'Neill. Senator O'Neill, you should not be interjecting on your feet, particularly.
I'm not sure why the Liberals would feel the need to give this bill a woke name when the contents of the bill are nothing of the sort. This bill allows a spouse to transfer some of their super to their spouse's superannuation account to even them out. That makes sense. Small super accounts grow more slowly than larger accounts. Lifting up your partner's account is a sensible exercise in financial management. The bill is well worded. The calculation on how much of a person's balance can be transferred is clearly expressed and fair. In an era where women are earning more university degrees than men, 58% to 42% female to male, it's inevitable that female earnings will outstrip male earnings in some household. This bill works both ways. It builds on our superannuation income splitting policy. It builds on our income splitting policy of lowering the tax rates for a family with one dependent child, at least one dependent child, and one partner not working so that he or she can look after the child. Splitting the income and reducing the tax to give more post-tax, after-tax income to the family, to encourage families. We introduced that concept. And we also introduced tax bracket indexation to get rid of the stealth tax on income tax. Families need support. That's a key plank to One Nation policy. There are 8 keys to human progress that I've got. This includes, number 1, freedom, which is being destroyed in this country under the Uni Party. Number 2, rule of law, which is being destroyed by making feelings part of law and ignoring the truth and contradicting the truth. It requires, number 3, is constitutional continuation for stability of governance. Number 4, secure property rights. All of these are being destroyed by the Uni Party. Number 5, strong families. Strong families are essential for human progress. Families are one of the building blocks, one of the 2 key structures. The other is the nation state, and rather than a globalist approach. Number 6 is fair, efficient taxation to pay for the government, but to minimise that taxation, to minimise the size of government. Number 6 is to have cheap, affordable energy, and number 8 is to have honest money. All of these things are being destroyed by the Labor and Liberal Uni Party. One Nation supports families. We want to apply this to super, and this bill we support. Labor opposes it because Labor loves to gouge tax from taxpayers. Labor wants to maximise tax. Tax, tax, tax. How about we shrink government to fit the Constitution, to restore human dignity, to restore human progress? And where does Labor's tax, tax, tax money go? It goes to waste, 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 and is destroyed. Increasing inflation, increasing the cost to families, reducing after-tax income, disposable income, crippling people, increasing the lower working class at the expense of the middle class, destroying the middle class. And we've got teachers, nurses, police who are suffering from an erosion of their income. This is a fair bill. One Nation will support this bill. Thank you.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. And look, I'm incredibly proud to stand and support this private senator's bill from Senator Hume. It is an important piece of the superannuation plan. It is an important part of rectifying the structural failure of Labor's superannuation. So Labor likes to talk about how they created the superannuation device. Of course, we know that what it's really designed to do is to support unions and super fund managers. They didn't ever really design it to support those most at need. And over the years, it's taken the coalition to make structural amendments to superannuation to make it more fair. I mean, in the 9 years that the coalition was in government, we made superannuation fairer, more efficient and more transparent. And we did that because we did simple elements like capping the fees on low balances. We banned fees on rollovers and investment switches. The coalition made expensive insurance premiums opt-in rather than opt-out for young people. This is a really important one. I remember this when super first started and paying super payments for employees. We, the coalition, abolished the $450 rule. This was a deliberate design feature of super that Labor embedded in its establishment in 1992 so that low-income earners, and particularly women, weren't able to accumulate super when they earned less than that amount. It was the coalition that allowed non-PAYG income used for contributions below the concessional limit to attract tax deduction so that the self-employed can take advantage of super in the same way that wage earners do. It was the coalition that introduced catch-up contributions so that anyone who's not used their full concessional contribution cap can roll up 5 years of unused concessions, helping women particularly who've taken time out of the workforce. It was the coalition who introduced the bring forward rule so that 3 future years' worth of non-concessional contributions can be made in any 1 year. And finally, it was the coalition that introduced the downsizer contribution that allows couples selling their family home to put the proceeds into super up to $300,000 per person or $600,000 per couple without breaching any caps. Now, I've listened to some of the contributions from the Labor members and am frankly shocked and appalled at their lack of understanding with how the super system works. And for those of us who have taken time out of work to have children, we truly understand what that impact is on your long-term super accumulations. Senator O'Neill talked about the superannuation caps that she is receiving or reaching as a well-paid senator. But she seems to have forgotten the millions of Australian women and Australians right across the country who are not in such a fortunate position. It is those people who leave work to care for their children or to take part-time work who are the most disadvantaged by the super system. And this is what the coalition seeks to address. This legislation seeks to allow partners to transfer balances between the two of them. And it's not, as Senator O'Neill would like to describe it, made up for some richies. This is for well-paid miners. What about those LNG workers who have just received up to a $550,000 salary package thanks to the IMPEX wage increases that have just gone through? They might like to transfer superannuation balances to their partners. It is extraordinary to me that Labor seems to be able to make every single debate some sort of class warfare. But in this country, we have well-paid wages and salaries going to mining workers, into so many other households who then are choosing to allow their wife or their partner to take time off to raise their children. And all that this legislation seeks to do is make the superannuation system fairer and to ensure that women are not disadvantaged by being primary carers in their family. I want to quote from the Prime Minister on the 12th of September in 2024. He said, "No mother should be penalised for taking time away from work to do the most important job there is. That is the principle behind paid parental leave, and that is the principle behind adding superannuation to it. This will help narrow the gender gap in retirement savings. We know that at the moment the gender gap is at around 25%. We also know that has an impact on the rising rates of homelessness we've seen in older women. The sector that has seen the biggest growth in homelessness in this country over the most recent period, the last decade, is older women." Now, this sentiment is noble and fine, but it doesn't assist those women who've already had their children. This is a policy designed to assist younger women who have not yet had children or now having children. But what this legislation seeks to do is to rectify the situation for women who have already taken time out of work to be the primary carer for their children in their household. This is a good and fair and right thing to do. And I don't understand why Labor would seek to penalise women who have already had children. Senator Roberts makes a fair point. This also, of course, doesn't just apply to women. This applies to men who've been the primary caregiver in their household. This allows superannuation balances to be more fairly shared in families. This should be a good thing. This is a very reasonable Australian thing. I mean, Katie Gallagher, on the 2nd of July, Senator Gallagher, all correct, on the 2nd of July 2024, made the comment, "1/3 of our gender pay gap can be attributed to the time women spend caring for families and the interruptions in full-time employment. As these lower earnings accumulate over their lifetime, they're exacerbating the gap between men's and women's superannuation balances at retirement. Recent ATO data puts that gender super gap between 22% and 32%. We, on this side of the chamber, don't believe that women should be penalised with financial insecurity in retirement just because they take on these important caring roles." I mean, surely this would be a signal from the Labor Party that this is legislation they would indeed support, because this is, at the heart of it, addressing this inequity, which is that women or men who have already taken time out of the workforce to care for children, to care for ageing parents, to work part-time or not work at all, should be able to balance their super with their partner. I'm perplexed. I'm perplexed to see Labor senators stand up and speak against this. I truly am. And the idea that would somehow become some sort of class warfare discussion, I think is a real sadness and failure, particularly for every Labor female senator who comes into this place to speak against the legislation. Because what it says to me is that only some women are worthy of supporting. Only some families are worthy of supporting. But for those families who have massive super differences, either due in part to higher salaries from the primary income earner, or for the primary family carer who has chosen to take time off or work part-time, that is not worthy of support. Labor, of course, is consistent in its inconsistency, and this week's dirty deal with the Greens to pass toxic taxes and to introduce devastating changes to our small business sector, to the trust sector and to others is another example of that. I could provide quote after quote from Senator Gallagher. Here's a great one from the Treasurer. The Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, said, "When it comes to those first months in your child's life, you can't put a price on being there and you shouldn't pay a price for being there." But apparently that doesn't apply to the carers' super balance. The Treasurer, Mr Chalmers, went on to say, "Our retirement income system is the envy of the world, but that doesn't mean it's perfect. it has its imperfections, and one of its imperfections is the gender gap when it comes to superannuation. To put it bluntly, parents, and especially mums, take much too big a hit when they take time off to have kids. The combination of the gender pay gap and the super gap means that women retire with about 25% less super than men, and of course we can't fix it overnight. But here's an example, Labor, of being able to fix it this night, today. All you have to do is reach your hands across the aisle and vote for this very sensible, fair legislation that allows for Australian women, Australian caregivers, to be able to be treated fairly in their family. Because family caregivers should not have to face superannuation insecurity, financial insecurity later in life because we've failed to allow for a very fair and reasonable rebalancing of super balances as this legislation applies. Oh, well, it was Amanda Rishworth who on the 12th of September 2025 said, "Women deserve to retire with the same financial security as men." This is the very point that this legislation will address. It allows for better paid primary income earners to transfer a portion of their superannuation to the primary caregiver. And no to those Labor people who seek to again make this about class warfare. I mean, I can give you an example. If person A has $300,000 in their super fund and their partner has $150,000, the most that could be rolled over would be $75,000 because that would make the two funds even, bringing both accounts to $225,000 if the full amount was rolled over. This is what this legislation seeks to do. It seeks to provide equity and parity for families who share raising a family, who share adjusting their wages and their salary incomes, particularly for this important stage of life of raising children, or maybe at some point caring for their older parents. There is nothing more reasonable than to see this happen. And as a woman who took time out of my career to raise children, who then worked part-time to raise my children, who took a massive income hit and have the salary balance to show for it, the superannuation balance to show for it, then why on earth would we not say that raising children, caring for elderly parents, that is a right and proper thing to do for families to be able to choose to do, and this legislation allows for that inequity of super balances to be sorted out. I really hope that those senators in Labor listen carefully to this debate, who refuse the talking points from the leadership about class warfare, who think about what is fair, not for women who are coming through the system, who will now receive super on paid parental leave, but for women who have gone before them, who right now, thousands of women across Australia have financial insecurity in retirement because we did not make this change earlier. I really hope that they might be able to see through the ridiculous political warfare and make a change for Australian women who deserve better on this. Labor likes to say that they invented superannuation, but it has taken a coalition government to make superannuation work for members instead of just unions and super funds. And tackling the gender super gap bill is the next step in ensuring super is more flexible, fairer, particularly for women, particularly for primary carers, making sure your hard-earned savings in super are working for you and your family, not for Labor and Labor's mates.
Senator Walker.
Deputy President, I rise to speak on Senator Hume's bill, and I must say whenever somebody turns up in this place claiming they found a new way to make the superannuation system fairer, my first question is always the same. Fairer for who? Because that's what this debate comes down to. Who benefits? Who misses out? And whose problems are we actually trying to solve? Because if you're a couple with a few $1 million sitting in superannuation, this bill could be pretty useful. And if you're looking for another way to optimise your retirement finances, move money around, maximise tax concessions and make a generally good situation even better, then yes, this proposal probably sounds pretty attractive. But if you're a woman working part-time while raising children, if you're an aged care or a retail worker, if you're a single pensioner, if you're one of the many older women who are heading towards retirement wondering whether you've got enough to get by, this bill doesn't really do much for you. And that's why I struggle to see this as some sort of great gender equity reform. The biggest problem facing women in retirement isn't that they can't shuffle enough money between their spouse's super account and their own. The biggest problem is that women spend a lifetime earning less. They take time out of the workforce to raise children. They're more likely to be carers. They're more likely to work part-time. They're more likely to work in lower paid industries. And this all adds up and is why women still retire with significantly less super than men. It's not because they don't have enough accountants or planning or tax planning opportunities, but it's because the system has historically failed to recognise the value of the work that they do. So, when I hear this bill being described as helping women, I think we've got to be honest with Australians about what it actually does. There are only around 100,000 Australians with more than $2 million in their superannuation. Most people listening to this would hear that number and think, well, that couldn't be me, and they would be right. Most Aussies aren't worrying about how to manage a $2 million super balance. Most Australians are worrying about paying the mortgage, or the rent, or their groceries, or whether they'll ever even own a home at all. And here we are discussing a proposal that would overwhelmingly benefit people who are already doing pretty well. Meanwhile, the people who are genuinely vulnerable in retirement aren't wealthy couples. They're often single women, women who have been widowed, who have experienced family violence, who have spent years caring for children, parents, grandparents, or loved ones, and have paid a financial price for doing so. This bill doesn't help those women. What helps those women is actually fixing the reasons the gap exists in the first place. And that's exactly what this government has been doing. For years, women were effectively punished for having children. You'd have a baby, step away from work for a period of time, your wages stopped, and your super stopped too. And that gap compounds over decades. 1 year becomes 2 years, 2 years becomes 20, and suddenly you're approaching retirement and wondering where all the money went. That's why I'm incredibly proud that this government has introduced superannuation on paid parental leave. It's one of those reforms that sounds simple when you say it out loud. In fact, when I explain it to people, the most common response is usually, "But wasn't that already happening?" No, it wasn't. For years, women were doing one of the most important jobs imaginable, raising the next generation of Australians. And we treated that as if it had no impact whatsoever on their retirement savings. That made no sense at all. So, we fixed it. From this year, parents receiving Commonwealth paid parental leave will also receive superannuation contributions. Around 180,000 families will benefit every year. 95% of parental leave payments go to women. That is a real reform aimed directly at reducing the gender pay super gap. not a tax planning exercise or a loophole or an accounting arrangement. A real reform that improves retirement outcomes for ordinary Australians. And this is just one example. This government is also strengthening the low-income super tax offset. I know no Australian in history has ever walked into a pub and said, "Can we spend this evening talking about the Listo reform?" It's not really a catchy topic, but it's deeply important to many working Australians. It means more support for lower income workers who are trying to build retirement savings. Around 1.3 million Australians will benefit from those changes. 750,000 of them will be women. Again, these reforms are aimed at people who really need them, not people with a multi-million-dollar super balance. Then there's payday super. This is another one of those reforms that sounds boring until you think about who it really benefits. Women are overrepresented in casual work, part-time work, insecure work. They're more likely to miss out when employers don't pay super properly. Payday super means workers receive the super they've earned when they've earned it. These are simple and long overdue changes that will help close gaps that have existed for decades. The difference between this government's approach and Senator Hume's bill is actually pretty simple. This government is focused on helping people build retirement savings throughout their careers. This bill, on the other hand, is about helping a small group of already wealthy people rearrange retirement savings that they already have to lower the taxes they owe. These are pretty different things in my books. And while we're talking about women's economic security, let's remember some of the other things that the Albanese Labor government has already done. We've expanded paid parental leave to 6 months. We've delivered wage increases in female-dominated industries. We've introduced gender pay gap reporting. We've invested in childcare. We've expanded support for single parents. We've strengthened workplace relations. And we've seen the national gender pay gap fall to record lows. Because closing the gender pay gap isn't about one silver bullet. It's about recognising that women's economic circumstances throughout their careers can be vastly different from men's. We, on this side of the aisle, recognise that caring has value. We understand that work traditionally done by women deserves to be valued properly, and we want to make sure women aren't financially punished for having children or taking on caring responsibilities. That's the lens through which I look at this bill. And when I look at it, I don't see how this stacks up. I don't see how allowing wealthy couples to move money between super accounts is the answer to women's retirement inequality. I don't see how it helps single women. I don't see how it helps low-income workers. I don't see how it helps young Australians build their financial security in the first place. What we do see is another proposal that would create additional tax advantages for people who already have substantial wealth. And I think Australians are entitled to ask whether that should be at the top of our to-do list. When I think about fairness, I don't think about who has the sharpest accountants. I think about women working part-time to raise kids. I think about aged care workers. I think about retail workers. I think about the single mums. And I think about the women approaching retirement who've spent decades caring for others every day. Those are the Australians that deserve our attention, and they deserve a stronger retirement system. And those are the Australians that this government is focused on supporting. For those reasons, I won't be supporting this bill.
If there are no further second reading contributions, the question before the chair is that the second reading of this bill be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Sue will probably be in the chair.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading motion is moved by Senator Hume be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative, and I believe Senator Cash is seeking the call.
Thank you, President. And I would seek leave to move a motion relating to the consideration of legislation, namely the Albanese government's toxic taxes on housing, savings, investment, small business and younger Australians as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted. Senator Cash.
And pursuant to contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the consideration of legislation, namely the Albanese Labor government's toxic taxes on housing, savings, investment, small business and younger Australians. And, Madam President, when you actually read the motion, it is a very simple one. All it says to the government is, tonight, yes, we are sitting until 10:30 p.m, which we agree we should sit till 10:30 p.m. However, what is missing from the government's guillotine and their dirty deal with the Australian Greens is the ability of the Australian Senate, and for those who are here today, the role of the Australian Senate is on your behalf to actually interrogate the government. In other words, to ask the government questions about the legislation that it is ramming through the Australian Senate tomorrow morning. All this motion does is allow the Senate to go into committee. What does that mean? It means at the end of second readers, the Senate goes into committee and we are able to interrogate the government in relation to the tax changes that the government are very happy to tell the Australian people are possibly some of the most substantial changes to taxation legislation that are going to be going through the Australian Senate. What is worse for the people listening into this debate is not only are we unable currently to ask one question of the government in relation to their proposed changes, but the government have today dumped on the Senate around 30 amendments. In other words, the government are so not sure about their own legislation that with the dirty deal that they've done with the Australian Greens to put through their toxic tax changes, they have now had to dream up 30 different amendments to the legislation. And the bad news is we have no ability to ask the government any questions in relation to, well, hey, hold on, what in God's name are these amendments going to do to the legislation? Because remember this, prior to the election, Mr Albanese told the Australian people on no less than 50 occasions that he would be making no changes to negative gearing and no changes to CGT. The dirty deal's been done with the Australian Greens, never seen a tax they don't like and they wouldn't like to double. And we have no ability, on behalf of the Australian people, as senators elected to represent the Australian people, to ask any questions on behalf of you about these changes. This is a government that like to stand up and say they're so sure about this legislation, it is the right thing to do for our country, and yet when presented in the next few minutes with the opportunity to allow the Australian Senate to do its job and to question the government about the impact of its changes, because remember, this bill's going through tomorrow. The dirty deal has been done with the Australian Greens. They will push through higher taxes whilst at the same time they won't actually take up our offer to deal with the NDIS bill to make it more sustainable. So these are the questions that I have for the government. If you are so confident in your taxation changes, getting rid of negative gearing and getting rid of the capital gains discount, why will you not allow the Senate to ask you questions? Why are you reluctant? In fact, you're not reluctant, you're full on avoiding any form of scrutiny in relation to your taxation bills. What exactly are you afraid of? Well, I'm going to answer my own question, because I'll tell you what they're afraid of. They are afraid that you will find out about just how bad these bills are going to be. They are afraid that we will interrogate the 50 times, I was about to say lie, President, I apologise. I stopped myself from saying lie, the 50 times that this Prime Minister said to the Australian people he would not make these changes. What are the questions that you don't want answered? Well, I'll tell you what one of those questions are. The impact on the Australian people. What are the consequences you don't want examined? What are the flaws you don't want exposed? Because, again, we are sitting until 10:30 tonight, but we have no ability to ask this government questions. They rammed this through a committee. 2 days was all we were given. And sadly, the committee stage brought up more questions that need to be answered. Amendment after amendment after amendment has been dumped on the Senate. All we are asking the government the opportunity today is to ask you questions in a committee stage.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. The government will not be supporting this suspension motion by Senator Cash. The government has negotiated and been prepared to negotiate across the chamber on passage of our legislation, and we have reached agreement with the Australian Greens on how to do that. As part of the negotiation and agreement, we ensured there was enough time for every senator that wanted to speak on these tax bills to speak on these tax bills. That is what we have provided for in this motion. Now, it's not our problem if there's a number of senators that don't want to speak on the bill. You haven't. Well, can I say, Senator Cash, Senator Patterson, Senator Ruston, Senator McLaughlin, Senator Askew, Senator Antic, Senator Little, none of those senators have chosen to speak on this bill. We have provided,
you were heard in silence.
because we knew that there would be a lot of interest in this bill, the opportunity for every senator to participate. The motion allows for that. Now, in relation to Senator Cash's criticisms about committee stage, there is a committee stage. The committee stage is tomorrow. You can ask as many questions as you like, and I commit that my answers will be short and to the point so that you are able to ask as many questions as you would like, as you have been afforded through estimates, through the committee process, through question time, through every other forum that you are and have been asking questions. I sat at estimates. We had a lot of questions there. I know Senator Darmanin, who chaired the Economics Legislation Committee, there was 2 days for people to ask questions, and all of that is standard process for the passage of legislation through this chamber. Now, this is the first, engagement the government probably has had about, seeking, cooperation or collaboration on the tax bills with the opposition. You didn't engage at all. The only engagement that was had on this bill was how to delay it 6 months, alongside with a delay to the NDIS for 6 months. So forgive us if we feel, forgive us if we feel that some of this may be a little bit disingenuous, Senator Cash. You don't like the bill, you don't want it to pass. I think you've made your mind up about the answers to the questions. All of that, but you've chosen not to engage on it other than to seek to delay this bill for 6 months. We have reached agreement with the majority of this Senate for these bills to pass. It's important that these bills pass. Now, you have all the time in the world if you choose to speak on these bills. We've provided that time tonight. Now, if your senators choose not to speak and don't want to participate in that, well, that is an individual decision for them. We will work through the speakers list. There are a number of second reading amendments to go through before we get to committee stage, but we have negotiated an orderly way for this bill to proceed through the Senate, which allows senators the respect and gives senators the respect they deserve.
Pursuant to order, I call the clerk.
Government Business Orders of the Day number 1, Treasury Laws Amendment, Tax Reform number 1, Bill 2026, and a related bill. Debate on the second reading and amendment moved by Senator Chandler.
Senator O'Sullivan.
What are you voting on?
I've called you.
Well, thank you very much, President. Between those, just getting rid of the minty. Part two, I was in continuation from last night, and let me be crystal clear. This government has indeed misled the Australian people. This government has misled the Australian people. And the biggest misleader of all was the Prime Minister. Because the Prime Minister said on no less than 50 occasions that he would not touch capital gains or negative gearing. Over 50 times the Prime Minister said this. Now, the Prime Minister couldn't take these policies to an election because he knows that they are an absolute stinker. What this government, with their partners at the other end of the chamber, the Greens, are doing is that they are undermining aspirations of Australian people. This is an absolute stinker. Now, this is the worst budget that this country has seen in over 30 years. And the Australian people, they know it. This is the worst budget that we've seen in over 30 years. The Australian people know what's going on here. They know that it's got nothing to do with generational equity, as we keep hearing. It's got everything, though, to do with a blatant tax grab. That's all they're doing, because even their own modelling shows that it's not going to build a single extra house. In fact, there's going to be 30,000 fewer homes built as a result of these changes, because investment's been dragged out of it, out of the market. We're seeing it already. We're seeing clearance rates more than half across the country. So, and it's down now to the period during the height of the COVID period. So this isn't about generational equity. This is about blatant tax grab. It's about generating another way for this big spending Labor government to take more revenue from working Australians to fund their spending addiction. Because when the government runs out of money, what do? They come right after yours. The Australian people have seen these policies before. Remember, back in 2019 when Bill Shorten tried to introduce them. Now, that was something that, to his credit, actually had the courage to take it to the election. And guess what? The Australian people rejected it. Having learnt that lesson, the Prime Minister had seen that if he took these changes that they're now bringing into the election, people would reject it, as they did in 2019. Didn't have the courage to do it, so he hid it from the Australian people. He said, we're not going to do this. No changes. 50 times he said it. No changes. Well, the electorate knew that those policies stunk back then, and they know right now that these policies stink. The Treasurer claims to be the fount of all knowledge when it comes to his political hero, Paul Keating. Well, he learnt nothing from what the repercussions were for Mr Keating with his infamous LAW law tax cuts broken promise in 1993. Like that episode, this terrible Labor government has breached the fundamental trust of the Australian electorate. Now, in the lead up to the recent budget, the Prime Minister, as I said, he said there's nothing to see here. He was asked by a journalist, can you rule out any changes to negative gearing and capital tax? Quote from the journalist. The Prime Minister then responded, and I quote, yes, how hard is it? For the 50th time, the Prime Minister even acknowledged how many times that he had said that he is not going to touch these things. Asked again on the 17th of April, he said, I rule it out. I rule it out. I have responded a lot of times, he said. Well, these words have not aged well. Acting Deputy President, this very debate is evidence of the Labor government's contempt of the Australian people. As has been said time and time again, no one voted for these laws. No one voted for these new taxes. This government is attacking the aspirations of Australians. This is a government that aspires for Australians to become a place where investing for the future becomes a bad thing. This is a government that is driving the nation to be one where aspiration simply just becomes a fantasy, where the hard worker is punished, where the everyday Australian feels that it is impossible to get ahead. And that's how Australians are feeling already. But now with this, I lament it is getting so hard, particularly for young Australians who might want to, maybe they can't quite afford to buy their own home just yet. And of course we know that that's the reality for just almost everyone. So what do? They want to invest in some shares to help build their equity, build their wealth. But now that is being taken away from them too, because they're just going to get taxed. Minimum 30%. Well, what if you're earning less than, $40,000 or $50,000 a year? You're going to be taxed at 30%. First tax rate at 30% doesn't kick in to $45,000. So, it's just insane what you're doing here. According to the October 2024 survey by HSBC, they said that Gen Z are quite financially active and willing to take on more risk when investing. Given this generation is facing challenges accessing the housing market, they are taking upon themselves to build wealth through methods more accessible to them and allocating more of their income to do so. Gen Z are increasingly using pooled investment securities like exchange-traded funds or ETFs. According to Vanguard, nearly 1 in 5 Gen Z Australians reported holding ETFs, and 18% of Gen Z said they hold cryptocurrencies. So overall, 45% of Gen Z and millennials and Gen X reported holding at least one investment product. One 20-year-old, which the Australian newspaper interviewed about Labor's proposed changes, said it will only make it harder to save for a deposit. So the very thing that they are saying that this bill is all about, that these tax changes are all about, is actually undermining that aspiration and that goal of so many young Australians. Now, I've got 2 of them in my home, my son and my daughter, 18 and 20 years of age. They're friends. People they're at uni with. My son's a trade, he's doing an apprenticeship. He's his mates that he's connected with, working on the job sites, on the tools. How are they going to get ahead under this policy, under what this government's doing? It just does not make any sense, other than the fact that this is just a blatant tax grab. That's all that this is about. It's so that you can continue to fund your addiction to spending, rather than taking the difficult steps and decisions to actually constrain this government's spending. Removing the capital gains tax discount on the investments like on shares and ETFs is actually going to disincentivise people to invest and increase the difficulty for younger Australians to get ahead. That's what's happening. For many young people, renting a home is not just expensive, it's consuming an unsustainable share of their income. That old 30% rule on housing, remember that one? Well, it's now heading well above that. In some cases, even just renting a home is out of reach. The median weekly rent for homes across Australia's capital cities is $724 per week. Meanwhile, the median personal income for Australians aged 24 and under is roughly $455 a week, just $23,840 per year. This means that the average young renter would need to hand over every dollar they earn and then some, just to cover the costs of rent, even without accounting for utilities, transport, groceries, all the things that you need to live. And the modelling for the property industry by economic firms found that combining a CGT discount cut with negative gearing restrictions would push rent prices up by 2.4% in 29-30. A 2.4% increase on today's median rent will inevitably put more pressure on young people who already lack the financial buffer to get ahead and to shoulder it. Again, disadvantaging the young people that this government is claiming to be helping. Now, turning to specific issues in my home state of Western Australia. Schedule 1 of the Treasury Laws Amendment Bill 26 represents a significant threat to minerals exploration and the long-term future of Australia's mining industry. This is a front-of-mind issue for me as a senator for Western Australia, because my state is the home of mining exploration. The impact disproportionately falls on junior exploration companies which dominate early-stage mining activities. They account for approximately 70 to 75% of Australia's geological discoveries. Now, reduced exploration will mean fewer discoveries will mean fewer mines, and fewer mines means less government revenue, less royalty payments, and reduced economic activity across our nation. And make no mistake, this will impact on jobs directly and indirectly. According to the Association of Mining and Exploration Companies, 84.5% of retail investors view the current CGT discount as essential or very important. And over 85% of surveyed investors anticipate reducing or exiting investments in junior explorers because of these changes. I mean, what this government is doing is undermining investment in this country, investment that is critical to Western Australia and critical to Australia's economic prosperity. Because if we don't have investment in those things, we don't actually make too many things in this country anymore. But one thing that we do exceptionally well, better than anywhere else in the world, and I'm proud to say this as a Western Australian, is we know how to extract minerals and sell them across the world because they are very, very valuable. And this tax bill that we're dealing with right here undermines that ability for Australia to continue to bat way above its average and make prosperity for the entire nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Mulholland.
Acting Deputy President, I rise to strongly support this bill. This chamber comes one step closer to delivering a tax system that gives a fair go for working Australians, something that those opposite simply cannot stand. Nobody in this country right now is saying, yep, we've got the housing settings in Australia right. Nobody in this country right now is arguing that giving tax breaks for wealthy investors while young people and working families are locked out of their home ownership dream is fair. Fortunately, there is one party who is willing to stand up and do something about it, and that is the Australian Labor Party. It's not easy, but it's the right thing to do. And if those opposites stuck to their own values, their party might not be in such disarray. This is the single most significant tax reform this country has seen in nearly a quarter of a century. And it tips the scales back in favour of working people. And those opposite have the gall to come in here and oppose it. They come in here backing the interests of vested interests, the interests of powerful people over the powerless. So let's talk about what this tax bill does. And let's talk about why they oppose it and why One Nation wants to kill it. This bill cuts taxes for working Australians. We have already legislated a reduction in the lowest marginal tax rate from 16 cents in the dollar down to 15 cents and then down to 14 cents. That is real money every year in the pocket of every working Australian. And this bill delivers more today. A new tax offset for working Australians, a permanent annual tax offset for every eligible worker in Australia. Why would you vote against that? A $1,000 instant tax deduction, no receipts, no paperwork, no issue. around 6.2 million Australians will benefit. Why would you vote against that? And more than a quarter of the people who will benefit from that are under 30, and more than half of them are women. Add it all up. A worker on average earnings will be up to $2,816 a year better off from 2027-2028 compared to where we started. This is a Labor government delivering for working people who earn their money through a wage, not a property dividend. This is not a one-off sugar hit. Permanently, structurally, for future generations. And I'd like to remind the Liberals in One Nation that they're the people that you are supposed to be standing up for, working Australians. We are meant to be acting in the interests of Australia's future, the working people who are building this nation. They need someone on their side, and that's exactly what Labor is doing, while those opposite are acting with shameless self-interest. The same self-interest that got Australia into this mess, driving rents up and putting home ownership out of reach, perhaps for good. Now let's talk about housing, because this is where the story of intergenerational housing inequity really starts. And it's a story the Liberals don't like to tell. In 1999, the Howard Liberal government introduced the 50% capital gains discount. It was a single policy decision that changed everything. That worked out very well for people who already owned assets. It worked out very well for people building their property portfolios. It worked out very well for people with access to capital. But for younger Australians trying to buy their first home, it has been an economic disaster. We have watched investors compete against first home buyers weekend after weekend in our suburbs. We have watched home ownership move further and further out of reach. And now, this government has the courage to act, not because it's politically easy, because it's right. And since John Howard introduced the CGT discount, house prices have risen more than 400%. In the same period, wages have risen less than half that. For 25 years, we've watched house prices run away from wages thanks to the Liberal Party. Home ownership amongst Australians aged 25 to 34 has fallen by 7 percentage points. In parts of Queensland, in my home state, home ownership is as low as 20% in some parts. For the first time since World War II, a majority of Australians in their early 30s do not own a home and may never own a home. Let that sink in. That is the Liberal Party's legacy, locking young people out of the housing market and throwing away the key. That is 25 years of broken, rigged systems that our side finally has the courage to fix. As Treasurer Jim Chalmers put it when he introduced this legislation, this is about making aspiration and opportunity the birthright of every Australian, not just some. So what are we doing about it? We're replacing the 50% capital gains tax discount with an inflation-adjusted indexation, so that only real gains are taxed, not paper gains, not inflation, real gains. We are limiting negative gearing on residential property to new builds from 2027-2028. This will channel investment where it is needed into new housing supply, not into bidding up the price of existing homes that a first home buyer is also trying to purchase at a weekend auction. Over 80% of new investor lending currently goes to existing homes. We are changing that. These changes will help around 75,000 more Australians achieve their dream of home ownership. 75,000 families, 75,000 sets of keys to a front door of a home of their own. And for those who already own an investment property, purchased before budget night, nothing changes. So the scaremongering needs to end. We are not going after people who played by the rules that existed. We are changing the rules for the future, for tomorrow's future. Because Australians deserve the same fair go that previous generations in this nation had. So let's talk about the people of this chamber who are voting against it. Because the Liberal Party and One Nation are lining up day after day to block these reforms. And Australians deserve to know why. If you understand who benefits from keeping the current system exactly where it is, you get an idea of where they're going on this issue, and you only need to have a look at the Register of Interest that's publicly available online, and you will find senators and members owning multiple investment properties who benefit from these tax arrangements, who have personally accumulated wealth. And I'm not surprised you're arcing up about it, Senator Henderson, because you are part of the problem. You are absolutely part of the problem. People who have personally accumulated wealth through very tax settings are the ones who are coming in here defending it, while working Australians and young Australians cannot get into a house of their own. You come in here, you come into this place, Senator Henderson, defending the rights of vested interests over the working people of Australia. You are part of the problem. You are part of the problem. And it is that cynical betrayal of the Australian dream that has got the Liberal Party into the mess that they find themselves. And it's no wonder that when I went through Hansard, I found a curious thing. A lot of your senior leadership team has been found missing on this bill. Why is that? Because they're smart enough to know that they shouldn't be voting against the interests and speaking against the interests of working Australians. And as a Queenslander, we know exactly what's going on in our housing market at the moment. A young couple in Caboolture trying to save a deposit for a home just wants a fair go. They don't own multiple investment properties like this lot over there. Or a nurse in Mackay who's renting with her young family after a recent divorce doesn't benefit from a CGT discount. A tradie in Toowoomba working overtime, hoping to one day own his own home, has nothing to gain from the status quo. In fact, he's hurt by the status quo. The status quo that Senator Henderson and all of her mates on the other side are trying to argue in favour of, because it benefits you, not the people outside of this building that they were trying to stand up for. And it sickens me that people would come into this place and put their own personal financial interests above that of working people, nurses, tradies, teachers, out there from where I come from who are struggling to get into the housing market. Working people need someone to stand up for them, and it will be this Labor government. It certainly won't be that rabble over there. So don't come in here voting for secret vested interests and putting the interests of working people to the side, because we will stand up and we will call it out every single day of the week. And let's be honest about the interest that those opposite and One Nation are standing up for. And that is the interest of Australia's billionaires, propping up the Liberal Party, propping up One Nation. And it is any wonder why they come into this place and they argue against the interests of working Australians. And what do those billionaires get in return for their money? Well, they get a Liberal Party and a One Nation coming in here voting against a pay rise for child workers. They get a Liberal Party who is willing to keep house prices up, up, up. They get politicians standing up at the dispatch box defending a tax system that rewards capital over work. Labor will not allow this to happen to this country. We will not allow the interests of billionaires to veto the aspirations of working Australians. We will not be Americanised. And it is shameful, it is really shameful, that those opposite would trade their values away from those of the Australian people. The good news in this political bleak landscape I see in front of me is that this budget also provides for a bright future for Australia. We are continuing to build our healthcare system that was absolutely trashed under the Liberal National Government. They tried to drive bulk billing rates into the floor. Under this government, we've opened 137 new Medicare urgent care clinics right around Australia. 26 in my home state of Queensland alone, in places like Brisbane, Buderim, Cairns, Capalaba, Carindale, Gladstone, Mackay, Greenslopes, the list goes on. And most recently, the very last one of our 137 urgent care clinics was opened in Caloundra, and I was very pleased to welcome Prime Minister Anthony Albanese to the Sunshine Coast to help us officially launch that new urgent care clinic, who has already seen over 110 patients in its first 3 days of operation. 110 patients on the Sunshine Coast who didn't need to put their hand in their pocket, they didn't need to make an appointment, they could walk in and receive world-class care from a GP and a nurse in their own community. And that is exactly what Labor delivers for working people of this country. And I'm also proud to say that bulk billing rates in this country are going up. From November 2025 to January this year, more than 81% of GP visits were bulk billed, the biggest quarterly increase since the pandemic. And communities like mine, in the seat of Longman, on the north side of Brisbane, around places like Caboolture, bulk billing rates have jumped by 30%. They have jumped by 30%. We've also delivered a 15% pay rise for early childhood educators, workers who are overwhelmingly women, who have been chronically undervalued and underpaid under the opposite side of politics. A typical educator in this nation is now earning $150 more a week because of Labor. And from the 1st of July, next week, paid parental leave in this country rises to 26 weeks. 6 months of government-funded leave for families welcoming a new child, up from 18 weeks when we first came to government. One Nation voted against it. The Liberal Party didn't support it. It was Labor that delivered 26 weeks of paid parental leave for working women and families in this nation. We also knew that it was important to put superannuation on top of that paid parental leave to close the super gap. And guess what? That mob voted against that too.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. The government wants us to believe that this is courage, that it is solving the housing crisis for generations of young people locked out by a tax system that treats housing as a commodity rather than a human right. That after decades of cowardice, Labor has finally found a spine on negative gearing and capital gains tax. But don't believe it for a second. These are policies that have torched housing affordability for entire generations and allowed property investors to run taxpayer-subsidized rings around everyday working people for decades. But in typical Labor fashion, we see them fluff the policy, preserve the wealth of the rich to access unfair tax breaks in perpetuity. We are backing this bill because it puts an end date on these scam tax breaks. But the grandfathering of entire property empires is shameful. Labor has told young people that these policies are the reason you can't afford a home. Then they bake in unlimited tax breaks for the wealthy. Everyone who has already got rich off this keeps every cent. Everyone else, the young person scraping for a deposit, the renter priced out, gets nothing. Is it any wonder young people are angry and frustrated as their struggles go on? Their material conditions don't improve, while every property baron who has already used these taxpayer advantages to build an empire of bricks and mortar gets to keep playing by the old rules forever. Think about who that protects. Investors in this country owning dozens of properties get these tax breaks, while every nurse, every teacher, every checkout worker pays tax on every single dollar that they earn. This was never a minor concession. It has been a wealth-hoarding machine. There are $33 billion a year just in negative gearing handouts for people with 2 or more investment properties. This is money that could directly fund cost of living relief for renters and mortgage holders. And that includes 11,000 landlords with 7+ houses who claimed $1.9 billion from 98,000 investment properties. The system is built for the wealthy and delivers for the wealthy. This is not real reform. It is the same old, dressed up as something more generous. I can picture the property barons right now. Portfolios stacked, decades of hoarding locked in a safe, grinning like a cat that got the cream. They know exactly what unlimited grandfathering means. Their wealth is untouchable. Labour had a once-in-a-generation chance to claw back hoarded wealth and hand power back to ordinary people. And they looked away, missed the opportunity. This is a government that will never touch its rich mates' wealth, even while admitting that wealth was built on a rigged system. The Greens have for decades argued that unfair tax concessions are pushing home ownership further out of reach and driving inequality, while Labour and the coalition spent 25 years protecting this rot. We were the ones, the only ones, fighting for a tax system built for people, not portfolios. The Greens have secured an amendment to prevent wealthy property investors from exploiting a loophole to use self-managed super funds to buy up tax-advantaged investment properties, and removed ministerial discretion that would have allowed the minister to wind back these reforms. It is a small step in the right direction. But what really needs to happen is this: scrap the capital gains tax discount, end negative gearing, tax billionaires and big corporations properly, tax the 1%, build public homes at the scale that is needed so everyone can have a roof over their head. That is real reform. Wealth, power, and ownership wrenched back from the ultra-rich and billionaires and returned to the people. But Labour's state governments are wrenching public homes from communities and people who live there, demolishing them and handing them over to private developers. It is happening in my neighbourhood in Sydney. It is happening in Melbourne. It is happening across the country. Labour governments demolishing public housing for the interest of private investors and private developers. And good on the communities who are resisting this, who want to protect public homes and their communities that have lived there for generations in some cases. Good on them. They will keep fighting, and we will keep fighting with them. Labour's lack of ambition to solve the housing crisis is really staggering. But the same is true for climate, for higher and higher uni fees, and for everything else. They are completely wasting their majority government by refusing to make big, bold changes, instead just tinkering around the edges. Well, enough of that. Labour is not going to fix any crisis. Let's not be fooled by their words, which are not followed up by the action that is actually needed. The Greens are not here to facilitate their failings. We are here to take them on and to win.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Look, I first want to address an issue that was raised in previous contributions this morning, and that is the very unfortunate reflection on some coalition senators who the government alleges are not interested in these bills because they're not listed to speak. I want to put on the record very clearly that Senator Little yesterday was granted leave because she is attending a funeral today. Senator Gallagher named Senator Little, casting an aspersion on her because she's not listed to speak. That's a disgrace. And, Acting Deputy President, through you, I would ask the Minister to return to the chamber and correct the record and apologise. Senator Mulholland also made reflections on a number of coalition senators. She didn't name anyone. There will be, and I expect more coalition senators will be speaking on these toxic bills, but for someone as senior as Senator Gallagher to cast aspersions on Senator Little, knowing that the Senate granted, or assuming that she knew that the Senate granted her leave not to be here today because she's attending a very significant funeral today is absolutely beyond the pale, and I am asking through you, Deputy Acting President, that Senator Gallagher please return and apologise to Senator Little and correct her erroneous statements. Mr Albanese and the Labor government can try to run, but they cannot hide from the Australian people. What we've just witnessed in this place is a dirty, rotten deal to sell out Australians. Labor deceived all Australians before the election, betrayed Australians on budget night, and has now done a dangerous and dishonest deal with the Greens, which will mean toxic taxes on housing, savings, investment, small businesses and younger Australians. And I want to just have a look at some of these headlines. I won't hold them up because that would be a prop. But today in the Herald Sun, it reads, "Cave in, Albo accused of the L word again after dangerous deal to fast-track controversial tax grab on Aussies, PM under green thumb." And in the Australian, left-wing party to demand more concessions on NDIS bill.
Senator Henderson, just resume your seat. Do you have a point of order, Senator?
I do, Acting Deputy President. While Senator Henderson says she won't hold up the props because they're props, she is holding up the props.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Senator Grogan. Yes, Senator Henderson, I did hear and I did see the hand come up, and I know it won't come up again.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. So I again quote from the front page of the Herald Sun, "Cave in, Albo accused of L," that word I can't say, "again after dangerous deal to fast-track controversial tax grab on Aussies, PM under green thumb." Today's Australian, left-wing party to demand more concessions on NDIS bill. Labor hit on SMSF housing investments, paying for Greens' kill plot. Australians cannot trust a word this Prime Minister says. He said no changes to capital gains tax, negative gearing, superannuation before the election. These were his bond. He said, "My word is my bond." His word means nothing. We cannot trust anything more this Prime Minister says. This is a gross deception to which Australians have been subjected, and this latest dirty deal to prohibit self-managed super funds from borrowing to purchase residential real estate is another kick in the guts for mum and dad investors who thought their super was safe under Labor. And here is my message. Your super is not safe. Your savings are not safe. Your investments under this toxic government are not safe. And guess what's coming next? The family home. The Prime Minister says, no, we're not going to target the family home. We can't trust him because we know that when Labor runs out of money, they come after yours. And of course, this prohibition on borrowing through SMSFs has nothing to do with building more homes. This is all about appeasing the big boys in the industry super funds and the unions which have their tentacles wrapped through every part of these companies. That is a disgrace. After the shocking corruption we've seen in Victoria, where some $15 billion has been funnelled through big build projects in corruption and rorts written and authorised by the CFMEU, we now see this dirty deal, and Australians are speaking with their feet. Nearly $8 billion has flowed out of industry super funds into self-managed super funds in the past year alone, as more Australians choose to take control of their own retirement savings, because so many Australians are saying we cannot trust the industry funds to put our interests first. And is it any wonder? Industry super funds control hundreds of billions of dollars in workers' retirement savings, yet they too often have operated with inadequate transparency, entrenched, poor governance structures, board appointments driven by union affiliation rather than merit, and Australians are increasingly questioning whether their retirement savings are being managed solely in their best interests. And this is not an attack on the big end of town. The big end of town don't have their own private self-managed super funds. These are mum and dad investors. The big end of town are the big corporations and the big foreigners who get tax concessions. Tax concessions. And so what a joke. What a joke. And as for the Greens doing this deal, and then they stand up and make all these excuses and say, oh no, it's really terrible. So they've done this dirty deal. The Greens have sold out the renters of Australia. The Greens have even sold out people with disability. I mean, the Greens will not stop. But all we know is no one voted for these new taxes. The Prime Minister didn't have the ticker, he didn't have the heart, the courage to say to the Australian people, I want to change the tax system and I'm going to take it to an election. They knew exactly what they were going to do. And I know on this side, despite all the protestations that we're hearing, there is a lot of deep concern, even amongst Labor members and senators, about what this budget has done to so many Australians. And it is a crime. And as for the Greens deal, they've grandfathered, of course, they've done nothing to grandfather the negative gearing arrangements for those that are in existence, but they've punished young Australians. So young Australians have been denied the opportunity to negatively gear, except for a new build, which is an impossible dream for so many. A new build which could take 2, 3, 4 years. So the Greens, in doing this dirty deal, have also sold out particularly young Australians who wanted to invest in their futures through the purchase of shares or property, through utilising their own self-managed super fund, or for the renters of this country. So it is extraordinary what has happened. We have got the death tax, a tax on family savings, a tax on renters, first-home buyers and young Australians trying to get ahead. We now have a tax on small businesses, startups and entrepreneurs, the engine room of the Australian economy. This is a budget, a disgusting, disgraceful budget of broken promises, a budget that breaks the Australian dream. It is an assault on aspiration, pulling the ladder of opportunity up from young Australians before they get their first foot on the rung. This is a bad faith budget which does nothing to improve intergenerational inequality. It makes the problem worse. Labor's budget isn't intergenerational fairness, it's intergenerational fraud. This budget is unravelling faster than anything we've seen in this place before. Every week, another broken promise surfaces. There was a death tax buried in the fine print, dodgy inflation data, a secret $200 billion income tax hike. The Treasurer can't even keep track of his own deceptions. He doesn't even know how many young Australians have shares. He did that interview with that magnificent young podcaster who had to correct the Treasurer, and here he is scrambling with his papers because he didn't even understand that the changes to capital gains tax punish young Australians, including those seeking to buy shares or who have shares, that punish young Australians more than anyone else. Mr Chalmers' economic model has one setting: to stoke inflation, tax inflation, spend inflation. Australians are living with these consequences at the supermarket, on their mortgage, in their pay packet. And I was also just flabbergasted to hear Senator Mulholland say, well, we're here looking after the salary earners of Australia and Australian workers. Australian salary earners are entitled to invest in their future. And the tenor of Senator Mulholland's entire contribution was, this doesn't matter to them. We need to look after their salary. Of course, that's not in debate. But why should salary earners be denied the opportunity to invest in their future? Because these tax changes crucify anyone wanting to put a bit away for a rainy day, either for themselves into the future, for their retirement, for their kids or their grandkids. So this is what a title we have from this Prime Minister, the highest taxing government in Australian history. And the Prime Minister has now confirmed $273 billion in taxes Australians did not vote for over the next 9 years. It is time the truth be told. Debt is heading towards $1.25 trillion. The interest bill is $80,000 a minute. That's 12 credit cards being issued per Australian behind their backs. Today's debt is tomorrow's taxes, and it's the next generation being handed the bill. The Coalition opposes Schedules 1 and 2 and supports 3 and 4 of these bills. We will fight these toxic taxes tooth and nail, and if they become law under Labor, a coalition government will repeal them. Our plan is the opposite of Labor's: lower taxes, lower inflation, and an economy designed to back the self-starters of the nation, not kneecap them. You work, you risk, you invest, you believe in this country, and you have the certainty under the coalition. Hopefully, the next government will be a coalition government which will back Australians every step of the way. And I want to just finish on the shocking impact that this budget is having on housing. The government's own budget papers say 35,000 fewer homes will be built as a direct consequence of these new taxes. That's not our number, that's the number in the budget papers. So when you tax something, you get less of it. That's not ideology, that's economics 101, that's what's in the budget papers. The more you tax housing investment, the less housing investment you get, and the government has decided that's a young price that Australians in particular should pay. So all this rubbish from the government and the Greens about intergenerational fairness, but yet they, if you strip away the rhetoric, look at the budget papers, and you will see that there is lower supply combined with the government's own migration overshoot of 90,000 means higher demand, lower supply and higher prices. And that is not fairness. This is a housing disaster hiding behind a focus group tested phrase, and we can see it in action already. Auction clearance rates are going through the floor. Confidence is being sapped out of the housing market. But Labor could not care less, because they're bringing in another 1.4 million people, the population of Adelaide, and of course we are all paying the price of these grossly irresponsible policies. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, Deputy President. Deputy President, I rise to speak on the 2026 Treasury Laws Amendment Bill. This bill is a massive shake-up. It is the biggest shake-up of our tax system in a generation. And it strikes at the heart of this toxic relationship between capital gains tax and negative gearing, an interaction that came about through the Howard government back in 1999. And it led to a complete decoupling of salaries from house prices. It was meant to divert capital into the share market and into productive activity. And instead, it turned housing from a human right into a speculative asset. Add 15 years of cheap credit and the whole thing detonated. It detonated. We now have a situation where in 1999, it cost around 4 times your median salary to buy a house. Fast forward to now, and it costs around 8 times. However, it's very much location specific. In places like Melbourne, it's about 8 times your median salary. In Sydney, however, it's 10 times median salary. These cities are now in the impossibly unaffordable category. Impossibly unaffordable. That's a message. The average age of a first home buyer in 1999 was in their late 20s. It's now 34 to 36. Westpac reports this year that 1 in 5 people who are applying for first home ownership loans are actually 40 years and over. Just think about that, 40 years and over, 1 in 5. That tells you that people are actually aging into housing. Aging into housing. And then this has a multiplicity of knock-on effects. It has a detrimental effect on whether people have relationships, settle down, have children. Is it any wonder then that our fertility rate is in free fall? Currently stands at 1.7, which I'm told is actually not bad for Australia, but it should be 2.1 and above if we are to remain a vibrant community. So something has got to give. Now, we can continue to admire this problem, or we can do something about it. And this Labor government is administering the bitter medicine that this country has needed for a very long time in order to save the patient, in order to restore hope to a generation of young people who have lost hope when it comes to housing. We've created a generation of people in this country who believe that they are going to be lifelong renters. And that's not good enough, and we don't accept that status quo. So these changes will mean that negative gearing is now limited to new residences, new homes. And we believe that these changes will result in 75,000 people moving from homes, moving from property investors into owner-occupiers. And yes, the modelling does suggest that there will be some reduction in new house builds of around 35,000, but this is being more than offset by our $47 billion package, which is designed to boost housing supply, cut red tape, and trade up more and skill up more tradies in construction. On the supply side, we have ring-fenced 100,000 new builds just for first home buyers. And these programs, these deals are starting to be done with the state governments. First one was done in South Australia. We've also, in this budget, allocated $2 billion for enabling infrastructure. This means money for things like power lines, pipes, and pavements so that new builds can be fast-tracked. We know that there is more to do, but this certainly builds on an already ambitious housing agenda that we brought in our first term. As you know, the 5% home deposit scheme has been incredibly successful. Over 250,000 people have entered the housing market as a result of this. 81,000 in regional communities. We've also introduced the Help to Buy scheme, which is really targeted for people on modest incomes. And we continue to restrict home ownership but we continue to restrict the foreign investors from purchasing existing homes until mid-2029. All of these measures are designed to boost housing supply, enable people to get into home ownership with a smaller deposit. But now, thanks to these taxation changes to capital gains as well as negative gearing, we are ironing out the distortions that have turned housing into a speculative asset and seen this absolute boom, explosion in house prices, and a legacy of unaffordability for the next generation. What we are seeing is already change being a market adjustment occurring. This $12 trillion housing market is taking a bit of a haircut right now. But it turns out that the sky is not falling in. 12 trillion, that's how much this housing market is. And these changes have actually been backed by the Australian people. A Resolve poll taken a couple of days ago showed that 54% of people backed in these changes. And support for the cooling of property prices was actually seen across every single income bracket, from low, medium to high income. Support was highest amongst 18 to 34-year-olds, and that's telling, because that is the very group these measures are designed to target, and they get it. They get it, so do their parents, so do their grandparents. There is a growing awareness in the community that the status quo is untenable, That is really at the heart of this budget. But the revenue saved from these measures, and by ironing out this distortion, will be diverted into other important programs. Let's not forget Medicare. Medicare is the reason I sit on this side of the House rather than that side of the House as a former doctor. Now, with respect to Medicare, there's a whole lot of things going on. Some of my favourites are, it's like picking your favourite child. The making permanent Medicare urgent care clinics, 137, all 137 that we promised have now been delivered. And these urgent care clinics have been visited by 3.1 million Australians. A third of them are children. They are open early till late. They are often staffed by local GPs from the community, and all you need is your Medicare card. You do not need your credit card. They are fully bulk billed. We've also seen an investment in hospitals with an additional $25 billion going into our hospital system. Now, I spent my whole career, my whole life, working in public hospitals. These are really busy places. They are constantly under pressure. So that additional money will be welcome. It will be welcome, but it is not enough. The real action happens in the community, and that's why we are strengthening Medicare by boosting bulk billing. The best way to reduce pressure on hospitals is to actually improve access to GPs. Make it cheap, make it cheaper, in fact, make it free, and that is what we're doing. We have seen, with our record investment of $8.5 billion at the end of last year, to Medicare, this injection into Medicare, we have seen a huge uplift in bulk billing, in the order of 5 to 6% across the country. In some places like the Northern Territory, 13%. What that means now is that we have 3,800 general practices around the country that are bulk billing, that far exceeds our timelines, far exceeds our expectations. So it is working, it is working. That's not all we're doing. In this budget, we had an additional $3 billion towards aged care, where we are delivering more beds, more packages, and we're making those personal care services, like showering, for example, free. We also have additional investment into dementia care, with the establishment of more specialist dementia care units. Incredibly important. As our population ages, more people will be developing dementia. But dementia is not a homogeneous condition. There is a great deal of variation within dementia. Yes, Alzheimer's is the most common one, but there are other types. And in most severe cases, elders with dementia who have behaviours of concern are the most challenging patients to manage, most challenging. They are often rejected by aged care facilities and very often, unfortunately, end up in places that are not suited to care for dementia patients, and that is hospitals. And so this additional investment will help families and relieve carer stress, particularly for women who bear the brunt of that stress. In addition, we have established a new tax cut for all working Australians. It's called the Working Australian Tax Offset, and it means that all around 14 million working Australians will be receiving an additional $250 in their pocket. Now that's on top of a $1,000 tax deduction with no receipts needed, and 5 tax cuts in total, which means that the average worker is now $2,800 better off. Labor is the party of lower taxes. This budget also has a large package of around $13 billion that is going towards fuel security, strengthening fuel security. Off the back of this oil crisis, oil shock, we need to do more at home. And so we will be extending our liquid fuel reserves to 50 days. And this is on top of the additional $1.1 billion we're putting towards developing new low-carbon fuels, things like biodiesel, for example, that come from the stuff our farmers grow, sorghum, canola, wheat, even the waste products like tallow, biomass, and so on. It's an innovative lens on our fuel security needs, and Australia is well placed to take advantage of that. Finally, this budget also has the establishment of the National Resilience and Science Council. I'm particularly interested in this. I think Australians, off the back of multiple crises like COVID, then the fuel shock, the wars, regional wars in the Middle East and Ukraine, realize that we are not immune, we are not insulated from geopolitical shocks and shifts, that we have been, I think, far too vulnerable to what happens a million miles away from us. And so the establishment of this National Resilience and Science Council will be there to inform government at the highest level, from the Prime Minister down, on what's coming our way and how we better insulate ourselves, how we better protect ourselves. And that means investing in the shock absorbers, housing, healthcare, the skills of our people, the smarts of our people. And there's a whole lot of work in this budget around strengthening our scientific and innovative capability. Because the only way we grow the pie in this country, the only way we reach that future prosperity is by playing the long game. And to play the long game, it means you must make the investments now and then hold steady over 10, 15, 20 years so that we build up those companies. We take research and development from our world-leading, world-class institutions and universities and carry them through multiple valleys of death and then commercialize them and take them to market. And that creates jobs, it creates exports, and it creates the multiplier effect. And there are a number of measures in this budget that support that ecosystem. I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. Senator Whitten.
To the Senate.
Well, if you're wondering why the Fire the Liar campaign was such a hit, here it is. A dirty deal with the votes for sale Greens. Something the Prime Minister said he would not do 385 times. And to do what? Delay much needed reform to the NDIS in order to ram through new taxes. New taxes that he told us 50 times would not happen. That's 435 porkies by his own count. More spending and higher taxes brought to you by Labor and the Greens. It is the coalition of the socialists on that side of the chamber. Stalin would be proud. Keeping the money tap on for NDIS rorts and taxing anyone that has managed to start a business with their own sweat and blood to pay for it. The Australian people will not forgive these betrayals of trust. They will not sit back and let Labor and the Greens destroy the future of their children. This country was built on the back of people that took risks. They took risks to start businesses, provide employment and reap the well-deserved rewards. But for the socialists on the other side of the chamber, any success or benefit that accrues to the risk-takers and entrepreneurs is ill-gotten gains. All of the workplace relations are aimed at making it impossible to run a business. I should know. I owned a business. I've dealt with the unions. I've had them come onto job sites and threaten to shut us down, to strong-arm us. Labor doesn't just allow this, they encourage it. Labor doesn't care about union workers. It is for the union bosses and the Labor coffers. But my brother and I dealt with all of this, worked hard, grew the business because there was a hope of reward at the end. A hope that I could provide for my wife and children. A hope that I could retire on my own terms, putting it all on the line every day. But this bill dims that hope for the next generation. It pulls up the ladder. Kids will now have to contend with the fact that they give up to 47% of their business to the government. A government that took no risk, put in no hours and no sleepless nights. No blood, sweat and tears. Every time you take away the incentives for people to take the risks, we lose more money and more of our best and brightest. And with them, the jobs that they might have generated. The improvements to our way of life that they might have brought to this nation. It kills what built this nation in the first place. Worse than all of this is the ridiculous rationale behind this tax grab, that they are doing this for the next generation, that is about housing. I'm sure by now, even Labor has seen the public outrage. Surely even the Canberra bubble can't ignore the fact that Australians have seen through this spin, that this is just a big, fat tax grab. You want to fix generational housing inequality? Why don't you stop blowing out your own immigration targets every year? It's a novel idea, but how about not bringing in hundreds of thousands of people to compete with first home buyers? Then maybe you wouldn't sell them 5% deposit home loans right before you pull the rug out from under them, leaving them in a negative equity hell. The best lever to pull is the only lever that they won't pull. That is because it is not about helping the young, it is about bringing in more votes. Even if we were to put all this aside, the new tax rules themselves are unworkable. Calculations of CGT cost bases were complex enough. Capital gains calculations were complex enough. Now we have a situation where Labor are asking people to go and value all of their CGT assets as at the 1st of July 2027, treat that as a notional sale, defer that until the actual sale and use the new cost base to calculate the new sale based on indexation. Then once you've done all that, you don't just add it to your taxable income like the good old days. It is now its very own category of income that gets its own special tax rate. Now I hope everyone at home was following that. That's the world that Labor thinks is fair. Fair for them, of course, not you. They've sold their houses. Destroying the energy grid isn't cheap, you know. Lastly, I'm speaking to a bill today that is as dense and complex as it is stupid. And we have never had major backflips rush through with just a single day to consider them. Well, of course, Labor doesn't need anyone to know what they're planning to do. Only their coalition partner, their comrades, the Greens. As long as their good mates sitting next to them are happy, the rest of us can just suck it up. To the Labor MPs, I'm sure you hope you've asked your base if they're happy with the Greens setting the agenda, but I doubt it. This will cost you dearly, as it should. More and more Australians have hit their limit with this farcical government. They want to fire the liar. Now, just something else. I was at the opening of the War Memorial last night, and I sat through a 15-minute welcome to country, but the national anthem didn't get played. And there was one Australia flag there, hidden up in the rafters, and I think it's an absolute tragic disgrace. Thank you.
Senator Canavan.
Put.
So the question is that the question be put. All of those opinions say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Division required. Ring the bells. Thank you. I've just received advice from the clerks that because this was done under a limitation of time, it's not possible to move the closure motion and the division is cancelled. Please leave the chamber quietly so we can resume. Senator Canavan, are you wishing to speak?
Yes, if that's possible. Am I allowed to do that?
You can.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Madam Acting President. The government hasn't been able to manage the budget. People know that they can't manage this chamber now as well. They've clearly stuffed up on their hours motion, but they're refusing to see common sense and run this chamber in a sensible way, because all we're seeking to do today is make sure that there is sufficient debate on the most unpopular, unloved budget in living memory. But the government wants to try and move this on straight away today and to avoid a committee stage, which should be occurring. That's what we should be debating in this chamber, because the Australian people weren't given this debate before the last election, 12 months ago, when the Australian people went to the polls. They went to the polls under the presumption, because the Prime Minister told them so, that there would not be increased taxes on capital gains. There would not be increased taxes on trusts. There would not be increased taxes on negative gearing. The Prime Minister himself said that he'd said that 50 times. And yet, less than 12 months later, the Prime Minister walks away from all of those promises, disenfranchises the Australian people, and now seeks to gag the People's Parliament as well by limiting debate on these measures today. The reason the Labor Party doesn't want to debate these measures is because they're embarrassed by them. They're embarrassed by their broken promises. They're embarrassed by the reception these taxes have been received by the Australian people, and they're embarrassed. They're embarrassed by the deals they've had to do with the Greens political party that raise taxes even more. The thing that I have heard the most since becoming leader of the Nationals Party, I've got around a lot of the country, spent a lot of time in southern New South Wales in the Farrer by-election. I've held 4 small business roundtables in Rockhampton, in Lismore, in Bundaberg, in Townsville over the past week. The thing that has come back to me the most is that people are just desperate right now for a government that helps them deal with costs that are out of control. Cost of everything just going up and up and up for families, for small businesses, and they're struggling to hang on to their mortgages, hang on to their small businesses. They want a government that just helps with that. They want a government that hears their concerns about these issues and comes up with a plan. For small businesses, they are starting to lose confidence in the economy. They're seeing demand fall for many. Some of this is connected, of course, to the crisis we see overseas, the fuel crisis, the uncertainty about the global environment is pulling people back. And there's a desperate hunger, therefore, for a government that has a plan to resolve these issues, to give people hope and optimism that they will tackle these challenges and make things better. People don't expect their governments to make things perfect, but they do expect them to try to make things better. And the problem right now that people see, even those that aren't directly affected by trusts or negative gearing or the changes now to superannuation, which I'll come to, even if they're not affected by these things, what they do is they scratch their head and are confused by the fact that why is the government focusing on all these issues and not on the cost of living, not on the shocking performance of our economy, not on lifting our on record, our worst productivity performance on record. Why is the government distracted by what seemed to be a series of class war issues microwaved from a failed Bill Shorten campaign? Everything we're seeing right now, including the super changes overnight, everything we're seeing was rejected by the Australian people twice. It was taken. It wasn't taken to last year's election. It wasn't taken to the election the Labor Party won in 2022. But in 2016 and 2019, Bill Shorten and the Labor Party went to the election with a platform to change negative gearing rules, to tax trusts, to change the arrangements around self-managed super funds. They were rejected by the Australian people twice. They were rejected when they had that choice twice. And now, because the government doesn't have a plan on the economy more broadly, they've reheated these failed policies and said, well, let's go with that. Let's go with that. They've decided, well, we've got the numbers now. We've tricked the Australian people to vote for us. They've got the numbers in the House, and they've effectively got their numbers here in the Senate with their partners and allies and coalition members in the Greens. And they're going to force it through, ram it through the Parliament with barely any inquiry, not much debate here in the Senate, and they'll do the same in the other chamber in the next 24 hours. Because I just don't think what we're debating here is matching the crisis our economy is in right now. I don't hear, when I hear government members speak in this chamber, I just don't think they realise the precipice that we are on here as a nation. We have never had, never had a 4-year period where our productivity growth has been negative. Never. Until this government. Till this last 4 years, the Labor Party have been in government now 4 years, and over this 4 years, not only has productivity growth been negative for the first time ever in our historical record, it's gone backwards 5%. So it's gone way down. It is off the charts negative, down 5% in just 4 years. As had never been negative before. And why is this important? Well, because the productivity growth rate determines how many things we make from the resources we've been blessed with, and by God, we've been blessed with a lot of resources in this country. We should be a productive nation. We should be a rich nation. But if that's falling, the consequence of that is that there's too much money in the country chasing too few goods. And when you have too much money chasing too few goods, the price of those goods have to go up, the value of money goes down, and we get something called inflation. So what have we had in this economy? We've now had another outbreak of inflation. Yes, this government inherited an environment where inflation was high, but they took a lot longer to get it down than in other countries, that's for sure. The cost of living crisis here in Australia was one of the worst post-COVID of anywhere in the world. It came back down, and then as soon as the Reserve Bank lowered interest rates a little bit last year and let the economy run a bit, give people a bit of relief, give people some hope they might spend some more, as soon as that happened, what happened? Inflation broke out again. Late last year, inflation started ticking up, and by the beginning of this year, before the Iran crisis, our inflation had gone over 4% a year. It was the highest in the developed world. So let's just be very clear with this. Our inflation rate in this country was higher than any other developed country in the world prior to the Iran conflict. And that's because our economic productivity is just not good enough. So the Reserve Bank, what have they had to do? They've had to increase interest rates again. They've had to backtrack on what was their strategy, because we have not got a government taking action on spending, taking action on economic growth, and therefore the only tool, the only lever the Reserve Bank has to control inflation is to push up interest rates, which they're doing again. And now we have a situation where, instead of trying to fix that fundamental economic issue of productivity, which is related to the high energy costs we've got, the massive red tape we've got, the government spending we have too, doesn't help, all those things, instead of tackling those things, which are hard to tighten your belts. Every Australian family knows that right now. They've had to do that in the last few years since COVID. But this government hasn't. Hard to do that. Hard to cut red tape. Hard to admit that you got it wrong on energy policy. And despite all your promises that bills will be cut by $275, they've actually skyrocketed. And they continue to go up, as this week is terrible right now. There's a bit of a wind drought, prices through the roof again. You can't plan a business, you can't invest in manufacturing in this environment, our productivity falls. So instead of focusing on all those things, the government has just continued what it has been doing, the same economic strategy, is let's put in more taxes, that'll fix things. Now, ironically, there's a part of that which may work to bring down inflation, right? If we put taxes up high enough, it'll kill economic growth, and we'll have a recession we didn't need to have. And yes, that will lower inflation. That will see house prices fall. We're seeing that right now. But I don't want people's house prices fall because we have an economic recession. I don't want to see our inflation rate fall because people are put out of a job. But that's where we're headed to, and if this economy goes south in the next 6 months, it is on the head of this government. It is on their heads, because it is they who have crashed confidence in our economy by unleashing a budget that was not taken to the Australian people, a series of taxes that people did not vote for, and a government that has not been able to explain the basic elements of their proposal. Last week, we saw the government. I've never seen this in my political career. Never seen a budget 5 weeks old be ripped up. And the government saying, "Okay, we got it wrong on elements of the capital gains tax, changes we didn't realise, we forgot to factor in that there are these innovative businesses out there that will be massively disadvantaged." The government seems completely ignorant of the fact we've had this tech boom. We've got things called tech startups now. And when you put on this massive capital gains tax that they're doing, this will be the highest capital gains tax in the developed world. Indeed, the Prime Minister was asked in the other chamber this week, name another country with a higher capital gains tax rate than us, or we would have under your policies. He couldn't name one. So we've got the highest in the world. And so any business that's going for growth, and we're seeing with all the developments we've got, the technological developments, the AI, all this stuff, there's a lot of growth opportunities. But anyone that goes for growth gets smashed now, gets absolutely smashed under these tax arrangements. And so that chokes that off. Now the government's trying to jerry-rig some kind of change last week and say, "Oh, we've issued a consultation paper now, and we're going to define what an innovative business is, and then you'll get the discount. And then these other small businesses, you'll get the discount, you'll get a capital gains discount too if your turnover is under 10 million. I mean, why bother then? Why are we bothering with this? I don't think the major problem for this country is a lack of complexity in the Income Tax Assessment Act. We've got a lot of problems, but one of them is not a lack of complexity in our income tax laws. And now the government has made those laws more complex, and you effectively need an accountancy degree to understand the changes, just the changes the government announced last week. I read through them. It was ridiculously complex. You'll need to go to an accountant at the very least to work out exactly how you should structure your business, just to deal with the changes, let alone the broader tax act we've got. How much extra cost, how much impact on productivity is that going to make on the Australian economy? Now, in the limited time I've got, I just want to make two more points. I mentioned here that instead of raising taxes, we should have an economic plan that seeks to restrain the size of government, pull that back a little bit. And I just want to put in context why I think that's important. The last budget before COVID, this place spent $479 billion. One financial year, $479 billion, a lot of money. That's what we spent in 18-19 before COVID hit. This budget that's just been handed down, the government expects to spend $829 billion. That is a $350 billion increase in annual spending. Every year we are spending $350 billion more than we did before COVID. That's a big number. What does it mean? Well, it's about 10,000 households in it, 10 million households in Australia, sorry. And so that means that on a household basis, your government, since COVID, is spending $35,000 per household per year more. Every year. We're borrowing this money. We don't have it, so we're putting that on the credit card. Every year. Can you imagine if you ran your family budget and over an 8-year period you blew it out by $35,000 a year that you had to go and borrow, put on a credit card? I don't know about others, my credit card limit's nowhere near that. You'd need to go and take a loan out again. You'd have to mortgage your house to survive. So why is the government getting away with this? And what has happened that we've ended JobKeeper, ended all these? We had to help people out during COVID. We ended all those schemes, and then the government just uses an excuse to go to another level and just waste more of your money. And now they're coming to you and wanting more of that money from your super, from your property investments, from the small businesses and farmers of this country, saying we need more money to waste here in this place. How about before we introduce new taxes, we cut our own spending first? We take care of our own house first before we go and raid other people's houses. But we've got it the wrong way around right now. Because this government doesn't want to make the tough decisions to restrain spending, to cut back on waste in this place, they are simply going to raid the piggy banks of other people all around the world, all around their country, sorry. And worse, they didn't even ask those people about those changes first. A basic right of British peoples of our country that inherit those rights is that you should not be taxation should not be imposed on you without your consent. That's what people fought wars about this right. We're about to celebrate one of those wars next week, I think. End of next week is July 4th, 250 years. They fought that to make sure they could have no taxation without representation. Well, now this place, as this gets rammed through today, we will have taxation on the Australian people, massive taxation on the Australian people, without any representation, without any consent from the Australian people. And so if the government had any guts, they would take these proposals back to the people. Don't ram them through this place without their consent. Have the ticker to go before the people and argue for why you think this is the best thing for the Australian economy. And only then should the Australian people face a higher tax bill, only if they agree to it should.
Okay, your time has expired. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026. 6 weeks ago, the day after the budget was released and these tax changes were announced, I said tinkering around the edges of a broken housing system and spending billions for corporations and the 1%, that will be the legacy of the Albanese Labor government. Because tinkering is all they can manage, and tinkering is what this bill does. When I first heard that the government was finally going to make some reforms to negative gearing and capital gains tax discount, I had some hope, because this has been needed for decades. These property investor tax perks have turbocharged Australia's housing market, and we now have one of the most expensive property markets in the world. And the graphs are really clear. From the moment these tax breaks come in, house prices shoot up, way up. They diverge from wages incredibly. Now, the Greens opposed these changes at the time when Prime Minister Howard introduced them in 1999, and we haven't stopped campaigning against these unfair tax perks for professional property investors ever since. So I had hope, and then I looked at the detail, and the government are keeping the housing tax perks in place for anyone who already has them, and they're simply stopping anyone new from accessing them. Now, it's good that there's an end date on those tax perks, but to bake in inequality, what a missed opportunity to actually fix the housing crisis. All those people who've got 20, 50, 100 investment properties, nothing's changing for them. They keep almost every single benefit that they have now. That is tinkering. The government should have abolished those unfair tax perks, maybe allowed just one property, but instead they've left $33 billion on the table in the pockets of those wealthy property investors who've got 3 or more investment properties. Labor's low ambition means that the deep inequality in our housing system will be worse for longer, and that this enduring housing crisis will now squarely be of Labor's design. Because Labor couldn't do a proper job of these tax changes, because they refused to take on the 1%, housing won't be more affordable for first home buyers. The housing crisis won't be fixed. Renters will still struggle to buy their first home. And in fact, there's no relief in sight for renters because there was nothing in the budget for them. There was no rent caps, no rent freeze, no national tenancy standards, no support. In fact, I might add the only budget allocation for actually building homes was for military homes for overseas military personnel. Wow. Ending rather than grandfathering those housing tax breaks would have helped renters get a home of their own. But Labor's telling first home buyers to wait because wealthy property investors haven't made enough money off the housing crisis. This budget is a missed opportunity to reduce inequality. The government says they need to raise revenue, but they could have saved $33 billion from not subsidising wealthy property investors with 3 or more investment properties who don't need the help. $33 billion they could have saved. They could have taxed the greedy gas corporations who are exporting our gas and making billions off a resource that they get virtually for free because they wrote their own tax laws. That's $17 billion in revenue each year that the government is foregoing because they don't want to make the greedy gas corporations, who are fleecing us all, pay a minimum 25% export tax. And spending almost $400 billion on submarines from Donald Trump, subs that we might not get ever anyway, because the contract's written so poorly, subs that are all second-hand now anyway, and that just tie us closer to a dangerous warmonger, which makes us all less safe. There's your budget savings. But instead, Labor wants to balance the budget by kicking 241,000 people off the NDIS. They are punching down on people with a disability, maybe because they thought they wouldn't fight back, but also because they're too gutless to tax the 1% properly and to tax the super profits of corporations. People working for a living, renters, first home buyers and people with a disability for that matter, are under immense pressure, and they've got every right to expect a budget that helps them. But instead, Labor has once again found room for the wealthy and the well-connected while doing little for everyone else. By choosing to protect existing wealthy property investors, Labor lacked the courage to actually fix the housing crisis. Now, politicians and the media try to make out that solving the housing crisis is really difficult and complicated. It's not. It's not about supply or immigration. We are building more homes than population growth. And when we paused immigration during COVID, prices didn't come down. Migration is not causing the housing crisis. The problem is treating housing as an investment class, as a vehicle for wealth creation, rather than a human right. And government after government, from both of the big parties, has allowed it. But who benefits? The ultra-wealthy, who can buy up these properties, and the banks, who make record profits off huge mortgages. If we're serious about tackling the housing crisis, we need to look at the whole problem. We should be implementing rent caps and real rights for renters, longer leases, actual minimum standards, so that people aren't living in fear of their next rent increase or asking for maintenance or foregoing asking for maintenance because they're worried their landlord will decide to end the lease. That's something that could be done immediately, those reforms for renters. And if you're talking about supply, well, let's build public housing, good quality public homes, like governments used to. And let's talk about a public property developer that builds homes and sells them at cost, not for profit, not so that developers can land bank or use sunset clauses to make interest off your deposit and keep prices high, providing homes for people who need them. 96% of Australia's rentals aren't affordable for essential workers. So the next time you see a comment from someone on social media suggesting that people just move further from the city, think about that last nurse who took care of you, or your kid's teacher. Shouldn't they be able to afford to live in the community that they work in? This was an opportunity to show Australians that Parliament can still improve people's lives. Instead, Labor wimped out. It chose corporate comfort over structural reform. This government's not concerned with inequality. It's concerned with appearances. It pays lip service. That's why people are fed up. They're fed up because Labor can do something about the problems we face, but they waste every single opportunity to do so. People are sick and tired of the tinkering. People are sick of the gas industry getting the gas they're selling for free and not paying their fair share. They're sick of rents going up and up while wages fall behind. They're sick of worrying about whether their kids will be able to afford to buy a house. These are the signs of an economic system that is broken. People used to be able to get ahead. Wages kept up with the cost of living. Housing was affordable. Essential services were owned and run for the public, not for the profits of the 1%. But over the last decade, corporate profits have doubled. The wealth of Australian billionaires grew by over $29 million per day last year. And now the top 1% hold more wealth than the bottom 50%. If you're a teacher, a plumber, a nurse, or you work in hospitality, you're paying a higher rate of tax on your wage than the big corporations and the ultra-wealthy are paying on their extreme wealth. No wonder people are fed up. The Greens are not going to give up fighting for the third of this country who rent. We're not going to stop fighting for first home buyers to be able to afford a home. And we won't stop calling out the racist dog whistling that pretends that the problems are because of migrants, whilst protecting the profits of billionaire donors. Because we don't accept that tinkering around the edges is the best that we can hope for, and neither should you.
Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you. I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill and the Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill. This bill does not find favour with the Liberal Party. It may have come as a surprise to you, Acting Temporary Chair. And for a variety of reasons, and I appreciate the calls from the other side of the aisle to hear my wisdom on this bill, or these bills. My concern with the approach of the government is that it does not appreciate sufficiently reward for risk. And that ultimately drives any economy. And we need to give those that take risk in our economy, risk everything, their financial future, and have an appropriate reward. So the debate over this bill was largely a rejection by the Liberal Party of a philosophy of redistribution, and rather a view that we should reward aspiration appropriately to increase our productivity, and as a consequence grow the pie and make all wealthy, and to share that wealth equally. Now, this was put more articulately than myself today by Mr. Jeff Wilson in a submission to a committee, and I'll quote him: "If we make productive investment less attractive, we should not be surprised if we get less of it. The economic consequences of these changes are straightforward. When you tax the returns on risk-bearing capital more heavily, fewer people take risk. Fewer risks means fewer companies built, fewer jobs created, and a smaller productive economy. Capital is mobile. If Australia becomes a less attractive place to invest, capital will flow elsewhere. Australia needs more entrepreneurship and more innovation, not less." Now, I appreciate the government has indicated that it's carving out for innovation, but all Australians, no matter what their endeavours, if they take risk, our tax system should say, yes, you can be well and truly rewarded. And I think this will, if this bill passes, then it will have an impact on our productivity. From my perspective, I want Australia to be one of the most innovative countries in the world and meet every Australian's aspirations. And those are the risk takers. We should not only reward them, but we should celebrate them. And I'm not sure that this bill, when enacted or passes the Senate and the other place upon its return, does so. I note the comments of my fellow Senator David Pocock in relation to the definition of innovation. I don't wish to necessarily repeat that, but I think creating boundaries or definitions around innovation and what is in and is out just makes the tax acts as a collective far more complicated. I also draw on the comments of Senator Canavan, the complexity of this legislation. Its growing complexity really is a retreat, and has been a long retreat under many governments from the principle that our legislation should be read by the average person or average Australian in the street. We've abandoned that principle, and again we lay on more and more complexity. And if you're a small business, you need a coterie of advisors before even working on the idea that you've had to create wealth for you, your family and your community. So we should reflect on this place that if you cannot simply understand the bill which is before you, and I have an unfair advantage in some ways, having come from financial services and had a long career in the law, even I find it extremely complicated. And I think, do we really want Australians spending more and more money on advisors rather than investing in their own businesses? I also note the comments of Andrew Irvine, the National Australia Bank's CEO, who makes a very good point about rejecting or pushing back on the distinction between taxing wealth and labour, and points out that we should be focusing on the distinction between taxing passive assets and risk assets. Passive assets do not necessarily produce the same return, but we don't want all our collective wealth going into passive assets. We want them into risk assets, particularly if we are going to address the challenge of climate change. I want our country to produce the solutions for the future, for the world, not adopt the technologies from other countries. I don't commend the bill to the chamber.
Thank you, Senator McLaughlin. Senator Askew.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendments Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026 and the associated Income Tax Amendments Bill. And I want to start with a very simple point, one that Tasmanians understand instinctively. No one voted for these taxes. Before the last election, the Prime Minister promised more than 50 times that he would not introduce new taxes of this kind. But what we have seen since budget night is a complete breach of trust. A government that said one thing to the Australian people and then did the exact opposite when it mattered most. Now, Tasmanians are practical people. We know budgets require choices, but we also know that when a promise is made, it should be kept. And when it's broken, there should be accountability. Instead, what we have is a set of policies designed not to grow the economy, but to manage its decline. Labor can't manage money, so they've come after yours. Across this package, we see a pattern: a tax on savings, a tax on investment, a tax on renters, a tax on small business, and yes, even a tax on what families hope to pass on to their children. It is a broad-based assault on aspiration. And for young Australians, whether they're in Hobart, Launceston, Devonport or Burnie, this budget sends a very clear message. The ladder of opportunity is being pulled up before they even have a chance to climb it. This government calls it intergenerational fairness, but let's be honest, there is nothing fair about making it harder for young people to buy a home, harder to save and harder to build something of their own. That is not fairness. That is intergenerational failure. Now, when we look at this bill specifically, we see 4 schedules. Schedule 1 changes the capital gains tax regime. Schedule 2 alters negative gearing. Schedules 3 and 4 introduce a working Australians tax offset and a standard deduction, which we support. But the Coalition opposes Schedules 1 and 2 because they strike at the heart of investment, confidence and housing supply. And this doesn't exist in isolation. This is part of a broader arrangement, a deal between Labor and the Greens, a deal that has injected even more uncertainty into an already fragile economic environment. Tasmanians watching this unfold would be forgiven for asking, who is actually driving economic policy in this country? Because what we see is a government that said before the election it would not bow to Greens' demands, but particularly around superannuation and property, and yet here we are. A government that Australians can no longer trust to stand by its word. Now let me turn to housing, because this is where the consequences become very real. In Tasmania, we already know what housing pressure looks like. We've seen tight rental markets, rising costs, and families struggling to find a place to live. Now, the government's own budget papers state that 35,000 fewer homes will be built because of these changes. That's not an opposition figure, that is their own number. And the reason is simple. When you tax something, you get less of it. If you tax housing investment, you get less housing investment. Less investment means fewer homes. Fewer homes means higher prices. And at the same time, the government continues to increase demand, bringing in more people than we have homes for. It is basic supply and demand, and the government has got both sides of the equation wrong. For renters, the story is equally concerning. Before anyone buys their first home, they rent. That's the reality for young Tasmanians trying to get ahead. Yet the government's own analysis admits these changes will increase rents. Independent economists have warned of substantial increases in major cities, and while the Tasmanian market is different, we are not immune. When supply tightens, pressure flows across the entire system, so renters are hit first with higher rents, and then again later when they try to save for their first home. It is a double hit on the very people this government claims to support. For first home buyers, the picture doesn't improve. Many young Australians today are doing everything right. They're working hard, they're saving, they're investing carefully, whether it's shares, ETFs or other assets, to build a deposit. And the government has looked at that effort, that discipline, that ambition and said, we're going to tax it more. That is not encouragement, that is not fairness, that is a disincentive to get ahead. At the same time, the government talks about helping first home buyers by increasing borrowing capacity, but more debt is not the same as more affordability. Higher borrowing simply pushes prices up and leaves young Australians with larger mortgages and repayments they carry for decades. That is not a solution, it is a band-aid that makes the underlying problem worse. Now let me turn to small business, because in Tasmania, small business isn't just part of the economy, it is the backbone of our communities. These are the people who open the shop early and close it late, who sponsor the local footy club, who give young people their first jobs. And what does this government say to them? It says, after you've taken the risk, built the business, created something of value, we're going to want half. The effective doubling of tax on sale for many small businesses sends a very dangerous signal that the reward for success will be heavily diminished. And this comes at a time when small businesses are already under pressure. Rising costs, workforce challenges, regulatory burdens. They don't have the resources of big corporations, no armies of lawyers or accountants, yet they bear the same weight of compliance. And instead of relief, this budget adds to that burden. For startups and innovators, the outlook is equally troubling. Australia and Tasmania needs people willing to take risks, to build new industries and to embrace emerging sectors, including in technology and advanced manufacturing. But these tax settings risk driving that ambition elsewhere. Employee share schemes which allow startups to attract talent are being undermined. The signal to founders is clear. Take your ideas, your energy and your investment and consider doing it somewhere else. A country that punishes risk will eventually run short of people willing to take it. And then there is what has been described as a death tax. Tasmanians believe deeply in the idea that if you work hard, save carefully and build something over a lifetime, you should be able to pass that on to your children and grandchildren. That is not about wealth, it is about legacy. It is about family. It is about giving the next generation a better start. When the government inserts itself into that process and claims a share, it crosses a line for many Australians. And when that measure appears buried in the detail rather than clearly explained and openly debated, it raises serious questions about transparency and trust. Deputy President, the Coalition takes a very different approach. We believe in an economy that backs people who work hard, take risks and try to get ahead. We will oppose these measures in Schedules 1 and 2, and if they are passed, we have been clear. They will be repealed by a coalition government. Because when you tax investment, you get less investment. When you tax housing, you get fewer homes. When you tax effort and ambition, you discourage both. Our plan is straightforward: lower taxes, lower inflation, and policies that support, not punish, the self-starters of this country. We will introduce a tax-back guarantee so Australians are not pushed into higher tax brackets simply because inflation has increased their nominal income. That means fairness, transparency and relief, particularly for working Australians doing it tough. We will restore balance to housing and migration, ensuring that population growth aligns with our capacity to build homes. And we will invest in the infrastructure needed to unlock new supply, because the only sustainable way to bring housing costs down is to build more homes. For small business, we will make the instant asset write-off permanent, because when small business invests, it grows. And when it grows, so does the Australian economy. And we will ensure that the tax system rewards effort, encourages innovation and supports those willing to back themselves. Finally, we will ensure that Australians retain the right to pass on what they have built without the government taking a share at the end. Deputy President, this debate comes down to a very simple question: what kind of economy and what kind of country do we want to be? One where aspiration is encouraged, or one where it is taxed? One where young people are supported to get ahead, or one where they face barrier after barrier? One where small business is celebrated, or one where it is treated as a revenue source? For Tasmanians and for Australians more broadly, the answer is clear. We want an economy where effort is rewarded, where opportunity is real, and where the next generation can look to the future with confidence. This legislation in its current form does not deliver that, and that is why the Coalition opposes the harmful elements within it and will continue to stand up for Australians who simply want a fair chance to get ahead. Thank you.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. And I too rise to speak against Labor's toxic tax agenda and the dangerous deal that they have done at the expense of the Australian people with the Greens. Sadly, Deputy President, Australians were told one thing by the Prime Minister before the election. What's worse than that, though, is that they weren't told it once. They were told it time and time and time again. In fact, over 50 times prior to the last election, the Australian people were looked in the eye by the Prime Minister when he was asked a very direct question. Will there be any changes to capital gains tax if we give you our vote? And he said to them, hand on heart, my word is my bond, no, there will not be. He was asked the other question, if I give you my vote, will there be any changes to negative gearing? And again, hand on heart, he looked them in the eye and he said, my word is my bond, no, there will not be. There's a word, sadly, we're not able to say in this place. It begins with an L and it ends in an R. Fill in the two vowels yourself. But that is what the Prime Minister is. He has been proven to be time and time again now, a person who will look the Australian people in the eye and say, quite frankly, whatever he likes, whatever it takes to actually get into power. And then, as he has now said, he will just change his position. Well, shame on you, Prime Minister. Every day between now and the next election, the Coalition are going to call out the fact that you told the Australian people one thing 50 times prior to the election, and then as soon as you could, you did a dirty deal with the Australian Greens, and as you've said, you just changed your position. Australians know they have been misled by this Prime Minister. This is a government that has now abandoned any form of pretence. This is a government who are now quite happy to say to the Australian people, yes, we told you one thing before the election, we said there'd be no changes to capital gains tax, we said there'd be no changes to negative gearing, and guess what? We never meant it. We never, ever meant it, but guess what? We sucked you in at the time, you believed us, and sadly now, across the board, Australians will pay the the price. What is going to be rushed through this Senate tomorrow under a guillotine with little to no time to debate? They're not reforms. They're not productivity measures. They're certainly not economic growth measures. They are taxes, they are tax increases designed to fund a government that sadly cannot manage its own money. And the simple truth is this, and sadly it has been said time and time again. Labor cannot manage its own finances, and the sad reality is when it runs out of money, it comes after yours. And of course, this comes on top of the fact that Australians are already struggling. Families are struggling to pay the mortgage. Renters are struggling to find a home. Those who can get into a home are now paying increasingly high rents. You just need to go for a walk in the morning now in local suburbs. And guess what you will see? Families who are working, dual income, doing the right thing, bias, living in cars with their children. They are just casualties of a Labor government who has given up any pretence of actually caring. Small businesses. How many times now do you walk down a street in your local community and what do you see? Empty window after empty window after empty window. For lease, for lease, for lease. And when you inquire, what happened to the small business that used to be in there? They look you in the eye and they say, cost of living. Labor's cost of living. They couldn't afford their energy bills, so they had to close their doors. People stopped coming into the small business because they didn't have the money to actually make a purchase. And so what happens to the small business? Well, guess what? It closes its doors. Sadly, though, at the heart of this bill, and I think this is what has upset so many people, young Australians who are doing the right thing by the government. They were actually saving for a home deposit. They were buying shares. They were doing electronic fund transfers. They were putting that little bit away so one day they could have what so many on the Labor side of politics have had, what so many Australians have had, the ability to buy a home, to negative gear it, and to maybe one day sell that home so you had a little bit of money that would help you fund your retirement. And what has Mr Albanese said? He said, well, guess what? That's too good for you. The way so many Australians funded their retirement, as I said, doing the right thing by the government, that aspiration, that ladder, sadly, now pulled out from under you. What's Labor's answer to all of that? More taxes. More taxes, just like a good socialist government always does. More taxes. More taxes on the people who save. More taxes on the people who invest. More taxes on the people who employ Australians, the good old small businesses out there. More taxes on the people who take risks. This was a country that was once built on the fact that it didn't matter who you are, where you came from, what your status was in life. If you embraced an opportunity and took a risk, you could be successful in life. Labor's answer to that now was, well, we're going to take a bit of that. Thanks for taking the risk, but guess what? Because we are no longer able to manage the economy, we're actually going to take a bit of what you've made. More taxes on the very people that we want to get ahead. The tradies, the nurses, the teachers, you name it. The average Australian who just wanted to be aspirational, Labor and the Australian Greens, they are putting a stake through the heart of aspiration. And at a time when Australia should be encouraging investment, Labor has chosen a deliberate path and are punishing it. At a time when Australia should be encouraging aspiration, Labor is attacking it at a time when Australia should be encouraging people to build wealth and create jobs. Labor is making it harder. And that is why these bills are so dangerous, because they don't simply affect today's investors, they affect tomorrow's investors.
Senator Cash, you will be in continuation. I shall now proceed to senators' statements. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with informal arrangements for speaking times as agreed by the whips. And I call Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. I rise today to acknowledge the passing of Professor Peter Buckskin. On behalf of the government, I extend my condolences to his two children, Peter and Lorraine, his nephew Daniel, great-nephew Hamish, the entire Buckskin family and all those who knew and loved him. Professor Buckskin was a proud Narungga man from Gurunda on South Australia's York Peninsula. He was and will be remembered as one of Australia's most respected Aboriginal leaders in education. For more than 4 decades, Peter dedicated his life to advancing rights and educational outcomes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Beginning his career as a teacher, Professor Buckskin would go on to hold senior executive roles in both state and Commonwealth governments, serve as a ministerial advisor and lead major reforms in Indigenous education. Early in his teaching career at Noongar College in Broome, he travelled extensively across the Kimberley to engage with and learn directly from students, families and communities. Peter believed educators needed to understand where young people came from in order to truly support them. That belief remained central to his work throughout his life. He understood that educational reform was about developing real connections and a deep understanding of community. Peter built a career that challenged systems that excluded Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people from decision-making. He spoke openly about the role education had played in assimilation and dispossession. He worked relentlessly to create systems where First Nations students, educators and communities could not only participate but lead. Peter served as Dean of the University of South Australia's David Yanayapan College of Indigenous Education and Research. He was the chair of South Australia's Aboriginal Education and Training Consultative Council, served as a co-chair of Reconciliation SA and led the SA Aboriginal Training and Employment Consultative Committee. In 2023, Professor Buckskin became the inaugural chair of the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Education Corporation, the national peak body for Indigenous education. He also served as chair of Tarundi Aboriginal College for more than 20 years, continuing his lifelong commitment to Aboriginal community-controlled education. Professor Buckskin's influence for First Nations people also extended to the global stage. In 2010, he was an inaugural board member of the National Congress of Australia's First Peoples. He represented Australia in international forums, including UNESCO and the Working Group of Experts to the UN Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, helping to shape policy frameworks that recognise and protect Indigenous rights worldwide. He was also an international representative of the World Indigenous Peoples Conference on Education and was instrumental in bringing the conference to Adelaide in September 2022, creating an opportunity for Indigenous educators and leaders from around the globe to come together and share knowledge and experiences. His contributions were recognised through numerous honours, including the Public Service Medal for Outstanding Public Service, the Frank G. Glasson Award for the Leadership in Teacher Education, National Deadly Awards for Outstanding Achievements in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander education, among fellowships and doctorates from leading national and global institutions. These honours are small reflections of the enormous respect in which Professor Buckskin was held and which he earned throughout his lifetime of service. But Peter's greatest legacy lies in the generations of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students, educators and leaders. He was a great mentor, someone I deeply respected. Countless lives have been and will be enriched through Peter's advocacy and unwavering commitment to cultural integrity and educational justice. His life has had a profound impact on education, Indigenous affairs and to Australia. Once again, I extend my deepest condolences to all the Buckskin family. Valet Professor Peter Buckskin. Yo, Bawjabara.
Thank you, Senator McCarthy. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. It's always a great thing to get out of our capital cities and into regional Australia, and I was lucky enough last week to spend some time in the bush, in particular in a great little country town in Western Australia called Gamalling. Sadly, the reason I was there was not quite so cheerful. The Australia Post branch network is under enormous pressure, and I was in Gamalling meeting with Colette and John Gibson, and also Sally Martin, who runs the AusPost branch in 2J. But Colette and John talked about the pressure they were under as owners of an Australia Post branch network business in a small country town. And sadly, they are not alone. We have heard from right over Western Australia's regions and right over Australian regions that the Australia Post branch network is under extraordinary pressure. Pressure to survive, pressure to be financially viable, pressure to provide their communities with basic services that people in the cities take for granted. Now, you've got to remember that whilst Gamalling luckily does still have a bank branch, over 600 bank branches in rural and regional Australia have closed over the past decade or so. This means that there are many communities out there where the only access to banking services they have is through the Australia Post managed Bank at Post network, which runs through their branch network. Australia Post is legally obligated to maintain the branch network, and I think it is Australia Post's most valuable asset. It should be not seen by corporate level Australia Post executives as a burden, that they need to have that presence right across Australia. It should be seen as their competitive advantage, and they need to think creatively, work out ways in which that legally mandated branch network can be used of value. But that is not just an obligation for Australia Post. It is, as an Australian government-owned entity, also a question for the government and a question for all of those in this chamber and the other one to put our minds to how that branch network can be valued, can be encouraged, can be made financially viable. Because as I have said, this is not just about Gamalling, this is not just about Colette and John, whose story I heard last week. This is about Australia Post branches right across regional Australia, and particularly in my home state of Western Australia. I've heard from Bruce Rock, where Simon Campbell and his family have run the local post office for 20 years. I've heard of Mount Barker, where licensee Sandra Perry is an absolutely respected member of the local business community. Amanda McKenna from Williams, Luana Chiswell from Darkin, and I could go on and on and on. These are businesses vital to their local community. They provide a vital service, and it is up to Australia Post management, and it is up to the government and this place to make sure that not only do these businesses survive, but thrive in the modern world. I want to congratulate the APVMA on ignoring some of the chatter from the activist classes and some of the lawfare we have seen in other countries around the use of a vital agricultural chemical in paraquat. The APVMA has reauthorised the use of paraquat, and this is of great interest and a great relief to the farming community in my home state of Western Australia. Paraquat is an essential agricultural chemical. Chemicals by their very nature carry risks, and all farmers and all of those who use chemicals understand that and acknowledge that. However, the APVMA, through re-registering paraquat, has said those risks can be managed. Now, every farmer I know, and this has changed an extreme amount over my lifetime, take the use of chemicals extraordinarily seriously. They do not want to use 1 litre of chemical that they do not have to use, and they do not want to use, in fact, 1 millilitre of chemical that they do not have to use. But modern farming systems do require the use of chemicals in order to be efficient and feed the world, and the APVMA's ruling has, thankfully, taken this into account and made a sensible regulatory decision. Well, we've seen the stories of the CFMEU and their absolutely disgraceful behaviour in the media over the last few years, but these stories just keep going on and keep getting worse and worse. And not just the criminality and not just the violence that they have inflicted upon communities, particularly as we have seen through the inquiry in Queensland and through the police investigations in Victoria, but also through this government doing the bidding of the union movement to empower the inefficiency of these unions. We see now in the Snowy scheme the ANAO revealing that during the 2023, and I've got to say this is a bit of a euphemism, project reset, the core contractual structure shifted, which reallocated massive costs and risks directly from private contractors and onto the Australian government. At the same time, it has also seen the CFMEU benefit enormously from both the intersection of that project reset and the empowerment given to them, handed to them on a platter by this government through the industrial relations changes that they have forced through. But nowhere have we seen more starkly revealed the criminality of the CFMEU than in Victoria. Geoffrey Watson, SC, estimated that CFMEU's conduct on Victoria to be on the $100 billion big build infrastructure program was at least 15%. That is $15 billion of taxpayers' money flowing through corruption to union officials, standover men, and we now know outlaw motorcycle gangs, drug dealers and organised crime. Watson said, if you measured crime and corruption on a scale of 0 to 10, and I quote, New South Wales is about a 2 or a 3, Queensland about a 5, and Victoria about 1,000. It's insane, end quote. This is a union that has been defended by members of the government for years and years. In Queensland, the Watson report and the Commission of Inquiry. Geoffrey Watson's report in Queensland found the CFMEU's, quote, campaign of violence was likely planned and directed by former State Secretary Michael Ravbar and Assistant Secretary Jade Ingham against workers, women and children. Watson wrote, and I quote, I fear this investigation only scratched the surface of the violence of the Queensland CFMEU. He said, and I quote, obstinate refusal to cooperate from critical witnesses who he went on to say were afflicted with widespread memory loss. The Watson report documented conduct including bomb hoaxes, death threats, vile personal attacks and threats made against women and children. This should not be a part of the Australia we live in. And now we see, thanks again to this Labor government's empowerment of the union movement through their changes to the law, unions infecting the workplaces of the north of Western Australia, which have delivered extraordinarily high wages and extraordinary productivity to
Senator
this
Brockman,
nation.
your time has expired. Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Senator Pauline Hanson likes to present herself as a patriot, but here is the truth of the matter. She is no patriot. The truth is she seeks to destroy Australian values. The truth is that Senator Hanson is one of the most anti-Australian political figures this country has ever produced. One Nation is built on a hatred of modern Australia, and it is built on a hatred of our diversity as a country. It is built on a hatred of our multicultural success story. It's built on a hatred of the concept, the very idea that people from different backgrounds and different kinds of people can live together in peace and mutual respect. One Nation despises the generosity, the resilience and the decency that ordinary Australians show each other every day. For 30 years now, Senator Hanson has been the ugly voice of white resentment in Australian politics, forever searching for a new group to blame for all the challenges in our society. Migrants, Asians, Muslims, First Nations people, refugees, international students and most recently transgender people, they have all taken their turn in Senator Hanson's firing line. But tellingly, for most of One Nation's history, almost every Australian has rejected them outright. Until a few years ago, the best One Nation could hope for when running for office was getting their deposit back, meaning the candidate, usually Senator Hanson herself, could make a tidy profit. And that was because Australians saw right through Senator Hanson and One Nation. And that was before dark money from international far-right organisations started pouring into culture war politics in Australia. That was before billionaires from this very country, like Gina Rinehart, started pouring rivers of gold into One Nation coffers. Before then, Senator Hanson was nothing more than a political sideshow. She ran unsuccessfully whenever she could, while One Nation repeatedly collapsed under the weight of its own clown car incompetence. So what changed? Today, One Nation is a willing tool of international far-right organisations, an international dark operation that seeks to divide Australians and undermine our very democracy and the institutions that serve our country. For all the AI slop we see from One Nation featuring Australian flags and laugh emoji patriotism, One Nation is Israel first, the United States and Donald Trump second, Senator Hanson herself third, and the rest of us dead last. They are the emerging face of fascism in this country, and the Greens are here to fight them. Because One Nation is not a serious political party. It has candidates and office bearers that are white-collar criminals, multi-level marketing operators, sex offenders and barely disguised Nazis. It is grifters and chancers all the way down from the very top. And despite all this, so much of our media continue to act as Hansonism's handmaidens. The Liberal Party are predictably trying and failing to outflank her on the right. And what a fool's errand that is, to try and outflank fascists to their right, because I'm telling the Liberal Party and Mr Taylor now, if you try and outflank them to the right, that will just encourage them to descend further into fascism. And then the Labor Party still imagines that Hansonism can be defeated with a spreadsheet and a press release. But I say to the Labor Party, do you really think that people who boo welcome to country ceremonies and want to kidnap family court judges are going to listen to you when you say, actually the migration number is going down? Let me be really clear about this. The answer to fascism and the answer to a politics of hatred is not managerialism. It is not assimilation. The answer to fascism is moral clarity and a willingness to resist and fight at every turn. And that, colleagues, is where the Greens come in, because we will fight against this politics. We will proudly defend a diverse, multicultural Australia, and we will never stop calling Hansonism what it is: a billionaire and dark international money-funded politics of division that seeks to succeed by encouraging Australians to hate and fear each other. And nowhere, colleagues, is the poverty of Hansonism more obvious than its obsession with transgender Australians. Sadly, an obsession shared by too many members of the Liberal and National parties. Of all the challenges facing our country, of all the challenges facing everyday Australians as they go about their lives, Hansonism has chosen to dedicate an extraordinary amount of time to policing where a tiny minority of people end up going to the toilet. Yep. That's what this is about. What a sad, pathetic way that is to spend their lives, these Hansonites. Beneath all the slogans and manufactured outrage of transphobia lies a simple fact. The anti-trans movement is a group of people utterly devoid of empathy and utterly devoid of compassion. The central claim of the anti-trans movement is so absurd that it collapses the moment you say it out loud. We are expected to believe that someone would turn their entire life upside down, expose themselves to hatred, ridicule and abuse, risk estrangement from their loved ones, become the target of relentless political attacks just so they can walk into a particular toilet or win a high school sporting trophy. That is nonsense, it is deeply harmful, and it is based on hatred and lies. Transphobia is a movement that spends an extraordinary amount of time obsessing about other people's genitals, about other people's bodies and other people's private lives, while accusing everyone else of being obsessed. It is a movement that presents itself as defending freedom while demanding the right to scrutinise, judge, control and police other people's identities and other people's bodies and other people's lives. Well, most Australians are better than this. They understand that kindness costs nothing. Most Australians understand that somebody else's gender identity is none of their damned business. And that is what this debate reveals. It reveals nothing about transgender Australians, and it reveals everything about transphobes and transphobia. Hansonism is a politics so devoid of solutions, so bereft of hope and so bereft of compassion that it has convinced itself the source of Australians' problems is a tiny group of people simply trying to live their lives and be who they are. It's very instructive that last week Senator Hanson used the phrase transgender insurgency at the press club. But the relevance, I suggest, is lost on her. An insurgency is actually a group that fights back against tyranny and fights back against an invading force. And given one nation's reliance on imported culture wars and foreign money, they should be seen as the tyranny, they should be seen as the invading force. And if Senator Hanson wants an insurgency, the Greens are here to give her one. An insurgency to fight fascism, an insurgency to fight corporate power, an insurgency to fight billionaires, to defend trans people, to defend multiculturalism and to defend human rights. An insurgency that fights and resists the poison
Senator
and filth
McKim,
spewed by
your
one
time
nation. That's what the Greens are here for.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, we know that Australia is a country of people who work hard, not just for themselves but for their families. Australians work hard to build a better life for themselves, for their children, for their communities. This is the country that we know and we love because aspiration has always been an important part of the Australian way. It has been the reason why so many people have chosen Australia to come to live over generations. It's something that we celebrate in North Queensland, the different cultures and peoples who have come to this country, but united in a desire to be a part of a common culture, the Australian culture, where when you work hard and you're fair, you are accepted and part of a greater Australian community. But under this government, we have never seen such an attack on Australian way of life, Australian standard of living, indeed everything about that common culture that Australians love and value. Indeed, the dirty deal that's been done this week with the Greens Party is nothing short of a complete sellout. The Prime Minister himself said 50 times that there would not be changes to negative gearing. There would not be changes to the capital gains tax. There would not be death duties. There would not be changes to testamentary trusts. And yet, that is exactly what was announced in this budget. This is another of Labor's lies. This is not lower power prices. This is not securing a reliable, predictable economy. This is changes to the CGT, to the very robust, agile economic environment that we have to allow mum and dad investors to invest in startups, tech companies, but also to junior miners and explorers, to innovative farming businesses, to businesses of every type and location. But all of Labor's budget announcements go to the heart of attacking those things. What have they had to do? Well, they've watched the backlash across Australia as Australians say, no, we did not vote for this. In fact, at the 2019 election, they rejected Bill Shorten's campaign on exactly these kind of issues. So it has taken us until 2026 for Labor to sneak back in these announcements despite having no approval from the Australian people to do it. And what's it resulted on? 4 years of a Labor government has resulted in out-of-control inflation. Out-of-control inflation. I mean, Labor would have you say that they inherited a higher cost of inflation than now. But to be clear, they are taking a point in time, a spike following the lockdowns in Victoria and New South Wales. A very short point in time. In fact, on average, under the coalition, inflation was half of what Labor now is giving to Australians. Now, inflation is a tricky thing. Most people don't really understand what inflation means for them, but it means three things that we all care about passionately. Inflation means that prices for every single thing that you do are higher. The price of food on the shelf is higher. The price of clothes in the store is higher. The cost of your rent is higher. Now, it is the government's job to manage inflation, to not have out-of-control spending. But that is a hallmark of this Labor government. Indeed, the amount of money that this Labor government is spending is nearly double what it was under the coalition prior to this government prior to COVID. This is extraordinary. And it is that out-of-control spending that has created higher inflation in Australia than in comparable G7 countries. Higher. Now, the RBA's job, singular job, is to keep inflation under control. So the government has given the RBA no choice but to increase interest rates. So for every Australian who's struggling with their mortgage and the price they pay to keep their home, they have some of the highest interest rates in the world. 15 interest rate rises under Labor. Now that means that inflation, the government's out-of-control spending, means you pay more for every single thing that you buy and you pay higher mortgage rates. And of course the third thing it leads to is higher taxes, which is of course what Labor has just delivered under this latest budget, because their out-of-control spending means once they've spent all of their money, they're coming after yours. We have seen massive increases in insurance of over 40%, gas 40%, electricity 37%, rents 20%, education has increased by 20%, food prices 17% and health costs 17%. We have seen the biggest collapse in living standards in the developed world right here in Australia. Right here. So if Australians think they're worse off, they are. But they're worse off because of this Albanese Labor government's policies and out-of-control spending and an inability to cut that spending. So what are we left with? Higher interest rates, higher prices, and now higher taxes. Labor lectures us about intergenerational inequality, but it is delivering higher debt, higher government debt to future generations because of its inability to manage its own budget. The message to young Australians is that under Labor, aspiration and building something for your family is bad. That's what Labor is telling Australians. What Labor is telling Australians is that they should expect less from whatever their parents, their family may have left to them. A family home, death taxes is well on this government's agenda. The government has taken none of the risk that young business people, old business people, none of the risk that investors take to establish new mining ventures, new tech companies, new ag businesses. The government has taken none of that risk and yet wants to take 40% of the reward. Regional Australia is the one that is really copping it though. Regional Australia has just seen a smashing of the sort of financing and support that we receive post-disasters. In fact, Queensland has led the way on moving to a betterment model, making sure that every flood is handled better than the last, that Queenslanders have better results. But under this Labor government, they have just slashed funding to support states following disasters. They have also slashed funding to Disaster Relief Australia. These are the 7,500 volunteers who turn up for months at a time to help Australians at their greatest time of need. Everyday Australians, farmers, tradies, small businesses in regional Australia are worse off thanks to this Labor government. This small business carve-out that the government is talking about on the budget is another con. 9 out of 10 small businesses are worse off under Labor. Canberra is going to decide who's innovative. If that is not the greatest hypocrisy you have ever heard, to have bureaucrats and government departments deciding what innovation and tech is, then I don't know what else could describe it. This is an attack on our productive industries, on mining, on resources. Confidence has been undermined, investment has been discouraged, and projects have been delayed. So we know that under the coalition, we will restore Australians' living standards. We will protect Australians' way of life because the coalition backs Australians. Thank you.
Senator Mulholland.
Labor is the party of working families. And just 1 week from today, on the 1st of July, life gets that little bit easier for families right across the country. In 1 week, the Albanese government expands paid parental leave to a full 6 months. That's 26 weeks. Families receiving the full entitlement will see almost $30,000 in government-funded paid parental leave payments for their families. That is more than double what families received before Labor came to government in 2022. And from the 1st of July, the rate of payment rises to $1,000.70 per week. We've also delivered superannuation on paid parental leave. That means parents keep earning superannuation while they're on their parental leave. We've also increased income limits, so more working families qualify than ever before. It was a Labor government that introduced paid parental leave in this country, and it is a Labor government that will always defend it. 460,000 families have benefited from paid parental leave since we expanded it under this government. And those working families should never forget it was the Liberal Party and the One Nation Party who voted against expanding paid parental leave and paying super on it. I stand here as a working mum and I know this stuff matters. Those first few months are precious. The nights are indeed long, but the days are short and they go by way too fast. Every parent deserves the opportunity to be there for their child without lying awake worrying about the bills they need to pay. This reform delivers exactly that. More time, more support, more peace of mind. Real support for working families. And I'm so proud of the support that these changes will give Australian families. Parents will decide for themselves how to divide their leave between the primary and secondary caregiver. Some families will want mum to stay at home for longer. Some will want dad or a partner to take on more of the caring. Many will want to share it more evenly than the generation before them could. No two families are the same. This reform trusts parents to do what works for them because they know their family the best. And it matters enormously to working women. For far too long, the load of caring fell on women alone, and it held them back at work and in their economic security. When both parents can share the caring, women no longer have to choose between the children that they love and the careers that they have built. Supporting families doesn't stop there. Paid parental leave is just one piece of a much larger picture, because supporting families does not end when the leave does. It continues every day when a parent walks their child through the door of an early learning centre. That is why we are expanding access to early childhood education and care, making it safer and lifting its quality. Just last week, the Albanese government locked in a historic pay rise for the people who care for our littlest Australians. We're investing a further $3.6 billion to lock in the 15% pay rise for our early childhood educators. That means around $255 more per week for an educator and around $410 per week for early childhood teachers. It's tied to centres who limit their fees so workers are paid fairly without the costs landing on families. Our 3-day guarantee makes sure every child who needs it can access 3 days of subsidised early learning. We are tying funding to quality and safety, so services must meet the national safety standard to keep it. Parents deserve to know that their child is safe. Since the pay rise began, there are around 20,000 more educators and vacancies have fallen by almost a third. Paying our educators properly and more people want to, if we pay our educators more properly, we know that more people want to take on this important work. And that is exactly what the Albanese government is all about, backing our parents, backing our little Australians, making sure every family has what they need to flourish. More time at home, more time in the budget, safer, more affordable early learning. And that is the difference between this government and those that sit opposite. Every support for working families that we have delivered has been opposed by the Liberals and One Nation. Just last week, Senator Hanson accused working mums of being lazy and not showing up to work. She questioned the need for paid parental leave and told women exactly what she thinks of them. Well, I say this, the measure of a society is not how much hardship we preserve, it is how much hardship we remove. I don't think the parents of 1.4 million children in childcare lay awake wishing that childcare was more expensive. They don't need lectures on how things used to be. They need policies that reflect how things are now.
Senator Mulholland. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Deputy President. On the 10th of March this year, Tas farmers wrote to me and a number of other colleagues and ministers of the government, for that matter, expressing concerns with respect to the proposed sale of Rushy Lagoon in the northeast of Tasmania to a foreign investment company. Now, Rushy Lagoon is a 22,000 hectare irrigated beef and dairy farm. It's highly productive, doing exceptionally well what it does, but the proposal that sits on the table and in front of the government right now is that this sale will be subsidised by the Clean Energy Finance Corporation to convert this 22,000 hectare irrigated beef and dairy farm to grow trees. This is an absurd proposition. So when I received this correspondence from Tas farmers, I forwarded it to the Treasurer on the 19th of March, and I know that the Treasurer has received the correspondence direct from Tas farmers, and a number of other ministers have as well. I understand the Finance Minister and the Tasmanian Minister for Agriculture, the Minister for Agriculture, who is a Tasmanian, I make sure I get that right. And I further wrote to Dr Chalmers on the 11th of May, expressing my concerns about the fact that this sale was being subsidised by the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. I don't have a problem necessarily with foreign investment. Foreign investment's an important thing for our economy and has had a very positive role over time. But the fact that this foreign investment is going to be subsidised in a market-distorting manner by the Clean Energy Finance Corporation to convert a 22,000 hectare beef irrigated, so there's been a lot of investment in infrastructure on this property, a 22,000 hectare irrigated beef and dairy farm to grow trees is an absurdity. It is distorting the local market. And as the Tas farmers letter to me and to others said, they are very concerned about this. The conversion, the impact on agriculture in the region. It's a large producing dairy farm, and so the impact on the viability of milk pickup through the northeast is a question that's been raised. There's also questions been raised about the viability of beef processing in northern Tasmania, where there's a large beef processing plant at Longford, and the loss of the stock that comes off this property into that is also of a concern. But the distortion of the agricultural land market is the primary concern of both the local community and the Tas Farmers organisation. What really concerns me, Deputy President, is that none of those letters have received any response from members of government. Tas Farmers, my letters have all been ignored by the government. Zero response. There is no way known that this sale, subsidised by the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, is in our national interest. It's just not in our interest when we're currently developing, the government is developing a national food security plan to convert a 22,000 hectare irrigated beef and dairy farm to grow trees. It just does not make sense. Why should we be subsidising the sequestration of CO2 for foreign companies and foreign businesses in Australia, subsidised by the Australian taxpayer, at the expense of growing food for Australians and for our export industries. Why would we be doing that? And here's another nasty little curl to the whole situation. One of the executives on the board of the Foreign Investment Review Board that's considering this is also a board member of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. So explain to me how we get a fair deal. How do we get an unbiased deal when you've got this cross-pollinisation between these two organisations? How is the conflict of interest being managed by this government? They refuse to answer any questions. They refuse to answer any questions to all of the concerns validly raised by Tas farmers, by members of the local community in the northeast. Everyone else is being silent. My letters, Tas farmers' letters, are all being ignored by the government, and this sale is not in Australia's national interest and should not be supported by the government.
Your time has expired. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise today to speak about agritourism in Australia, and it's an important opportunity to tell a better story about our regions, our farmers, our food and our communities. And agritourism sounds like a policy word, but indeed it's an idea that is very, very human. It's about families stopping at the farm gate and buying fruit straight from the grower. It's about kids picking berries and learning that food doesn't begin its life wrapped in plastic. It's a cellar door, farmer's market, farm stay station or a food trail through one of our beautiful regional towns. At its heart, agritourism is about connection. It connects visitors with the lands, consumers with producers, and city families with regional communities. It gives farmers and local businesses another way to share what they do with pride. And that matters because our farmers do some pretty amazing and extraordinary work. They manage drought, floods, fires, changing markets, rising import costs and workforce pressures. But too often, people who buy Australian produce never get to meet the people who are behind it. Agritourism opens the gate. It allows people to see the work, the skill and the care behind Australian food and fibre. It is not about replacing farming, it's about strengthening farm businesses in tough seasons. Tourism Research Australia recently found that in 2024, trips involving agritourism activities accounted for 18.5 million trips and nearly 100 million nights and $20.3 billion in spending across Australia. 3 in 4 visited regional Australia, and this means that visitors staying, eating, shopping and spending money in towns, that also made a huge difference. I was reminded of this recently when I travelled with the Joint Standing Committee on Trade and Investment Growth for its Rural and Regional Growth Inquiry around Mount Gambier and the Coonawarra. We visited Patrick of Coonawarra, and what stood out was not only the quality of the wine, but the way in which the cellar door became the front door to the region. Visitors came to taste the wine, but they also learned about the climate, the soil, the growers, and a broader story about their community. And in the Adelaide Hills, we visited Jerleek and the Berenberg farms. These are very different businesses, but they all show the same point, and that is that regional products carry a story of place. Whether it's food, wine, skincare, herbs, berries or preserves, people want to know where things come from. When businesses share that story directly with visitors, the benefits flow beyond one farm gate. Western Australia, my hometown, has so much to offer, from the southwest to the Great Southern to the Wheat Belt, the Gascoyne, the Pilbara and also the Kimberley. Across our great state, agriculture and pastoral life, Aboriginal culture, food production and nature-based tourism all have enormous potential. Margaret River shows this is exactly what that can look like. And I know, and it's also known for its, around the world for its wine. But its strength is the whole experience, the cellar doors, the breweries, the paddock to plate meals, the beaches, the forests, the galleries and the local producers working together. A visitor might come for one thing, but they stay because the region gives them so many more reasons to explore. And that's one of the lessons of agritourism, that no single business can carry out the whole visitor experience alone. A farmer, a winery, a cafe, a First Nations cultural tourism operator, accommodation provider and a regional event can all be part of the same story. We should also recognise the importance of First Nations tourism. First Nations food experiences, cultural tours and on-country tourism helps visitors to understand the deep history, knowledge and the meaning of the land. This must be First Nations led. And when done properly, it supports jobs, it strengthens cultural pride and allows culture to be shared on First Nations terms. The Albanese Labor government has recognised these opportunities through practical support for regional producers, including the Wine Tourism and Cellar Door Grant Program. And in 2024, more than 200 wine and cider businesses shared in $10 million of funding, including 34 of them from Western Australia. The government has extended this program for another 3 years and with $300 million in new funding. Agritourism is not about turning every farm into a tourist experience. Some farmers want to do that and some don't. But for those who do, we should make it easier, build safe and sustainable and authentic experiences, because when agritourism works, everybody gains. Farmers diversify, visitors learn and regional towns get more foot traffic.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Last week, the South Australian Parliament gave BHP the go-ahead for a $25 billion expansion of Olympic Dam, one of the world's largest copper mines, till 2086. Another 60 years of destruction of country and heritage. BHP extracts about 70 million litres of water a day from the Great Artesian Basin. The depletion of water in the basin through BHP is threatening the sacred mound springs on Arabana country, which have sustained life in the desert for thousands of years. Elders remember the bubbler spring throwing water high into the air. Today, it barely lifts above the ground. For what? A copper mine? For our people, water is not a resource. Arabana elder Sydney Strangeways says, like blood in your body, it keeps you alive. You need water in your country to keep it alive. Water readings since 1985 show significant reductions of flow and springs drying up. If Borefield A is not shut down immediately, these spring complexes will be lost forever. Yet this expansion allows for extraction until 2036 anyway. This is like the destruction of Juukan Gorge, only painfully slower. You don't need dynamite to destroy a sacred place. You can do it 1 litre at a time until the water and the stories that go with it are gone. This could have been prevented by a World Heritage listing of the Lake Eyre region, but in 1995, then Premier Dean Brown advocated for the region not to be considered for listing as it might interfere with radioactive waste storage sites planned for the Woomera region. Kokatha people, the traditional owners of the land Roxby Downs sits on, says the original mining deal authorised the destruction of their land. The Roxby Downs Indenture Ratification Act was passed in 1982, before native title and national environmental and heritage protection laws. Even then, it was set up to override state laws that contradict it, so that corporate interests could prevail over everything else. 44 years later, there is no excuse for bending 16 separate state acts to the terms of a private agreement. The Environment, Water, Planning, Local Government Act and Pastoral Land Act. This one operation gets a legal framework written purely for the largest mining company on earth. BHP has the audacity to publicly commit to free, prior and informed consent by First Peoples, yet the traditional owners of the lands and waters affected were never even consulted. They were handed a finished bill and told the matter was closed. That is not consent. As Arabana people themselves say, hearing of a decision after it is made is not consultation, and consultation is not consent. Consent means the right to say no and to have that no respected. The inquiry into the bill was no better. allowing just 10 days for submissions and tabling the report the day after submissions closed. There wasn't even time to read them. Of the concerns raised in submissions from Arabana people, Kokatha people, Dairy people, from South Australia's own First Nations Voice, from lawyers, scientists and people who have spent their lives on these springs, none made it into the committee's report. When the minister was asked why, he said, and I quote, "They weren't relevant." The concerns of the traditional owners of the country this bill decides the fate of for the next 60 years were not relevant. This shows us whose voice counts, who matters, and of all weeks they choose to do this during National Reconciliation Week. There will never be reconciliation until you listen to the true sovereign people of the land. That's us. South Australia and BHP quietly wrote each other an indemnity against native title compensation. Traditional owners cannot take it to court. The South Australian minister said that the concerns about native title were not part of the indenture because native title is a federal matter. So now the ball is in your court, Labor. A state law cannot override federal law. The Native Title Act, the EPBC Act and the ATSIP Act are all federal. What are you going to do to protect this sacred country?
Senator De Leger.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Now, the Coalition has a storied past of locking in inequality. Their contempt and disregard for the majority of hard-working Australians is nothing short of dishonest and downright disgraceful, to be honest, and I thought I'd take some time to go through some of their greatest hits. Now, this is a bit of a trigger warning for young people who may be following along at home because I'm going to talk about the Howard government. The Howard government who entrenched a system that gradually eroded the dream of home ownership, turning the housing market into a vehicle for building wealth. They created the perfect storm that swept through and lashed the housing market. They also delivered tax cuts and superannuation concessions that overwhelmingly favoured the wealthiest Australians. Combined with negative gearing and the 50% CGT discount, this heavily incentivised investors to flood the housing market. Now, to this day, the fallout from these failed policies is locking ordinary Australians out of home ownership. At the turn of the century, the average housing cost about 4 times the yearly income. Today, that figure, it has surged from 9 to 14 times the average annual wage. On the mining boom, instead of using the windfall to strengthen the broader economy and prepare for the future, the Howard government spent billions of dollars on income tax cuts for the wealthy. This was a deliberate distraction from the entrenchment of inequality. You can see this clearly in school funding. Between 1999 and 2005, federal funding for schools increased by $261 per student for public schools, while in private schools it was $1,584 per student. While shareholders grew richer, Australians today are paying the price. Not only millions of hard-working Australians are doing it tough, but we have an alarming concentration of wealth and influence in the hands of a few billionaires. The evidence is clear. Trickle-down economics doesn't work. It leads to inequality, it concentrates power, and it weakens democracy. And again, for those young ones who may be following at home, respected Australian journalist and comedian Jordan Shanks from Friendly Jordans has a piece that he did called "John Howard Really Sucked." Look it up. It's a really good video to watch. But then, for 9 years, the Coalition, in their last term, they delivered just 373 social and affordable homes. And as if this circus wasn't grand enough, they didn't even have a housing minister for most of those 9 years. And despite repeated warnings of rising housing unaffordability and homelessness, extortionate landlords and the need for tax reform, the Coalition simply turned a blind eye. Just to rub salt into the wound, Prime Minister Morrison's genius solution for renters was for them to buy a house, which also highlights just how out of touch the Coalition are with working Australians. To further prove they're not on the side of hard-working Australian wage earners, they presided over a period of deliberate wage suppression. For 9 years, Australia's wages stagnated by design. As then Finance Minister Matthias Cormann said, lower economic wage growth was a deliberate design feature of their economic architecture.
Senator
In
Hughes.
other words, workers'
Senator Hughes,
wage
come to
stagnation was not a problem and needed solving. It was a feature of the system. That's why they've also previously formulated punitive policies such as work choices and unfairly attacked trade unions. Why? Because they know that strong union membership means more democracy and unity in a workplace, meaning workers have a say in the way that things happen at work. Whether it's work choices, whether it's wage suppression or a tax on Medicare, the pattern is always the same. When forced to choose between working Australians and powerful vested interests, the coalition unapologetically sides with the powerful interests, not working Australians. But where are those powerful interests going? They're even abandoning the coalition and they're going to the orange mob over there. And it doesn't stop there. The Morrison government's proposed stage 3 tax cuts would have delivered disproportionate gains to the top end of town. To illustrate this, it was estimated that 6% of the benefit would go to 1% of the top income earners and 70% of the benefit would go to the richest 25%. Yet at this time, despite 80% of income earners earning under $90,000, they would only have received 10% of the benefit. And Labor fixed that and Labor restored fairness. And that's what we're doing with this budget.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, I really haven't got time to address the garbage that just came out of the Socialist Labor government and the lies they've just put there. But anyway, I've got more important things to say. You'd be forgiven for thinking I had slaughtered a sacred cow at the National Press Club last week. Monoculturalism is virtually all you've been able to talk about since that day. It's exactly what I intended. We must never be afraid to debate any issue. We must never be afraid to challenge long-held assumptions. I've been doing it for the past 30 years. I'm still here and I'm still doing it. I'm delighted this issue is being publicly examined and debated. It's a debate many Australians have been itching to have, so I make no apology for raising it. Australians are already making their opinion known. A poll of more than 11,000 people in the Daily Telegraph showed 66% of people want Australia to be a monocultural, with only 21% wanting Australia to be multicultural. It seems some sacred cows are not so sacred after all. I'm not the only public figure who has rejected multiculturalism. John Howard said he always had trouble with it. UK Prime Minister David Cameron said state multiculturalism had failed. German Chancellor Angela Merkel said attempts to build a multicultural society in her country had utterly failed. Looks like I was way ahead of the political curve when I spoke about these issues in 1996. More than 40 years ago, prominent Australian historian Geoffrey Blaney criticised multiculturalism for tending to emphasise the rights of ethnic minorities at the expense of the majority of Australians. In the past week, the far left have naturally taken my comments into the realm of utter fantasy. I was going to ban foreign food, and the Socceroos wouldn't have beaten Turkey under my policy. What rubbish! Predictable and pathetic. The Socceroos, in fact, represent my vision of a monocultural Australia. People from different backgrounds and cultures and nations, all wearing green and gold and representing one nation under one flag and succeeding under the same set of rules. Australian monoculture is not exclusive, it is welcoming. It's an umbrella which covers all manner of difference. It's not a dirty word. Oh, now let me remember, didn't we change our national anthem from young and free to one and free? That's right. Australia doesn't drag people kicking and screaming to its shores. People from other places choose to come here. Actually, they're lining up. They choose to be Australian. That was the case with the parents of the Honourable Carlos Quambera, MLC, a member of One Nation's parliamentary team in South Australia. When he was a baby, they escaped the military junta in Argentina and sought refuge in Australia. They chose to be Australian, but they didn't discard their cultural traditions. Carlos, who is quintessentially, well, he's a bloody Aussie, still loves his Argentinian barbecues and wouldn't give them up for anything. I love them too. Increasingly, however, there are people choosing to come to Australia with no intention of becoming Australian or accepting Australian values, customs, traditions and laws. Remember what sparked the riots in Cronulla. Muslims attacking Australian women for wearing bikinis at the beach in a hot Australian summer. If we're going to accept you, you must accept us too. That's not too much to ask. It's the bare minimum we should be demanding. It's where we should be drawing the line on things incompatible with our culture, like Sharia law, child marriages, roaming armed gangs, female circumcision, sex-selective abortion, and the burqa. Burqas are about confining and controlling women, which is un-Australian. Yeah. Under a one-nation government, they will be banned. Accepting Australians means accepting our culture and the values, customs and traditions which define it, a fair go, tolerance, secular democracy, freedom of speech and religion and the rule of law. It means accepting our irreverence and larrikinism. Bring back Paul Hogan and Norman Gunston. These are the essential features of Australian monoculture and there's nothing remotely exclusionary about them. These values are not even especially unique. They're accepted widely in the democratic world because they're values which are blind to race or gender or religion. But they're not accepted by many who are allowed to come here, and that's what must be addressed. Come here with your Greek salad, your Italian pasta, your Chinese stir-fry,
Senator Hanson,
your
please
Indian curry,
your seat.
and your...
Senator Babette.
Great speech, Senator Hanson. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I agree with everything you said. Now, for my entire life, we have been promised smaller government, lower taxes and more freedom, yet year after year, election after election, the government, it doesn't matter which side of his chamber, it doesn't matter which government, has delivered the exact opposite of that. Higher taxes, more debt, more regulation, more bureaucracy, less freedom. That's what I keep getting. Now, Australia, we don't have a cost of living crisis because ordinary Aussies just forgot how to budget. We don't have a housing crisis because young Australians suddenly stopped working hard. We don't have an energy crisis because Australians started using too much electricity, not at all. We have all of these crises because the government has become too large, too expensive, too intrusive. Now, the establishment, it constantly tells Aussies that it has the answers, but most of the problems that Aussies face today were created by these very same people who always somehow have the answer, but they can never solve the problems. Housing affordability has collapsed. Government debt has exploded. Energy prices, of course, you all know they've soared. Trust is basically non-existent in the major parties of the left and of the right as well. The bureaucracy has expanded beyond recognition, now reaching into every corner of our lives. Australians are working harder than ever before and we're getting less and less in return. At some point, we've got to ask a simple question. If many of you in this place were going to solve these problems like you always claim that you're going to do, wouldn't you have done it by now? You've had your shot. You've had it and you've blown it time and time again. Australia, we now have hundreds of agencies, commissions, authorities, boards, advisory councils and bureaucratic empires. Too many of these paper pushers are paid more than the Prime Minister himself. And the worst part of it all, right, it doesn't matter who sits in that big office in Parliament House, who sits in the PM's office. These shadowy bureaucrats, they never go anywhere. They are the permanent power structure that underpins all of the waste. Each agency has executives, managers, consultants, communications teams, compliance officers, all this stuff. And what do they want? All they want is more staff, more power, more control over the lives of ordinary Australians who just want to be left alone. These people are bleeding us dry. At the federal level alone, Australia has more than 1,200 acts of parliament on the books. Just think about that. 1,200 federal laws. In the last parliament, what did you guys pass? You passed 355 bills. Then had thousands more regulations, legislative instruments, rules, compliance requirements. It just never ends. Every single one of these things is another burden on business, on workers, on families, on people just trying to build a better life for themselves. No wonder productivity is stagnant. No wonder housing takes years to approve. No wonder business spends all of their time, really, or too much of their time, filling out forms rather than serving their customers. No wonder morale is just so low. Now, I understand something that the professional politicians, the professional political class in this building refuses to acknowledge. I understand it, and it's this: government is not the source of prosperity. People are, businesses are, workers are, families are, entrepreneurs are. Prosperity comes from human freedom, not bureaucratic over-management. Instead of constantly creating new departments, new agencies, new regulations, why don't we make a decision to see which departments we can abolish instead? Which agencies can we merge together? Which programs can just be eliminated altogether? Which laws can we repeal? Not what can we pass this week? That is rubbish. We need to reduce the size of government, not constantly expand government. We need to cut red tape, not make more of it. We need to lower taxes, not find new ways to extract more and more money from Australians. The primary point of government is not to control every aspect of our lives. The primary point of government is to protect our freedoms, to defend liberty, and to get the hell out of the way of ordinary Australians. You know, we're not looking for another sales pitch from Labor. We're not looking for another sales pitch from the Liberal Party. What are we looking for? We're looking for a different direction. We want less government. We want less regulation. We want lower taxes. We want less bureaucracy, because the path that we are on right now is simply unsustainable. And this is why both of you major parties are declining in the polls. This is why you're going nowhere fast. Everyone is sick of you, least of all me. And I know half of you better than the people on the outside do, and I don't even like you.
Senator Green.
Well, thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And while those on the opposite side of the chamber seek to divide everyday Australians and denigrate Australian workers, our government is concentrating and focusing on delivering for everyday Australians. And the work that we are doing in Northern Australia to increase housing supply is something that I'm incredibly proud of, and something that we continue to work hard at every single day. As you know, Acting Deputy President, when we talk about Northern Australia, we often talk about its enormous potential. But unlocking that potential requires investment, confidence, and a government willing to back the North for the long term. That's exactly why the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility is so important. The NAIF has become one of the most effective tools we have to support projects that deliver real benefits to northern communities. Not just roads and ports, but the infrastructure that helps people build their lives in the north. And that's an important point, because there was a time when people questioned whether the NAIF was capable of delivering. Under the former Liberal National Government, NAIF was often referred to as the No Actual Infrastructure Fund. And despite the fact that NAIF had been headquartered in Cairns since its inception, Cairns went years without seeing a single local project supported through the facility. It took an Albanese Labor government to change that. Today, we're seeing NAIF deliver exactly what it was established to do: unlock investment, support regional communities, and help build the future of Northern Australia. And nowhere is that more important than housing. Today, one of the biggest challenges facing regional Australia is housing. When there isn't enough housing, it becomes harder for businesses to attract workers, for essential services to recruit staff, and for communities to grow. If we want communities to grow, businesses to expand, and regional economies to thrive, then we need more homes. And that's why it's so significant that some of the first Cairns projects supported by NAIF have been focused on exactly that: building more social and affordable housing. In Cairns, NAIF is helping to deliver 490 social and affordable homes. In Townsville, a $42 million NAIF loan is supporting the delivery of 81 social and affordable homes. And again, these are exactly the types of projects that might struggle to secure finance but deliver enormous benefits to the communities. And in Darwin, NAIF is supporting a new Charles Darwin University student accommodation project in the CBD that will provide housing for 402 students. Because access to education should not depend on whether you can find somewhere to live. Students need somewhere safe, secure and affordable to stay while they study. That investment will support students, strengthen Darwin's CBD and help grow the Northern Territory's future workforce. These are exactly the kinds of projects NAIF was created to support, but only under the Albanese Labor government are they delivering. Projects that might not otherwise got off the ground, projects that create jobs during construction, projects that leave behind infrastructure that serves communities for decades to come. And these investments form part of the Albanese Labor government's broader agenda to tackle the housing crisis in Australia. We're delivering a $47 million Homes for Australia plan. We're investing in more social and affordable housing. We're supporting enabling infrastructure in places like Cairns so that new housing developments can proceed. And I was so proud to stand next to the member for Leichhardt, Matt Smith, just days after the federal budget was delivered in Mount Peter to make that announcement, that we will be delivering the Mount Peter residential plan. We're making it easier for first home buyers to get into a home sooner, and we're increasing housing supply because we know there is no single solution to the housing challenge. And we need to invest in the infrastructure that makes those developments possible. But Acting Deputy President, every single time our government has sought to make it easier for Australians to own their own home, those opposite, the Liberal, National and One Nation parties, have voted against these changes. Time and time again, the Liberal, National and One Nation coalition have voted against measures to support more homes for Australians. The Albanese Labor government is investing in Northern Australia. We're investing in infrastructure and the communities need to grow. We are ensuring that NAIF can continue to do exactly what it does best, back projects that deliver real outcomes for people in the north.
Thank you, Senator Green. Senator Brockman, we're now moving into 2-minute statements.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy President. Well, Australia is sitting on a Labor debt bomb. Yes, Australia went into debt during the pandemic, necessary debt to face a once-in-a-100-year pandemic challenge. But since that time, Labor's addiction to spending has seen our debt grow, and this year it is going to top $1 trillion in gross debt, 34% of our GDP. If you include the state and territory governments, the vast majority of which are Labor governments, you're looking at $1.6 trillion across Australia in gross debt. Now, what does that mean for you? Because that just is, it's an obscure number. It's hard to relate to the impact on families. But that means the government is currently having to find $25 billion in your taxes just to fund the interest bill on that debt alone. $50,000 each and every day to fund the interest bill on that interest alone. And that is just going up and up and up. And as interest rate rises, the amount you have to pay in tax goes up in interest repayments. It is estimated that the repayments over the next few years will increase to $40 billion every year to sustain Labor's addiction to spending. This is a failed budget full of tax increases because the Labor government is addicted to spending your money.
Senator Walker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to celebrate some fantastic news for the community of Victor Harbour and the wider southern Fleurieu region. Last month, the Albanese government announced $2.5 million in funding for the Victor Harbour Regional Community, Sport and Recreation Precinct through the Regional Precincts and Partnerships program. This investment will help bring to life a project that will provide sporting facilities, childcare services, allied health spaces and community amenities for local families. As someone who grew up on the Fleurieu Peninsula, I know how important community spaces are. It's where kids play their first game of netball, football or basketball. They are where families gather on weekends. They're where friendships are formed and communities are strengthened. Regional communities deserve facilities that meet the needs of a growing population, and that's exactly what this project is about. It will help address gaps in sport, recreation and childcare services while supporting local jobs and economic growth across the region. I recently had the opportunity to visit the site, and it was wonderful to see the enthusiasm and optimism surrounding this project. The local community has worked incredibly hard to get this to this point, and this funding is an important step towards making their vision a reality. Too often, regional communities are told to wait their turn. This government believes regional Australians deserve investment now. We believe communities like Victor Harbour should have access to the infrastructure they need to grow, thrive and attract the next generation of families. I am proud that the Albanese government is backing Victor Harbour, and I look forward to seeing this precinct become a lasting asset for the Fleurieu region.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. Last week, we saw the media platform one of the most hateful, disgusting, and cruel addresses that I have ever seen. A dystopian vision of Australia from Senator Hanson. Mean, cruel, selfish, where neighbour turns against neighbour, where women's right to choose is wound back, where workers' wages plunge and bosses hold all the cards, where we fight each other for the scraps dropped from above by billionaires pulling the strings. That is One Nation's Australia. For nearly 3 decades, they have been running the same grift, sowing division, fueling bigotry and racism, while selling out working people to their wealthy donors. It is a hell of a business model. The target has shifted over time, now centered on Muslims, but the product is always the same. Make no mistake, if you value a multicultural country, its neighborhoods, its culture, its economy, One Nation wants to take all that away from you and turn us into a small, bleak and bland society, swallowing up our richness and vibrancy. Also, make no mistake, the conditions for the far right to flourish have been provided courtesy of Labour, who have wasted their majority government, failing to make people's lives better, instead dog whistling and scapegoating migrants. One Nation is not an anti-establishment party. They are billionaire-funded grifters. One Nation is not just another political party. They are a racist movement dressed up in electoral clothing. I have spent a decade taking them on, in Parliament, in the streets, in the courts. I'm not done yet.
Senator Antic.
Yes, thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, if you're a regulation Australian male in 2026, you might actually be excused for wondering what this country has on offer for you anymore. You get told from an early age that your masculinity is toxic, you get Reconciliation Week, you get welcome to country ceremonies every time you step into an event, and the constant talk of gender and racial disadvantage gets framed as your inherited guilt. And then Pride Month rolls around, and with its rainbow flags on buildings, and you get made to go and attend a Pride morning tea at your work, while your own culture and identity is identified as being problematic. You've got to navigate through diversity quotas in government jobs and university admissions and training programs, and they're all excluding you. It sends a pretty clear message, as far as I'm concerned, that this building and others like it in 2026 are telling the regular, routine Australian male that your background makes you less of a priority. You're the default, the one who's got to step aside or apologise for simply existing. You've got to check your privilege and the system checkboxes that don't include you. Merit, competence and effort are all now secondary to optics and identity, and it's not inclusion, it's not diversity and inclusion, it's quite exclusionary. It's exclusion dressed up as social justice. It tells Australian men that the belief that if you work hard, that you can get ahead, well, that no longer applies. Well, how do we get to this point, though? Well, it's the listless bureaucrats, the corporate carpetbaggers and the political midwits who continue to allow this to happen. Is it any wonder that Australian men are feeling so disillusioned, so disengaged and quietly angry as a result of the manner in which they're being treated? Real Australians reject that which divides us into winners and losers based on our race, our sexuality or any other checkbox for that matter. Australians have had enough.
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks very much, Senator Ghosh. And that's certainly not the Australia that I encounter when I travel the country, and not the discussions that I have with men around the country at the same time, Senator Ghosh. And it says a lot about where the Liberal Party have become in recent years when you see a contribution like that. And we see the effort from the opposition leader, Mr Taylor, yesterday, which was the weakest explanation that I have ever seen at a press conference from an opposition leader in my life. Absolutely disgraceful. And I think anyone over there that might have had any engagement or supported Angus Taylor as opposition leader would be shivering in their boots about that sort of performance yesterday, when the fact that he would have known that question was coming and the best he could do was gibber on without any defence of multiculturalism. But that is the Liberal Party in 2026. That is what they have become when they come into chambers like this and actually think that that is a contribution that they want to make that advances their party or advances the interest of the country. That is not what I encounter when I go out and talk to people. And to be honest, it's not a lot that you get when you talk privately with the members of the Liberal Party as well, but they're not actually brave enough to stand up against that sort of contribution. And that's why they are suffering at the hands of One Nation at the moment, because they actually are not brave enough to stand up and fight. And at the start of this year, we had a contribution following the passing of former Senator Ron Boswell, where he said his proudest achievement was actually taking on One Nation and defeating her at an election, defeating Pauline Hanson in the Senate. Well, this lot here, Liberals and Nationals, are a pale imitation of that. And we see evidence of it from the contribution from Senator Antic. We saw evidence yesterday from the contribution in the press conference from the opposition leader, Angus Taylor. And Australia deserves so much better from a Liberal and National Party than what we're seeing dished up by this mob. We will stand up for multicultural Australia, and we will stand up every day of the week.
Senator Bell.
Australians are watching in horror as Labor's disgusting giant tax grab of a budget that punishes aspiration, breaks promises and makes Australia poorer is being rammed through Parliament off the back of a shadowy deal with the Greens. This is despite the Prime Minister telling us 50 times he would not raise taxes by making changes to capital gains tax or negative gearing. This is despite the Prime Minister saying 385 times, I don't negotiate with the Greens. And yet here we are with another broken promise and another dirty deal done with the Greens. Labor went to the last election telling Australians one thing, and again it is doing another. Is it any wonder that the Fire the Liar campaign has resonated so successfully with Australians? The Prime Minister has broken promises, and in doing so he has given the Australian people a new political punchline. I have merely changed my position. Labor's budget is rushed, it has been botched, and it is politically desperate. It is a great big tax grab from a government that has lost control of a cost of living crisis, lost control of a housing crisis, and has lost the trust of the Australian people. It's got to the point now that whenever Labor brings a proposal to this Parliament, you know it is going to cost the Australian people more. More regulation, more tax, more pain, more suffering, because Labor has a spending addiction. They keep coming back for another fix, treating hard-working nurses, teachers, police, cleaners, bus drivers, tradies, the people of Australia like an ATM that they can fund their addiction with. Labor thinks it can mislead people, rely on their buddies, the Greens, to run cover for them, pass this big tax grab and get away with it, but they cannot. One Nation supports Australians keeping more of the money that they earn to be spent on the things that they want.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I am glad there is an audience in this chamber today, Acting Deputy President, because they need to know that they were betrayed on budget night. Absolutely betrayed. Now, you had your Prime Minister tell the good Australian people that these tax changes would not be on the table. More than 50 times he promised the Australian people that he would not make changes to the capital gains tax. He would not make changes to negative gearing. And what did he do? He said he changed his position. Well, I tell you what, he didn't just change his position, he moved the goalposts on every single person in Australia. And he has lost the trust of the Australian people. And what did we see here in the chamber yesterday? Labor doing a dirty deal with the Greens. And what does that mean? For the rest of Australia, more taxes coming out of your hard-earned money. It's a crying shame. And we will fight this to the very end. And we want to know why Labor and the Greens think if you want more of something, if you want more of housing, if you want more of investment, if you want to grow this economy so that we can raise our living standards, why tax it more? Tell us that, Labor. Why tax it more? Now, the Greens stood in this chamber yesterday and said that the budget didn't go far enough. It was not ambitious enough. You know what that says to the Australian people? They want to tax you more. Take more of your hard-earned money. Well, we will not stand for it, and we will take that all the way to the election. Now, this is a government that wants to share in your business, it wants to share in your ambition, and it wants to tax your dreams. This is an armchair shareholder, and this is the way of the Labor government. When it runs out of money, it comes after yours.
Senator Ciccone.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. And I rise to recognise a significant victory for young workers and to acknowledge the advocacy of the SDA union through its adult wage campaign. I was proud to meet with many SDA members and young workers, retail workers at Parliament House this week, as many senators in this place have, on celebrating this wonderful achievement. Speaking with them was a reminder of just how important this reform is and will be for many thousands of young Australians right across the country. For years, the SDA union and its members have campaigned for a simple expectation that if you are doing an adult job, that you should be paid the same wage, the same job as your colleagues. You deserve that same pay. No worker should earn less simply because of their age. In March, the Fair Work Commission delivered a historic decision to abolish junior pay rates for those that are 18, 19 and 20 years of age in the retail, fast food and pharmacy awards, with changes starting from the end of this year. Something that those opposite, the Liberal, National and One Nation senators all voted against, despite what they say in this place. This will put more money in the pockets of young Australians. And I don't know why those opposites hate young Australians, those that are 18, 19 and 20 years of age. Why do you want to treat them like children? They are adults. They vote for us and they have a right to be paid and be respected like adults. Young workers make an enormous contribution to our economy and our communities right across the country, and they deserve that fair compensation. These outcomes will be backed and are backed proudly by the Albanese government because we are on the side of workers, unlike those opposites who are complete hypocrites when they come to this, who is on the side of the working people.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Australians are struggling because Labor, the LNP and One Nation care more about pandering to their gas donors and their billionaire backers than teachers and parents who are raising our next generation, nurses and other care workers who are caring for our older people, and our regional workers who work longer and harder than any billionaire CEO or heiress ever has. All of these workers pay more tax than multinational gas corporations. And people are struggling, and yet the gas corporations have never performed better. When gas export terminals opened in my hometown of Gladstone in late 2014, pumping Australian gas into international markets, the majority of the benefits flowed to giant gas corporations, and while gas corporations enjoyed their new billions, my fellow Queenslanders got shafted, and Australians suddenly had to pay world prices for domestically produced gas. Taxing gas exports means everyday Australians can benefit from our own natural resources. That's an extra $17 billion a year for our underfunded public schools, for our hospitals and for our communities so that they can thrive rather than people just trying to survive. The Greens want what Australians want, a better deal for everyday people and a minimum 25% tax on gas exports. And if the government is too scared to do it on its own, then they should give every Australian a say with a direct vote. give us a plebiscite to back the change in. It's time this Labor government stood up to the gas lobby. And if they won't, let's take the power back and put it where power belongs, with the people.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, the Albanese government is tanking in the polls. We all know that. And who is surprised? Not me. Australians will forgive mistakes, incompetence and even the occasional bad policies, but Australians will not forgive being treated like fools. Now, before the election, we were assured that there would be no changes to capital gains tax arrangements. Then came proposals and negotiations that left us concluding that perhaps that the Prime Minister's greatest strength is his duplicity. One Nation began a Five a Lie campaign that raised millions of dollars from ordinary people during a cost of living crisis. Many of these people had never donated a political party before, but they just wanted to express how upset they were, how angry they were. And how did the PM respond? Well, he went and he broke another promise. Australians were repeatedly told by the PM that the government would not do deals with the Greens. No arrangements, no horse trading, no dependence on a party that long ago abandoned environmentalism. And yet here we are. Now, the remarkable thing is not that the Prime Minister has chosen to work with the Greens. We kind of always knew he would. The remarkable thing is that the Prime Minister, having made a reputation, in my opinion, of breaking his word, now figures he may as well just keep going. The public, meanwhile, is paying close attention. They notice there's a gap between words and actions. They notice when promises quietly disappear. They notice when the Prime Minister changes his position. And most importantly, they notice when a leader asks them to believe that today's assurance is golden after yesterday's assurance turned out to be worthless. You know what? Leaders, when they lose trust and when they lose respect, that is when they fall. And the Prime Minister, by his own hand, he no longer has either.
Senator Polley.
I rise today to acknowledge an historic win for young Australian workers. The SDA's successful adult wage campaign. This reform recognises a simple but powerful principle. If you're old enough to be treated as an adult in every other part of your life, you deserve to be paid as an adult at work. For too long, young people in retail and fast food have done the same jobs, carried the same responsibilities and faced the same cost of living pressures while being paid less simply because of their age. This campaign has been decades in the making, and its success will mean real, life-changing pay rises for workers across Australia. On Monday, I was pleased to meet with the SDA's delegation here in Canberra as they continued campaigning for a better deal for their members. I particularly want to acknowledge two fine young Tasmanian delegates, Olivia Richardson from Target's Mowbray in Launceston and Braden Cox-Pennell from McDonald's in Prospect, also part of the great city of Launceston. Two wonderful, passionate young Tasmanians who deserve better pay, safer workplaces, and they will get that because they're members of the union, the SDA, and the support of this government and the people on this side of the chamber here in the Senate. I want to acknowledge the leadership of the SDA in Joel Tynan, the Secretary of the SDA in Tasmania, and Jared Dwyer, SDA National Secretary, for their tireless work in helping and delivering this important reform for equal pay for 18-year-olds. I congratulate them on their campaign. They know they can depend on a Labor government to protect workers, to ensure workers get the pay, the work-safe environment that they all deserve.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Australia leads the world in mammal extinctions. We are one of the only developed countries in the world still driving large-scale deforestation. On nature, our record is tragically one of the worst on this planet. But late last year, the Parliament did something that they haven't done for a quarter of a century, and that is update our broken environmental laws. And exactly a week from today, our first national environmental regulator, Environment Protection Australia, opens its doors. These reforms were far from perfect. I would have loved to have seen them go further, to actually have the starting point of an ethos of stewardship, an attitude that says we do not own the land, we are part of nature and we are custodians of this incredible continent. But they were a step in the right direction, and they opened the door to big reforms this year, because as we sit here today, the government is drafting national environmental standards. In plain terms, where the rubber hits the road, the rule book, the thing that actually makes our environmental laws protect nature, protect this incredibly biodiverse continent that we call home. So this is an opportunity, a once-in-a-generation opportunity to get it right, for the government to stand up and say, we will be judged by future generations what we do to protect our natural heritage, and we're going to do the right thing by ourselves, by this incredible continent, and by future generations. And so I urge the Albanese Labor government to do this properly.
Senator Thorpe.
Court Network is a free community court support service that's run by volunteers in 4 courts across the country. Volunteers attend court and accompany people who are going through their court matters. Often they're survivors of family or sexual violence. Recently, a volunteer sat with a woman who was the survivor of family violence. Without the volunteer, she would have had to sit alone for 6 hours in a safe room. She was distressed and about to talk about her experience of family violence. The volunteer accompanied her, and this enabled her to give her evidence. One person who has been accompanied by this program has said, "Court Network changed my experience of the justice system. When I felt overwhelmed and alone, someone sat beside me and helped me through one of the most difficult periods of my life." Another person has said, "Court Network helps make the justice system more humane, accessible and effective." But this program is having its federal funding, its only funding, cut at the end of this month. This program costs your government $300,000 per year. Is this really too much money for the Labor government? This is affordable. You talk about standing up for women, family violence, but you cut the very funding that supports and enables women to feel safe to tell their story, let alone the incredible volunteers that take time out of their lives to support vulnerable people who are needing this support the most. $300,000. Maybe cut one of your pay packets and pay for it.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak of an issue that should make all Australians furious, because Australians work hard, they pay their taxes, and when they pay their taxes, they expect that their taxpayer money will go to developing things like roads and hospitals and infrastructure, that it won't go to lining the pockets of criminals. And yet that's exactly what has happened in Victoria, and Labor is complicit. Today, Victoria's most controversial gangland-linked labour hire firm, Women in Construction, was given, finally, the boot. 7 days to get off the North East Link project. Now think about that name, Women in Construction. Not a coincidence that it is also the name of the Labor program that was backed by the CFMEU. It is now also the name of a construction company that hires only women. But it's a company owned by a serial domestic violence offender, Luke Ellery. And it's managed by a fellow named Wayne Jr. Carter, a former CFMEU official with links to bikie gangs who's been jailed for drug trafficking and accused of family violence. Now, he was then replaced, surprise, surprise, by another CFMEU official with links to assault, who's been accused also of domestic violence. Women in Construction is the name of these blokes' company. Outrageous. Now, how do we know this? We know it because of public scrutiny. We know it because of investigative journalism. But how many more cases are out there? How many more operators with criminal links are there? But we don't know, because those opposite are denying the Senate an opportunity for inquiry into this very issue. Labor and the Greens cannot claim to be champions of women and workers and people of integrity while they are refusing to shine a light on this. It is abhorrent. If you do not support the inquiry that is facing the Senate today, well, you are complicit in this corruption. The Coalition prepared to ask the questions, why won't Labor? Why won't the Greens? Because their donations would dry up if they do.
Thank you, Senator Hume. Senator Sheldon.
Well, I always find it interesting seeing members of the Liberals, Nationals and One Nation get so worked up whenever we say they're a uni party. So just look at this. Just yesterday, independent research reported in The Australian found that One Nation's workplace measures could leave essential health workers up to $34,000 worse off.
Thank you. We're going to move to question time, and I call Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. CPA Australia has publicly stated that the Prime Minister's capital gains tax changes could force Australians to obtain defensible market valuations for personal use assets, including valuable items held in people's homes, their garages and their sheds. Can the Minister confirm whether a vintage car, a classic car, a collectible vehicle or even a number plate worth more than $10,000 will need to be valued before the 1st of July 2027 under Labor's new capital gains tax regime?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, as the Senator would know, we have replaced the 50% capital gains tax discount with a new discount based on real gains, so inflation for gains, with a new discount based on inflation for gains accruing from the 1st of July in 2027. Obviously, the transitional arrangement, that arrangement was clear in the budget papers. And
do you need to get it valued? Order.
It is. I have to say, I'm not somebody. I don't mind that people are interested in vintage cars, but I have to say, I'm not somebody who does collect vintage cars. Some might. Indeed. And what I would say is the taxation arrangement that the government has put in place, which will hopefully pass the Senate tomorrow, is one that is fair and equitable, and it applies across asset classes, and it is ensuring that income from assets is taxed in a way that has analogous to the way in which income on wages is taxed.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Duniam, first supplementary.
Yes, President, thank you. If an Australian has restored a vintage car over many years, often without keeping every receipt for parts, for labour or improvements, what records will Mr Albanese require to prove the car's cost base and market value?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, it isn't our practice to provide provide in Senate question time individual tax advice. The budget measures are clear. No, the budget measures are clear. From 1st of July 2027, we will have a different arrangement in relation to capital gains tax, which will reflect the real gain that an asset has had, and if I may, it will reflect the real gain. Well, OK, if you don't want to hear an answer, that's fine. They're interrupting.
Senator Duniam, second supplementary.
No, I think
order.
that I don't think the Minister had the answer, so...
Order on my right.
I'm here for a while.
Senator
Sorry
Duniam.
about that. Thank you, President. Yes, indeed. Well, look, is this another example of Labor's toxic tax complexity? Australians who saved, restored and cared for a classic car in their own garage now being forced to pay for accountants and valuers just to work out what Mr Albanese might take from them when they sell it.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
Well, the Australians who investing in vintage cars will also be the Australians who get new and permanent tax cuts as a consequence both of this package and tax cuts that will be in place from the 1st of July this year. If I may remind you, they are tax cuts that you voted against and proposed to vote against as a consequence of Senator High Taxes Hume and the policy she took to the election. We know that Australians, whether they are investing in vintage or non-vintage cars, will get the benefit of tax cuts that the Labor government is delivering. And I would just remind those opposite, you are gearing up to vote against the Working Australians tax offset. Yet again, the coalition, who is supposed to be the party of lower taxes, demonstrating that they are the party of higher taxes. Thank
you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. And Minister, if you would just withdraw the additions to Senator Hume's name. Thank you.
I withdraw. Don't worry.
Thank you. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Women, Senator Gallagher. In 1 week's time...
Order.
In 1 week's time, our paid parental leave scheme will reach a full 26 weeks, the biggest expansion of the scheme in its history. Can the Minister outline why the Albanese Labor government has prioritised investment in women's economic security, in particular in paid parental leave, since coming to government?
Great. Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Whittaker for the question, and it's an important one around the increase to paid parental leave and the fact that in a week's time the paid parental leave scheme will reach a full 26 weeks of providing support to families and those caring for new children, new babies, whilst they are out of the workforce. From 1 July, eligible families will be able to access 26 weeks of PPL backed by the government. With Labor's changes, families receive almost $30,000 across their paid parental leave period, including super, which wasn't ever considered as, I think it was a final employment entitlement that didn't have superannuation paid on that. We have fixed that on this side of the chamber. Parents of more than 460,000 children have already benefited from our changes to PPL, and every single year those changes will benefit around 180,000 families. Our changes mean more time. Parents welcoming a new baby or adopting a child will have 6 months of PPL, giving families more precious time at home with their newest family member. More money. Parents accessing PPL from 1 July will receive more than double what they would have received before Labor came to government. Parents will be about $15,692 better off than when we came to government under our expanded scheme. There is more support for sharing care because we know the dads want to make sure that they are able to spend time with the children or the second parent, and those, they should be supported by the scheme's design. More people are eligible, with the annual income limits for paid parental leave also rising. PPL is a Labor legacy, and we are proud to build this and expand on it and deliver on it for Australian families.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whittaker, first supplementary.
Paid parental leave is just one of the Albanese Labor government's policies to support women. From women's health to closing the gender pay gap and lifting wages in female-dominated industries. How are these reforms improving outcomes for women across Australia?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Whittaker for that question too, because she is right that we have put driving gender equality and providing better support to women at the centre of government decision-making since coming to government. So it is about the programs in women's health, about closing the gender pay gap, which is now the lowest it's ever been, lifting wages, ensuring women are able to work if they choose to and not be penalised for taking on extra hours. We've done, of course, our paid family and domestic violence leave, our expansion of PPL, our super on PPL, in women's health, modern contraceptives, adding them on the PBS, the first time in over 30 years, modern menopause treatments coming through the PBS where no new options have been placed for the last 20 years. We've opened up our endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics around the country. They are open and being very well supported by women who need that kind of care, and we will continue to focus on making sure we are addressing gaps in how we support women across our economy.
Senator Whittaker, second supplementary.
Is the minister aware of any risks to these important social programs, and how can we continue to protect them?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Whittaker for that question too, because it is important, and we know that while we can make gains, and we do make gains on this side of the chamber, we always look at ways we can better support women. We do know that that doesn't come without challenge or without threats to that, and we need to protect it. And just in the last little while, we have seen comments made about women that they're just having children to get these types of payments, that PPL will send small business broke, that if people bring children into the world, it's their responsibility, not the taxpayers. And we don't accept that on this side of the chamber. In just the last month, Senator Hanson said, why should business pay? Because they're not at work. That's the difference. That's why the gender pay gap is there, or the pay gap is there. That, again, is not correct analysis. And Shadow Treasurer Tim Wilson said back in 2013, PPL to me is a very bad scheme and I make no ambiguity about it. This is not my choice that women have children, it's genetic.
Answering has expired. Senator Bragg. Order. Order.
I'm just waiting for
Order. Senator Bragg has the right to have his question heard in silence.
Thanks.
Senator
I was just
Bragg.
waiting for the chamber to come to order. Thanks. Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Will the government expand its ban on super funds buying houses to APRA-regulated institutional and union-backed super funds?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
The terms of the agreement with the Australian Greens to pass a tax package, because I would make the point the Australian Greens are prepared to vote for a tax cut for working people, but the coalition is not. The coalition is not. The coalition is not. We have made clear that we would have agreed to support amendment to ban future borrowing arrangements by self-managed superannuation funds for residential property. I would. Well, the Prime Minister's been upfront about that. If you want to vote for a tax cut, let us know. One day you might vote to one day the coalition might actually vote for a tax cut. Do you know we've had 5 tax cuts that the Labor government's introduced that you have voted against?
Minister Wong.
That you have voted against.
Minister Wong. Order. Order. I'm still waiting for order. Senator Bragg.
Point of order on relevance, President. The question was very clear about whether the proposed ban will apply to APRA-regulated institutional and union-backed super funds.
And Senator Bragg, you are absolutely right, but you could assist me by asking your colleagues not to intervene, because there was an intervention, and as you know, a minister is entitled to address the intervention. Minister Wong, please continue.
I made clear in my opening response, Senator Bragg, that these arrangements would apply to self-managed super funds in relation to residential property, and I would just say less than 10% of self-managed super funds have one of these arrangements. These will all be unaffected.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Why is the government singling out families and individuals, again for punitive tax treatment, but leaving major institutions with a tax leg up?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, you might, as someone who is interested in tax policy, be aware of a gentleman called David Murray, who did an inquiry in 2014, and that inquiry also raised concerns about the risk from these arrangements to retirement savings, as did the Council of Financial Regulators in 2019 and 2022. So I would make that point to you that if the Council of Financial Regulators and Mr Murray's report in 2014 have raised concerns about this, I'm surprised that you don't appraise yourself of the concerns that were raised when considering your position.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg, second supplement.
I think it would aid the Senate if we could have the terms of the agreement tabled. But also, in asking this supplementary question, how does the government now defend its position that super funds and foreign investment funds should have significant tax benefits that are no longer available to individual Australians?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Well, the Prime Minister has been upfront with the Australian people, held a press conference, so I'd invite you to read the transcript of that press conference. But if we want to talk about arrangements, perhaps we could ask Senator Hanson and Senator Cash to talk about the partnership between the coalition and One Nation that Senator Hanson speaks about and that members of your party speak about.
Wong,
you want to be upfront about
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Bragg.
Point of order was on relevance, President. Whether the government can defend its position that institutions should have a preference over individuals.
And the minister was being relevant to your question. I do, but I also advise the chamber I would think, Senator Bragg, that when you stand up and ask me for a point of order, you would at least have the courtesy and the respect to not interject. I was going to remind the chamber that there were so many interjections I could barely hear Senator Wong. She began by being relevant and then I could not hear what she was saying because of the loudness coming particularly from my left, but not only from my left, also from my right. So I will listen carefully, Senator Bragg, and if the minister isn't being relevant, I'll remind her to be relevant. Thank you, Senator Wong.
You see, Senator Bragg believes that the status quo on all fronts is working. And we can see that because he, along with his coalition colleagues, have consistently voted no to all change. All changes in the superannuation area, and Senator Gallagher reminds me you voted against changes to superannuation. You proposed to vote against tax cuts. You don't want to listen to what Mr Murray said or the Council of Financial Regulators said because you just defend the status quo. That is what you think is the way forward. Well, we don't. We think change is necessary and we look forward to the passage of legislation tomorrow,
Minister.
which will be good for Australia.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. My question is to Minister Wong. Minister, a new independent UN report has found Israel consistently, directly and intentionally targeted individual children across Gaza. It documents the use of torture, inhumane and degrading treatment, including sexual and gender-based violence against Palestinian children. Children, Minister. Children used as target practice by Israeli soldiers. A 15-year-old killed carrying a white flag. A 10-year-old baby shot in the head while being breastfed. A 3-year-old shot dead in the arms of his father just last Sunday. More than 20,000 children dead. It is a wonder that you can look parents in the eye while Australia trades parts and weapons with the perpetrators of these horrors. Minister, why won't the Albanese government end the arms trade and impose comprehensive sanctions on Israel, just like we do against Russia?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. No child should be targeted. Australia condemns the targeting of children. We have consistently done so. Through this conflict and through other conflicts, we take these reports very seriously. We have consistently advocated for the rights and protections of children, including as a long-standing member of the Group of Friends on Children and Armed Conflict. And later today, Australia will speak at the United Nations Security Council in relation to the rising violence against children in situations of armed conflict.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Faruqi, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. On one side, you have the United Nations, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and a host of other expert organizations and scholars world over who have the courage to call this genocide what it is, genocide. On the other side, you have Trump, his far-right US government, and its compliant allies like Australia's Labor government. Minister, why won't you admit that Israel is committing a genocide and call it for what it is? Call it a genocide.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Firstly, in relation to the response, the question on the United Nations, I said in my primary answer, the UN Security Council will be discussing later today the rising violence against children in situations of armed conflict, and Australia will make a contribution in that debate. In relation, what I would also say is the Greens political party consistently seeks to misrepresent the government's position and actions. The government has spoken many times about Australia's view of what is happening and what has happened in Gaza and in the West Bank, and we have taken action, including the sanctioning of 2 senior ministers in the Netanyahu government for human rights abuses in coordination with the United Kingdom, Canada and other partners.
Order. Senator Faruqi and no, I haven't called you to, and Senator Waters. In the same way that Senator Faruqi asked her question with complete silence by the chamber, that same courtesy and respect will be shown to the minister. Senator Faruqi, second supplementary.
Minister, your government has continued trading arms with the genocidal Israeli regime. You've refused to sanction the perpetrators responsible for the deaths of more than 20,000 children. What absurd horrors are next? Can we expect to see you supporting One Nation and its owner Gina Reinhart's suggestion to gift Israel chunks of Queensland to build these kid-killing weapons?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Well, I remember Pauline Hanson saying this country was in danger of being swamped by Asians, and I will never support One Nation.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. The Albanese Labor government understands that Australians are doing it tough right now with the rising cost of living pressures. The government is doing its part by advocating for wage rises, providing tax cuts for every worker and ensuring that workplace conditions are improved. How is the government's position on boosting wages helping workers in industries like the health sector get more in their pay packet?
Senator Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks Senator Stewart, who along with every other Labor senator has a proud record of standing up for working people in Australia. The Albanese Labor government is helping Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn, with higher wages and more tax cuts. Before the outbreak of the conflict in the Middle East, we saw strong real wage growth for 8 consecutive quarters, and we know that enterprise agreements continue to be a key source of wages growth for Australian workers, which is why our efforts to reinvigorate bargaining are so important. For 2 years in a row now, our government has strongly advocated to the Independent Fair Work Commission for an economically sustainable real wage rise for Australians' minimum and award wage workers, many of whom work in the health and aged care sectors. The recent decision by the Commission to increase the national minimum wage and modern awards by at least 4.75% will deliver a real wage increase from the 1st of July for almost 2.7 million Australian workers around the country. This is, of course, in stark contrast to the previous Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison coalition governments, who for a decade had a policy of deliberately keeping wages low. Only the Albanese Labor government is committed to increasing the pay packets of working Australians. An article on news.com this morning quoted new analysis which looked into how much better off workers in the health sector are under our government. And that analysis found that allied health worker wages have risen by between $8,000 and $13,000 per year as a result of Labor's wage rises, including for workers such as physiotherapists and radiographers. A further $1,200 per year had come to those workers from Labor's reforms allowing multi-employer bargaining, while gender-based undervaluation changes could account for up to an additional $20,000 per year for some classifications. For aged care workers, it's a similar story. Changes to bargaining were estimated to have accounted for an additional $600, wage theft reforms a further $1,840, and gender-based undervaluation an additional $10,000.
Senator Stewart, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. Our hard-working health workers are on the front line of providing quality care for our kids, for our grandparents and for other loved ones who are sick. Minister, why is it important that governments ensure that these workers are earning more and keeping more of what they earn?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Stewart. Well, whether it's wages rises or tax cuts, the Albanese government is doing everything we can to help working Australians. But we see today reports in the Daily Telegraph that One Nation wants to form a new partnership with the Liberal Party that would risk all of that. Now, this isn't a surprise to those of us who've seen One Nation and the Liberals vote together for years now to cut wages, but it would be a surprise to many aged care and health workers. The analysis in news.com estimated that under One Nation, an allied health worker would be between up to $34,000 worse off per year. For aged care workers, they would be up to $20,000 worse off under One Nation's plans. So Senator Hanson has already set out a plan to wind back Australia's workplace laws, to cut workers' wages and make it easier to sack workers. And under their partnership with the Liberal Party, they certainly have a willing partner in the Liberals. Only Labor, only the Albanese Labor government is delivering the real change that Australians need.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Stewart, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. With an ageing population, not just retaining workers, but attracting more workers to the healthcare sector is vital to keep pace with the demands that are growing in the community. What are some of the ways governments can encourage more workers into this really important industry?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Well, to ensure that our country can meet the challenges and demands of the future, we need to make sure that the health sector has enough skilled workers to meet those demands. We're backing those workers with wage rises and tax cuts. But of course, the One Nation and Liberal partnership want to dig into their pockets and rip thousands of dollars out. It really is hard to know what the point of the Liberal Party is anymore. Who are you? What do you stand for? You've got a leader in Angus Taylor who's being directed by his mentor Tony Abbott to pander to the hard right, a leader in Angus Taylor who doesn't know whether he's for a monoculture or a multiculture. You've got a leader in waiting in Andrew Hastie who says he won't bend the knee to One Nation. You've got senators like Senator Antic who are already wearing their One Nation orange ties before they jump ship. But then you've got others like Senator Scarr who celebrate multiculturalism. The One Nation Liberal partnership won't help Australians. The One Nation Liberal partnership just means more cuts, more chaos and more division.
Thank you, Senator Watt. And Senator Watt, I remind you to refer to those in the other place by their correct titles. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. My question is for the Minister for Indigenous Australians. Over a dozen Aboriginal families in Mount Isa are facing homelessness after the local council decided to auction off their homes because their Aboriginal housing provider failed to pay council rates. Desperately needed Aboriginal housing will be permanently lost to private buyers, and many of these families fear they will become homeless. What emergency action are you taking to ensure these families stay in their homes and these properties are retained for Aboriginal housing? Is there emergency funding coming?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Thorpe, for the question. It is a real concern what's happening in Mount Isa, and I have reached out directly to the Queensland Government, speaking both with the Minister for Local Government. Also, the Mayor for Mount Isa Council has been in touch with us as well. We are working on this on a number of levels, Senator Thorpe. Obviously, looking at the opportunities that the Indigenous Business Australia can do to assist some of the families who want assistance with it. In terms of those who are unable to use IBA, we're also looking at the opportunity and the conversations that I'm having with the Queensland Government and the Queensland Council in terms of the debt itself.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, first supplementary.
Thank you. Families have been raising concerns about this housing provider for years, and the issues have been on ORIC's radar for years now too. When were you first briefed on this situation, and when did the NIA first engage with the tenants? We've heard that there were a few pamphlets circulated by NIA, but nothing else.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Thorpe. I'd have to get the date for you in terms of when I was first briefed, but I have been aware of the issue for at least a month, Senator Thorpe, to try and get on top of it, to actually find out what we can do. And I am very concerned in terms of the timeline that is left for the council to use the option of selling the properties. I want to know that the families have choices and that the families are very much involved. So I have asked the agency to make sure it is working with the families, but I also want to be reassured that the council itself, in terms of Mount Isa Council, and that the Queensland Government is working with me to ensure that we do not have added homelessness here in Mount Isa.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, second supplementary.
Queensland says Aboriginal housing is the Commonwealth's responsibility. Your government says it's Queensland's. The usual handballing while our people pay the price. You're the Federal Indigenous Minister. Will you guarantee none of these Aboriginal families will lose their homes?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, I think most Australians would also question the relationships between jurisdictions and the Commonwealth, but I would say to the families in Mount Isa that I am very concerned about your situation, and yes, I am working with the Queensland Government and the Mount Isa Council, and I want to reassure the families that it's important that you are not left homeless in this whole situation.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Last year, the Prime Minister on the election trail promised not to raise taxes on superannuation. When he was asked about whether he would increase taxes on superannuation, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "There are no policy changes. Our policy stands. There is nothing unusual." But yesterday, the PM and the Labor Party did a deal with the Greens to raise taxes on self-managed super funds. How can the Australian people, Minister, have any trust in their government or the tax system if the government constantly breaks its promises not to increase taxes on small business, on investments, on property and now on superannuation too?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong.
Yeah, with respect, Senator Canavan, the changes are in relation to borrowing arrangements. And the logic, well, the borrowing arrangements are not. Well, I'm just making the point that in fact, I think the reason that there was concern raised by the Council of Financial Regulators and the Murray Financial System Inquiry was the effect or the potential risk of these arrangements to retirement savings. But I'm very happy to talk about tax, Senator, because I would make the point that at the last election, you went to the election advocating $75 billion more in higher personal taxes, $14 billion in higher taxes on the resources and manufacturing sectors, that's the abolition of the production tax credits, higher taxes on motorists, higher taxes on higher housing construction, higher student debts, higher power bills and more expensive training courses because you wanted to abolish free TAFE. So we're very happy to have a tax argument with you, Senator.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Hume, you will withdraw that. Thank you. Please continue, Minister Wong.
I'm always happy to have an argument with Senator Hume about taxes because she is Senator Hume of higher taxes. Senator Hume of the higher tax.
Minister Wong, please. Senator Hume, I just asked you to withdraw, and I'm going to ask you again. And I'm warning you, don't do it again. Minister Wong, please continue.
I'm just making the point that I know that Senator Hume thinks that pointing at me and yelling at me is going to make us all forget that she went to the last election advocating for higher taxes for working people, higher taxes for all Australians, higher personal income tax, more taxes on resources and manufacturing, more taxes, higher taxes on motorists, higher taxes on housing construction. This was the economic policy platform that they took to the last election and they rewarded her by making her the deputy leader of the Liberal Party. Goodness me. And now, under the leadership of Senator Hume and Mr Taylor, if you can call it that, they're going to vote against tax cuts again.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Canavan, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. To the extent the government has an economic plan, its plan seems to amount to increasing taxes now on small businesses via the changes to trusts, on investments via higher capital gains taxes, on property by changes to negative gearing arrangements, and now people's savings too by taxing superannuation. Why is the government attacking people's superannuation and therefore people's retirement plans that they've worked hard for?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong.
Well, simply we're not, Senator. We are dealing with a specific issue, which is the ability to borrow. It is a very small number of Australians who engage in borrowing against their super fund, and existing arrangements will be protected. And I make the point, Senator, that this policy was the subject of consideration by Mr Murray and the Council of Financial Regulators. But more broadly, Senator, the package that will be passed in the Senate tomorrow is pro-aspiration, it is pro-worker, it is pro-investment. It applies the same rule across all assets class, which keeps the system simpler and fairer, and will include tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer, both this year and next, through the Working Australian Tax Offset and the instant tax deduction. And now you have the opportunity tomorrow to vote for tax cuts. You have the opportunity to vote for tax cuts as part of this
the time
package.
for answering has expired. Senator Canavan, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, will the government rule out doing a deal with the Greens to introduce a death tax?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong. Order. Order. Order across the chamber. Order. Order. Minister Watt. Order. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, you know that there is no intention, no way in which that would occur. And I would say this to you. It says something, doesn't it? It says something, doesn't it, that the best they can do with a tax package is not in front of the Senate, is not to argue about the tax package in front of the Senate, but to make up some other tax arrangements to run a scare campaign on. I mean, that is all you have left, Senator Canavan. That is all you lot have left. Baseless scare campaigns, because you don't know what you stand for and you don't know who you represent. When the coalition has voted five times against tax cuts through the life of the Albanese Labor government and is now gearing up to vote against tax cuts again, I think Australians know that you do not know who you represent, and all you have left is baseless scare campaigns and the punters can see through.
I advise the chamber that Senator Payman has passed her question to Senator David Pocock. Thank you, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Minister Gallagher. Minister, why is it the government is seeking in the tax reform legislation before the Parliament to remove people's access to grandfathering if there's a change in ownership of a jointly held asset transfer that is simply due to death or divorce? Why does that count as a transfer in ownership?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Pocock for the question. And as Senator Pocock knows, we are making these changes to make the system overall fairer and simpler, and to better align the tax.
Senator Colbeck.
To better align the tax paid on assets with the tax paid on income, to make it fairer. That is the overarching aim of that element of the. Yeah, I'll get to it, Senator Cash. Thank you. I don't need your help. I have 1 minute.
Just focus on your own crumbling party.
Order.
Focus on your own crumbling party.
The arrangements in relation, the grandfathering arrangements in relation to shared ownership, this is consistent with the existing arrangements in the tax system around the acquisition of assets, and wherever possible, we've aligned the arrangements in the core legislation with the existing system so that new laws operate effectively and consistently with established administration of the tax system. The grandfathering rules we have put in place are reasonable arrangements that mean what you owned at budget night can continue to be negatively geared in the future, but anything bought, sold or acquired after that date is treated under the new rules. There are often, and as we'll know and when we'll get through the committee, complex interactions and details which, as we've said, we'll work through in the usual way.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, but surely if the Parliament is going to grandfather these arrangements, we should just grandfather them properly. And I don't see how it's fairer and simpler when just because your spouse dies or you get divorced, you lose those benefits. Isn't it a bit disingenuous to say that it is consistent when under the current arrangements you continue to get the 50% CGT discount, but going forward you won't should your spouse die?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
Well, I'll see if there's anything further I can add to my earlier answer. But and I accept that there are complex interactions as we, in any changes to tax arrangements. What we have tried to do with the drafting of this legislation is make it as consistent as we can with the existing system, and all of the different ways that various tax laws interact with each other. But I'm not sure there's anything else I can add. We have sought to protect arrangements, the grandfathering arrangements, to make sure that people are not penalised or for the arrangements and the investments they made under the earlier system. And there are extensive grandfathering arrangements that have been put in place that some have criticised us for being too generous to make sure that people aren't disadvantaged by the reforms going forward.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, does the government concede that if this isn't amended, it'll be women who are disadvantaged the most, given women have 20% less super on retirement and outlive us men?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. What I would say about the issues that women raise with me are really around concerns about getting older and retiring, is that they don't have enough super, they haven't earned enough income during their working life, they weren't compensated for the periods of time that they were in and out of the workforce. These are the issues that are raised with me overwhelmingly, and violence against women and health provision for women and housing provision for women. They are the overwhelming issues that are raised with me. When we look at tax reform, and the Women's Budget Statement provides commentary on the entire package of our tax reform measures and their impact on women, and overall we have sought to address issues of gender through the tax arrangements and the reforms that we've put in place.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mulholland.
My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator McCarthy. Remote communities across Northern Australia have faced significant challenges following cyclones and flooding events. These disasters have had a devastating impact on local economies and communities. Can the Minister outline how the Albanese Labor government is supporting recovery efforts in affected communities by delivering programs that create employment opportunities and help to strengthen local economies?
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Mulholland, for the question. And I'll be watching the next State of Origin game too, I think, from Queensland. You're a great state. Look, you're absolutely right.
She's a sensible person.
Our remote communities remain particularly vulnerable to natural disasters, and their recoveries can take longer. Last week, President, I was welcomed onto beautiful eastern Guugu country at Wujal Wujal in Senator Mulholland's state of Queensland. President, as they say, it's a place so nice, they say the name twice. Wujal Wujal. I was privileged to receive a water blessing from Auntie Kathleen at the foot of the spiritual waters of Wujal Wujal Falls. And the scars of Cyclone Jasper have left deep physical marks on this community, but the impact is not just physical. Elders speak of the fear they feel when they hear heavy rain, remembering the devastation they endured and the challenge of rebuilding their community. But the Albanese Labor government is there to support them and to back their aspirations, and that includes with jobs, jobs, jobs. We are delivering 6,000 jobs in remote communities, providing the dignity of work with proper pay, sick leave, annual leave and superannuation, and that includes in the community of Wujal Wujal. I visited the nursery and market garden where local RGED workers are already benefiting from these opportunities. And one of those workers, Topsy, said to me, "I love gardening. I always go home at the end of the day with a smile on my face, telling my family what I've done." The Albanese Labor government is strengthening our remote communities by providing the dignity of work. And President, Wujal Wujal is just one of many examples of this success of the program.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mulholland, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Cost of living pressures continue to affect families across Australia, and these challenges can be even greater in remote communities where food and essential goods often cost significantly more. Can the Minister outline how the Albanese Labor government is helping to ease cost of living pressures for families in remote communities?
Thank you, Senator. Beg your pardon, Senator Mulholland. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, mayors from across the country are in Canberra this week. Alistair Gibson from Wujal Wujal, Bruce Gibson from Hopevale, James Woods from West Arnhem, Elsie Seriat from Torres Shire Council and Richard Suter from Mornington Shire. There is one thing their communities all have in common, President, and that is support from the Albanese Labor government through our low-cost essentials subsidy scheme, which is helping to ease cost of living pressures. I'm proud to announce to the Senate that we now have 120 stores right across Australia signed up to the scheme. 120 stores and more to come. We have slashed the cost of 30 essential items in remote communities, meaning those items cost the same as they would in a city. This is about fairness and it is about delivering.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mulholland, second supplementary.
Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians continue to experience disparities in health, housing, education and employment outcomes. Can the Minister outline how the Albanese Labor government is delivering meaningful investments to address these challenges and how this approach differs from those who continue to call for cuts to programs that support First Nations communities?
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, there they are, President. The coalition of chaos.
That's right.
They're the coalition of cuts. Come on, I woke you up. Come on. Senator Nampijinpa Price has been penning op-eds and sending out fundraising emails criticising our jobs agenda while providing absolutely no policy solutions of your own. And Senator Hanson has been declaring her desire for a monoculture.
Are you a Liberal or a National or a One
So
Nation?
One Nation is leading this coalition, which is now committed to the abolition of all Indigenous programs.
Are you off to One Nation?
The opposition has no plan apart from cuddling up to One Nation. They only believe in the negative, nasty politics of chaos and cuts and in punching down on First
Thank
Nations
you, Minister. The time for
Australians.
answering has
You woke
expired.
up.
Senator Kovacic. Order. Order. Minister Watt, I have called Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. CPA Australia has warned that Labor's capital gains tax changes could capture inherited assets and important family heirlooms, including what is described as Grandma's jewellery box. Can the Minister guarantee that Australians will not be forced to obtain valuations for important family keepsakes, such as inherited jewellery, wedding rings of departed loved ones, watches and artwork before the 1st of July 2027?
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Wong.
Well, what I have said a number of times in this place and that the budget announced was changes to the capital gains tax arrangements that apply the same rule across all assets to ensure that the system is simpler and fairer, and the system that is being applied is a system of real gains. Now, what I would say to the senator, Senator Cash, everything is an outrage, isn't it? But what is not an outrage to you is the spinelessness of your leader when he is asked 7 times about whether or not he supports Miss Hanson's monoculture, and he is not able to answer. He's not able to answer. And I have to say that stands in stark contrast to the courage that is shown at least by Mr Hastie, who says he will not bend a knee to them, and, if I may, Senator Scarr, who gave a very decent contribution in this chamber in support of multiculturalism, and I am wondering where the rest of the moderate wing of the Liberal Party are when it comes to this, and their leader's silence on this.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Order. 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 Senator Duniam.
President, a point of order on relevance. The question had nothing to do with anything that's being spoken about, so I wonder if the minister might return to the question.
Just a moment, Senator Kovacic. Are you also on a point of order?
I'd like to point out the reflection that Senator Wong has made on individuals on this side of the chamber who have spoken strongly in favour of multiculturalism.
Senator Kovacic.
And I would ask that she withdraw it.
Senator Kovacic, I did not hear any offence, and an offence is committed when... Senator Kovacic, I haven't finished. An offence is committed not by commenting on what someone may have said in this place, but by slurring using their name. I didn't hear that. And I will continue to listen carefully. I did not hear that. In relation to Senator Duniam's point of order, I am happy to draw the minister back to the question, but I will also remind you not to interject, because if you interject, the minister is entitled to take the interjection. So I'm going to continue to listen carefully. If there's silence and the minister is not directly relevant to the question, I will draw her to the question, but that means no interjections. Minister Wong.
Order?
Yep.
On the point of order, I'm very happy to withdraw, Senator Kovacic, and I will always recognise those on your side who do stand up for multiculturalism.
Minister Wong, did you wish to continue
Thank
with your
you.
answer?
As I was saying, what the government is doing is replacing the 50% capital gains tax discount with a new discount that is based on inflation, with full gains accruing from the 1st of July 2027. That will apply across all asset classes, and that is part of a package which also will involve working Australians getting a higher getting a tax cut. Senator Hume, you just interrupt all the time because you don't want people to know that you were the one who was for higher taxes at the last election. You were the one who was higher taxes at the last election, and you are leading them into another vote against tax cuts. So they keep following you into the trenches, don't they?
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Wong. Thank you. The time for answering has expired. Senator Hume, I have called you many times this afternoon. I would appreciate silence in the remainder time we've got for question time. Senator Kovacic, first supplementary.
Minister, I note your comments about these taxes being simpler and fairer. Given that, who will be required to pay for these valuables? Or who will be required to pay for the valuations of these family valuables?
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Wong.
Senator, we are changing the discount available. That is what we are changing, and we are also making sure it applies across all asset classes. I can't be any clearer than that. What I would say to you, Senator, is that this is part of a set of tax changes, both on capital gains and negative gearing, and also income tax, which do represent one of the largest changes to Australia's tax arrangements in a generation. They will ensure that income from assets is taxed in the in a way that is
Minister
analogous
Wong,
to
please.
income from
Minister
work.
Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash.
Direct relevance, President. It was actually a very simple question. The minister's admitted assets will need to be valued. It is a simple question. Who needs to pay for the valuation?
Thank you, Senator Cash. The minister is being relevant to the question, and I am listening carefully, and I appreciate that the interjections have stopped. So I also thank you all for that. Minister Wong, please continue.
Again, that the change that is being applied is in relation to the discount on capital gains tax. That change has been put forward for many reasons, one of which is that it ensures that assets gains are more equitably and fairly and consistently taxed. The package also ensures that income from
Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Kovacic, second supplementary.
Minister, isn't this exactly what Australians fear from Labor and the Greens? A tax that reaches into family inheritances, a quasi-death tax, people to put a price tag on the wedding rings and family heirlooms, leaving ordinary Australians paying accountants and valuers just to deal with property that has been in their family for decades?
Order. Order. Minister Wong.
Well, I have a fair degree of respect for Senator Kovacic, so I will try and respond in a respectful way, because I think that was not a question you should have been given, because it is a demonstration. It is a demonstration.
Order.
It is a demonstration of the fact that those opposite have no capacity to engage on the basis of the tax policy, so they have to. May I finish?
Order. Senator Cash. Senator Cash. Senator Cash, come to order. Minister Wong.
Those on that side, those opposite, have no capacity to actually engage with the debate on tax, so they have to make up a scare campaign on taxes which do not exist. But most importantly, and I again say this to the coalition senators, you are about to vote for higher taxes. Be very, very clear that Senator Hume and Senator Cash, under Mr Taylor's leadership, are going to make you vote for higher taxes for working Australians.
The time for answering has expired. I'm waiting for silence. Order. Senator Brown.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. At a time when global energy markets are under pressure, Australian wind, solar and batteries, backed by gas, make Australia stronger and more secure. That's why the Albanese Labor government is helping more Australian households purchase a home battery. Minister, how has this policy helped Australian households to weather these global energy shocks?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Ayres.
Well, thank you, Senator Brown, for that question. Of course, you're right. With the war in the Middle East, global energy markets are indeed once again under some pressure. That underscores the importance of the work that this government, and in particular Minister Bowen, has been leading over the course of this year. In all aspects of our energy system, none more important than building a new, modern, Australian reliable electricity grid. Australian wind, solar, batteries and gas. Vladimir Putin in Ukraine can't stop the wind blowing in Australia. The Iranians may be able to block the Strait of Hormuz, but they cannot stop the Australian sun shining on the roofs of Australian households, securing Australian energy to drive down prices for Australians. Now, just one of these programs, the cheaper home battery program, has made an outsized impact for businesses and for households. I mean, it's the old outrage meter over here. It's a complete mystery, really. I don't want to divert myself off my own topic, but when everything comes along and you get so angry, But you get smaller and they get so angry and they get bigger. Like, what's going on? It's this mystery of political thermodynamics that just keeps happening to you. Is it physics? Is it chemistry or biology? You don't know, but you keep doing it. You keep doing it, you get angrier and angrier and angrier, and you get smaller and smaller and smaller. What is going on over there to the once great Liberal and National parties?
Order, order, order. Senator Brown, first supplementary.
It was good. It was good.
Order. Senator Brown is Minister Watt and Senator Henderson. Order. I'd called Senator Brown and she was on her feet. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Minister, for that very interesting answer, and I'm sure everyone here in the chamber found it extremely informative. Supplementary, President. Today, the government's capacity investment scheme has announced 15 new successful energy storage projects, with big batteries to be built in New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria and South Australia. How will these new projects...
Senator Brown, time has expired. Minister Ayres.
I'm anticipating that I know how that question would have concluded. This is a very important program, and of course I'm very, as you all know, very easily distracted. And it's important to point out that this program, alongside the Cheaper Home Batteries program, which has provided for 450,000 cheaper home batteries, 12 gigawatts, 12 gigawatts of capacity. In terms of the amount of batteries installed in the world, we are behind only the United States and China. Here in Australia, making household bills go down for the houses that install them, and putting downward pressure on prices across the grid. And of course, 15 more large-scale successful energy storage projects announced today through the Capacity Investment Scheme, $6 billion in private investment.
Senator Brown, second supplementary.
Yes, President, and great anticipation, Minister. The Albanese Labor government is securing Australia's future by building a modern Australian energy system. What are the risks to Australia's future energy security by turning back the policy clock on renewables?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Ayres.
Well, there are so many risks over there. As the right-wing parties sort of merge, not dual ticket holders, triple ticket holders now, as they merge, they can agree about very little of real substance for Australians. They can agree they want to make workers poorer. They can agree they want to cut back social services, and they can agree that they want to wreck electricity investment in Australia. The current leader of the opposition, Mr Taylor, who told Sky News this morning that he stemmed the decline, apparently. He stemmed the decline in the Liberal primary vote. Well, you know, put a pencil next to that one and we'll see how we're looking in 6 weeks' time. Put a pencil next to that and see how it's going. But no person has done more to wreck electricity investment in Australia than Mr Taylor. No person,
thank you, Minister.
no person has done more.
Answering has expired. Minister Wong.
I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Thanks, Lee.
Just give senators a few moments to leave the chamber if they're not going to participate in the next section. I shall now proceed to motions to take note of answers. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with informal arrangements agreed by the whips. Are there any motions? Senator Scarr.
Yes, Deputy President, I move to take note of answers to all coalition questions during question time today. Deputy President, I want to talk about 3 issues arising from question time today in terms of the answers given to questions asked by coalition members: integrity, equity and efficiency. Now let's talk about integrity first. It is a fact that the Prime Minister went to the Australian people no less than 50 times before the last election and said there would be no change to the capital gains tax regime, said there would be no change to negative gearing, said there would be no change in relation to superannuation tax arrangements. That's a fact. And then it is a fact that after the election we've seen those changes put in place that the Prime Minister said he would not put in place. That is a broken promise. It goes to the integrity of our political system. And in particular, in relation to superannuation, as my colleague Senator Canavan said, on 10 October 2025 last year, the ABC reported that the Prime Minister said, and I quote, in relation to superannuation, there are no policy changes, our policy stands, end quote. And yet just this week, the Labor Party has entered into a deal with the Greens. And we heard the Leader of the Government in the Senate, Senator Wong, refer to the terms of an agreement between the Labor Party and the Greens. Well, what about the Australian people? Where do they fit into this equation? What about the commitment to the Australian people that was made before the last election? What about their agreement with the politicians representing the Labor Party who were seeking to be elected on a platform that there would be no changes to capital gains tax, to negative gearing or to superannuation? What about the mandate that was given by the Australian people to the Labor Party on false pretences, the pretence that the Labor Party would stick by the word of the Prime Minister that there would be no changes? That's the integrity question, and that will hang around the Prime Minister's neck like an albatross until the next election. Then we have the question of equity. And the point that Senator Bragg made was this, that under current arrangements, before the deal between the Labor Party and the Greens, self-managed super funds had an ability to go into the market, enter into appropriate arrangements to borrow, to acquire residential property for investment purposes. And whilst I acknowledge the Leader of the Government in the Senate referred to David Murray, those arrangements are entered into on the basis of limited recourse loans, which protects the body of the superannuation fund from entering into negative territory. So there are already probity and fidelity arrangements in place. But what's changed is that the Prime Minister said there would be no change, and there now is going to be a change because of the agreement between the Labor Party and the Greens. And then the third point in terms of efficiency, in terms of bureaucracy. The Certified Practising Accountants of Australia have estimated that over $800 million is going to have to be spent before the end of the next financial year valuing assets because of the Labor Party's change, because of the Labor Party's broken promise. $825 million paid by valuers to go all over Australia and value all sorts of assets that might be subject to capital gains tax. Over $800 million spent on that activity, that compliance activity, in a situation where Australia's in a productivity crisis. Tell me how that makes sense when Australia's facing a productivity crisis. $825 million being spent on valuers, millions being spent on accountants.
Scarr, your time has expired. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Deputy President. Now, there's been such a lot of hot air in this chamber over the last couple of days, and certainly at question time it's been writ large. Let's be really clear. This tax package is pro-aspiration, it's pro-worker, and it is pro-investment. It will build us a better and fairer and simpler tax system. Now, we have significant ideological differences between ourselves and our coalition colleagues across the chamber. That's obvious. But what we are seeing here is an awful lot of hot air and bother being thrown around alongside that. Let's just be really clear. We know that we believe over on this side of the chamber, the Labor senators here believe that wage earners should have as much opportunity as wealth generators. And our colleagues over there in the coalition party and the however many partners they may have on any given day of the week, they believe that those wealth generators are the ones that should have priority in our system. And we don't agree. We believe it should be fair and balanced. We believe that everybody should have the opportunity. We believe that business should have an opportunity. We believe that first home buyers should have opportunity. And we believe in a much fairer playing field. And that is exactly what this package is going to deliver. So, but like I say, there's been a lot of hot air in this chamber over the last week. And what I will do now is not just the shouting and the yelling and the opinions from either side, which we know full well come off the back of a solid ideological difference. Let me share with you some of the comments from stakeholders, from the people who have commented. So let's start with the Tax Institute, who said, "We commend the Treasurer for the political bravery to tackle some big-ticket issues in our tax system and set out on the road to tax reform." Yep, tax reform. It can be done, I know. You were in government for 10 years, and I'm not sure there was anything much done in that. Then if we go to Michelle O'Neill from the ACTU, this budget marks a shift that gives workers a fairer shot at housing stability. And then the Australian Community Housing, they said that they are strongly and unequivocally supportive of proposed changes to capital gains tax and negative gearing. They further comment the reforms are a serious attempt to shift Australia's housing system in a fairer direction. And then Homelessness Australia. Now, these are some of the people seeing the market at its worst out there, who are dealing with some of our most vulnerable people. These measures represent an important structural reform that will help improve housing affordability, reduce inequality, strengthen intergenerational equity and support a fairer housing system. And then we go to the McKell Institute. These bills represent a meaningful step towards rebalancing Australia's tax system. And so it goes on. The barefoot investor, not always our biggest fan. The system lets wealthy families with good accountants pay less tax than nurses and tradies. And that doesn't pass the pub test. It doesn't. The barefoot investor is bang on. It does not. We need a balance here. We need to make sure that young people, workers out there across Australia have an opportunity to own their own home.
Your time has expired. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Deputy President. I just want to respond to a comment from Senator Grogan about there being a lot of hot air in this chamber about this topic. I wouldn't call it hot air in this chamber. I would suggest that it's white-hot anger in our community. And we are reflecting that, as is our job to do, because every single day, over and over, we hear from people who are impacted. And today, when I asked my question about important family heirlooms, and I had my own father pass away a little over a year ago, and he actually, before he passed away, gifted me his own wedding ring. And so, as a legitimate question, that happened a year ago, what happens now? What happens to people who are in that exact same circumstance as I am? Do we go out and get a valuation for that item? What is the cost base for that item? Correct. Why should I even have to now pay, presumably 30% tax on that item after some almost 6 decades? Why should anybody else? And that's just one small example. There are many other such examples that are perhaps more significant in value, dollar-wise, but that significance doesn't make it any different or any more stressful for somebody to understand what they need to do. Because what you have to realise is when you're talking about those same Australians are going to get a tax cut, those Australians are going to have to think about whether they have to sell that asset at some point in order to ensure that they can pay any commensurate tax on that or any other assets. This is this unintended consequence, perhaps, of the terms of the agreement that the Albanese Labor government has entered into with the Australian Greens. And I think that is a really important thing for us to think about. Because some of the other things that we've heard about is this wasn't even something that the Albanese Labor government wanted to do. They were only going to apply CGT to residential investment properties, but Treasury told them to apply it to everything else. And now we have the Australian Greens dictating terms to them. It's extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. I think the other thing that's really important to note is that Minister Wong noted that the Prime Minister has been upfront with the Australian people. No, he has not. No, he has not. He has misled the Australian people, and that is why they are furious. He has misled them over and over and over again. And then we also have the Treasurer now coming out and saying that the tax treatment that previously applied to assets in relation to negative gearing and CGT will no longer apply to those assets post the death of one partner or the divorce of a couple. Have a guess about who that's potentially going to impact the most in relation to divorce. Women. Where they might have to think about whether they can actually afford to leave a marriage, perhaps an abusive marriage, based on the recalculation of what assets might be there. Because whether we like it or not, they are the calculations that women make out of necessity. You should be ashamed.
Senator Kovacic, your time's expired. Senator Mulhall.
Deputy President, for those tuning in at home this afternoon, they might have been a little mistaken that they'd wandered into an episode of Antiques Roadshow and not the Senate question time. But here we were. The first question off the bat from the Liberal Party today, was it about cost of living relief? No, it wasn't. Was it about housing? Nope, not even close. Was it about health? Nope, you'd be coming up short again. It was about vintage cars, collectible cars, personalised number plates. The burning issue for the modern Liberal Party coming into this question time today wasn't about Australians struggling to get into a home of their own, wasn't about Australians struggling with the cost of living. It was about Australians worried about their vintage cars, their collectible cars, their personalised number plates, their vintage jewellery, their watches. While young Australians can't get into a home of their own, they cannot get a foot on the property ladder. When older Australians are struggling to hold on to their rentals with the rising cost of rentals, this lot are talking about vanity plates on collectible cars and vintage Rolexes. Nothing says the modern Liberal Party quite like personalised number plates, honestly. And if a vehicle out of touch had a number plate, that would be it. We also heard a lot of mock outrage during question time from the opposition regarding the passage of these Treasury laws through the Senate. Much talk about an agreement. We would all love to see the modern Liberal Party be able to get an agreement on anything. Anything. They can't even get internal agreement in the coalition, let alone on the Senate floor. We know they've had a checkered history, on again, on again, on again, off again, on again. And I would be really annoyed too if I was the party of business, the party of commerce, and I was being outclassed by the Australian Greens on the ability to do a deal. I'd be a little annoyed about it too, because we all know the Liberal Party couldn't even pass a note in class, let alone a piece of legislation in this Senate. They have been unable to come to the table on a single piece of legislation in this parliament. And it's a bit rich to hear the Liberal Party talking about changing positions on anything. This is a party that cannot land a consistent position from breakfast to lunchtime on net zero. This is a party that takes more positions on that issue than a Bikram yoga class. So we're not going to sit here and be lectured to by that lot about changing positions. In fact, there are frontbenchers in this very chamber who promised the Australian people and the media that if their party walked away from net zero, they would walk away from the front bench. But they're still here lobbing up on the front bench, pretending that none of us remember what they said. But we do, and we do keep receipts. But this week, this chamber gets a chance to come one step closer to delivering a tax system that gives a fair go for all. And I know that those opposite can't stand the thought of a system that tips the scales in favour of working people, that gives working Australians an opportunity to get into a house of their own, to deliver a fifth round of tax cuts, $2,800 in the back pocket of working Australians. And when they vote against these tax cuts, they are voting against 14 million Australians getting a tax cut.
Senator Colbeck.
Let's bring this debate back to what it's about. This debate, this motion, is about Labor's broken promises to the Australian people in relation to their tax policies at the last election. Labor went to the last election promising that they would not change the tax on capital gains. They went to the last election promising that they would not change the tax on superannuation. They went to the election promising they would not change the tax on other elements of the economy. And then they come in here in this budget and do exactly that. How does any Australian believe anything that this government says in response to that? How can the Australian people take anything that the Labor Party says at face value anymore? And we saw that in question time again today. Labor senators come in here in this debate and try and portray it as being about something else. But this debate is about the assets of the Australian people, their super, and other assets that they own, that the government promised they would not change the tax treatment of, and they are now, through a dirty deal with the Australian Greens, changing the tax treatment. That's what's happening in here. That's what's happening here. We have Labor senators come in and try and deflect. They go personal against members of the opposition. But what this is genuinely about is Labor's word and what it's worth. And so many times now, this government, following the 22 election and the 25 election, have broken their promises to the Australian people. The broken promise with respect to superannuation is not the first time they've broken their promise on superannuation. At the 2022 election, they promised they would not change the tax treatment of superannuation. They then did that with, again, the support of the Greens. And so they're breaking that promise for a second time today because they made the same promise again at the 2025 election. You cannot believe a single word that this government says, including when they're trying to push back on questions by the opposition, concerns raised by our constituents legitimately in question time. You cannot believe what they say. You just cannot believe what you say. And when you've lost the value of your word, and the Prime Minister went to the 22 election and the 25 election saying, "My word is my bond." They were his words. My word is my bond. What do those words mean now? And as a Member of Parliament, where your word is one of the more paramount things that you have, when you sacrifice that through the broken promises that this government has broken, what do you have left? You have nothing left. You have absolutely nothing left. These budget measures are a betrayal of the Australian people and the promises that this government made to the Australian people at the last election. And the Australian people know it. And the word of the Labor Party and this government now has zero value in the Australian community, and the Labor Party deserve every element of that.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of the opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. I take note of Minister Wong's responses to my questions this afternoon. Israel's depraved, monstrous and evil crimes go beyond using children as target practice, and there were appalling examples that I shared, like the 10-year-old baby shot in the head while being breastfed. The independent report adds to the evidence that Israel has systematically targeted hospitals and health infrastructure, while intentionally depriving children of the nutrition, safety and support that they need to live a life, let alone thrive. In response to Russia's war in Ukraine, the Australian government imposed comprehensive sanctions and have extended them in years since. Here is the racist double standard that calls out some crimes against humanity while allowing genocide in Gaza to go unpunished. Despite pleas for years and the mounting death toll, Labor has time and again refused to impose comprehensive sanctions on our trade relationships with Israel. Narrow sanctions against a few individuals do not cut it when the murderous apparatus of the Israeli state and its military are hell-bent on the root and branch destruction of Palestinian people. A refusal to call this genocide what it is does not cut it when Palestinians continue to be murdered long after the so-called ceasefire. What a farce. It breaks my heart that anyone in power could read the stories in this report of torture, of sexual abuse, of children killed while playing together, and then read all of this and then stay passive. How can we see Israel's allies in this parliament, Labour, the Liberals and One Nation, as anything but apologists for child killers? Here is very simply what I'm asking the Albanese Labour government to do for the children of Palestine. End the armed trades between Australia and Israel. Put comprehensive trade sanctions against Israel and call a genocide for what it is, a genocide.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. The independent UN report into the occupation, the violent occupation of Palestinian territory by the Israeli government has now made this damning report into the killing of children. Palestinian children, the UN has found, have been deliberately targeted, including post-ceasefire, with the Israeli Defence Force intending to destroy the existence of Palestinians in Gaza. The report details how more than 20,179 children have been killed. More than 44,000 children, in addition to that, have been injured, and it details the brutality of the IDF and the Israeli occupation in Gaza and the West Bank. Children have experienced torture, inhumane and degrading treatment, including sexual and gender-based violence. And Israel has been targeting critical infrastructure through large-yield bombs. Schools, orphanages, healthcare facilities have all been targeted and destroyed by Israel through large-yield bombs. Some of the examples are just so appalling. It's hard to imagine how Israel has escaped widespread global sanctions, but here are some. In January 2024, 5-year-old Hind Rajab is killed alongside the rest of her family of 7 in a family car, and the IDF deliberately obstructed rescue attempts despite knowing that there were seriously injured children in the car. In January 2024, a member of the IDF with a sniper rifle shot a 15-year-old boy 3 times. He was waving a white cloth as his family attempted to evacuate a building in Khan Yunis. And the conclusion is that the last 2 shots were likely meant to ensure that the boy was dead. The 15-year-old boy with a white flag was dead. And his 20-year-old brother was also killed while rushing to the body of his brother. And 3 times, Senator Wong was given the opportunity to explain why, in light of these findings, Australia has not imposed a 2-way arms trade embargo. 3 times Senator Wong was asked, why won't Australia impose the same sanctions on Israel as we imposed on Russia for their illegal war? And 3 times Senator Wong failed to even mention the 2-way arms trade, failed to even mention the details in the UN report. Her silence, her refusal spoke volumes.
Your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. I take note of Minister McCarthy's response. There is one thing this Labor government is very good at. It's good about saying it's concerned. It's concerned about the mass incarceration of Aboriginal people across this country. It's concerned about families being made homeless, as the Minister for Indigenous Australians has said time and again in her answer this afternoon. Families have been raising concerns about this provider for years. Oric has known about it for years too. The Minister has known for at least a month that these families in Mount Isa risk homelessness, and what has her department done? It's handed out a few fact sheets about getting a home loan or renting in the private market, which we all know is near impossible to do, especially in a place like Mount Isa. Now it's concerned, it's talking to the state government, it's talking to the council, but what's the government actually doing? I'm hearing about caveats on these properties and also auctions that are about to happen in July. The National Agreement on Social Housing and Homelessness says the Commonwealth partners with the states are to help people who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Does this just mean the government's handball to one another? Because that's what my people are hearing and seeing. No action, just handball, state to fed, fed to state. Why are Aboriginal people homeless or at risk of homelessness in our own country? This is our land. We have a right, a human right, to have a roof over our heads like all the other people in this country. So the response is inadequate, and if people in Mount Isa, if the Aboriginal people in Mount Isa become homeless because the federal government here, the Labor government, chose not to act, chose not to intervene, then I'm sorry, but it is on the Indigenous minister's head, and she will know about it.
Your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek to take note of the answer from Minister Gallagher to my question earlier. The government has decided to grandfather existing CGT and negative gearing arrangements. I think there's a solid argument for that. People have made those investments under the current rules. Whether people like that or not, they were the rules. And so there's been a determination to honour them. Yes, we need to acknowledge that this is, in a sense, pulling up the ladder. Future investors won't have the opportunity to buy in the existing market, something I really support. I think we've got to start treating housing more as something that we truly want to be accessible and affordable rather than as an investment vehicle. But they will be able to buy new homes and get the CGT discount and negatively gear. We hear a lot about supply in this place, and rightly so, and that will incentivise that. But if we are going to grandfather, let's do it properly. Let's do it properly. Let's actually ensure that should someone's spouse die, should they get divorced, that is not treated as the sale of an investment property, that spouse continues to get that benefit until they do actually what most reasonable Australians would consider sell an investment property. And so I agree with the intent of this policy. I just am disappointed just how quickly this is being rammed through without due process and actually getting it right. If the intent is this, let's actually make sure that we deliver on that intent. When it comes to ending the overly generous CGT and negative gearing concessions on investment property, when it comes to trusts, if it's about closing the loophole, let's close the loopholes. Absolutely close the loopholes for people who are using trusts to not pay their fair share of tax, who have the opportunity to do that when most Australians simply do not have that opportunity. But let's not penalise the people who aren't rorting the system, small businesses who have set up in trusts in good faith because of the advice they got from their accountant. And so this does go to process, and I'd urge the government to back my amendment tomorrow, which is in line with their intent and will ensure that mostly women aren't missing out due to this oversight.
Senator Pocock, your time has expired. Now we'll just have a change of chair.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Okay. It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on the 13th of April 2026 of Trish Crossan AM, a former senator for the Northern Territory from 1998 to 2013. I call the Leader of the Government in the Senate, Minister Wong.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to the death of Trish Crossan. Thank you. I thank the Senate. I move that the Senate records its sadness at the death on the 13th of April 2026 of Trish Crossan AM, former Senator for the Northern Territory, places on record its gratitude for her service to the Parliament and to the nation, and tenders its sympathy to her family in its bereavement. Namir bookmark. Mainmark wangna nganapur nina ngara ka gurutumir ngarak. Nunal irkala wangangur. Yolno walal ngarak jaka ka gurutugata ngaraka manging kungal ngaran yolno romgo. President, those were the first Indigenous language words in a speech in the Australian Parliament, and they were spoken on this very day in 1998, and today we honour the woman who said them. 28 years ago, in her first speech to the Senate, Trish Crossan was saying to the traditional owners, "Thank you for welcoming my family and me, for allowing us to live on your land and for the opportunity to understand your culture." With characteristic boldness and authenticity, Senator Crossan set the tone for her 15-year contribution and set the tone for many others to come, not least with her personal apology on that day to the stolen generations. And what followed was 15 years of persistent, determined, compassionate and courageous advocacy for a better, more respectful, more just and more modern Australia. How lucky we were to have her. And I want to express my personal condolences and those from all on this side of the chamber, to Mark, Paul, Melinda, Amanda and Kate, and to all of her grandchildren as well as other family, friends and parliamentary colleagues, to all her new and loved Trish. Trish was many things: a working mother, later a grandmother, a proud feminist, a stalwart unionist, a committed practitioner of reconciliation, a believer that ceilings were made to be broken, not least by becoming the Northern Territory's first female member of federal parliament, and what a formidable senator she was. Trish's life tells a story of deep devotion to the people she loved and the causes she championed. From the streets of Kensington, Melbourne, where she grew up, to Irkala in East Arnhem Land, where she first taught, wherever she went. Trisha's first thought was to help those around her. If someone needed help, something needed fixing, it didn't matter what it was or where you came from, Trish would show up. President, in 1956, Claire and Albert Borlase were convinced they were going to have a baby boy. Drew around St Patrick's Day, and thus they were primed to name him Patrick. But on the 21st of March, in her first act of defiance, she was born a girl. Still, the name more or less stuck, but Trish didn't like much being called Patricia, even less Pat, so Trish or Trisha was how she continued. Growing up in Kensington, her youth exposed her to what she described in her first speech as a rich, multicultural, working-class community. And she credited this setting with imbuing the spirit of social justice and fairness she would come to embody throughout her life. It was in these early years that Trisha's gift to connect deeply with any community she found herself in was first nurtured. She played organ in her local Catholic parish at mass, weddings and funerals, forever part of the rights of her neighbours. And as a young adult, she earned a diploma of teaching at Mercy College and her bachelor's in education from Deakin University. She knew early on the power of an education. At 13, Trish met Mark and soon after announced her intention to marry him. Eventually she did, and soon found herself on a new adventure with him, moving to a remote community in the Northern Territory where they would both teach. And at 24, Trish took up a post teaching in Yirrkala, and there she fell in love with the community and the local language of the Yolngu people, Gumaj. And she recognised the opportunities afforded to children if they were allowed to be educated in a bilingual environment. Her experience teaching in remote communities, along with Mark's influence, drove Trish to join the Labor Party, to get involved in her trade union and eventually become an industrial officer at the NTEU. Trish Crossan was never there to occupy the space. We see this throughout her life, including at the union. She had seen firsthand the change she could make to students' and educators' lives if she worked for it, and she fought successfully for the pay and conditions of Indigenous teachers to match non-Indigenous teachers under the award. And it is no surprise that her tenure as Union Secretary from 96 to 98 was marked by a rapid growth in membership. In Darwin, she also helped establish the NT Working Women's Centre and was central to unearthing a shocking case of migrant worker exploitation where workers were paid roughly 75 cents an hour and faced threats to their families. In 1998, Trish won support to fill a casual vacancy in the Senate. And as I said at the outset, today is the anniversary of her groundbreaking first speech. As well as thanking the Yolngu people and apologising to the stolen generations, the first commitment Senator Crossan gave in this place was to the Yolngu, to work hard to represent them and to continue to respect and acknowledge their rights. Trish Crossan never shied away from saying what she thought, and she famously earned the ire of the then Senator Vanstone for being controversial in her first speech. Given how polemical Senator Vanstone was willing to be, it seems like Trish might have struck a nerve. She said, "As a Territory Senator, I will continue to promote the benefits of a tolerant, multicultural Australia. We must continue to strive for a country that is built upon the foundations of unity rather than division." Well, Trish might have been responding to the politics of her day, but they are words that resonate today. Trish Crossan also brought to this place her lived experience as a working mum, and she fought consistently and continuously for the importance of childcare to be recognised by this Parliament. And in that prescient first speech, she observed that this building housed no childcare facilities for people like her, a deficit it would take over a decade and a Labor government to correct. You see, childcare in Parliament House might now seem obvious, but it was not seen that way. And as a result of efforts by Trish and others, along with Labor's affirmative action policies, we now have a Parliament that far better reflects our society. Over the years, Trish Crossan was a member of more select, standing and statutory committees than you could count. And she understood that the concentrated work of Senate committees could help achieve generational change, be it in education, employment and workplace relations, where she drew from both her time as a teacher and union official, or as chair of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, where she led a 2008 review into the Sex Discrimination Act, which, amongst other reforms, saw the inclusion of protections for breastfeeding mothers. In a speech after the 2010 election, Trish remarked on another occasion in which she crossed paths with history, saying, "Last night I was calculating with Kate, my 14-year-old. After 4,486 days, as of today, I'm now the longest-serving senator from the Territory." 2 years later, Trish again took up the fight for others, introducing the Marriage Amendment Bill in 2012 into the Senate. And she made the case for marriage equality, something that is today accepted as given, and spoke to the heart of Australian values. In her second reading speech, Trish said, "Australians do not tolerate discrimination based on race, religion, ethnicity or sexuality, and still we have Commonwealth law that in its very meaning entrenches discrimination." And she went on to say, "But almost equal is not equal. Discrimination based on sexuality is still discrimination." As was Trish's way, she saw her actions as a duty to right a wrong she saw, and her support meant a great deal to me personally. Trish's work was neither limited to nor bound by the confines of Canberra, and though she spent countless days here in this building, her heart and her thoughts always remained in the Territory and with Territorians. And she was known to welcome anybody into her electorate office, regardless of the issues they may be having, whether they needed help navigating government services, or, in one moving case, a single father struggling to help his daughter through the changes of adolescence. Her attitude was that if someone needed your help, you showed up and you stuck with them. And for Trish, that often meant reminding her colleagues across this chamber about the unique challenges faced by rural, remote and Indigenous Australians. Trish Crossan gave her valedictory to this chamber on the 18th of June 2013, and she gave her thanks to almost everyone in the building, including the clerks whom she all knew by name, to the men and women of parliamentary services, to the library, broadcasting, Hansard and beyond. It's a reflection of 15 years she spent in this Parliament House, and she warmed this Parliament House. And it is a reflection of the many deep relationships she built throughout her time here, relationships which extended across the political divide. She spoke warmly of Senator Nigel Scullion, her fellow senator from the Territory for over a decade, and she also retained her belief in working constructively across political divides, with members and senators that she knew to hold convictions as earnest as her own. Trish knew the best solutions to our biggest challenges came from a willingness to engage eye to eye and to learn from the experiences of others, no matter where they came from. And Trish Crossan ended her time in this place just as she began. From her first speech to her last, Trish's deeply felt dedication to First Nations justice and equality permeated her parliamentary service. And after 15 years, hundreds of sitting days, thousands of divisions and countless committee hearings, Trish used her closing words to once again thank the Yolngu people, and once again in the Gumatj language. For Trish Crossan, being a senator was neither the beginning nor the end, and her commitment to reconciliation to Indigenous Australians and her drive to empower other women stretched from her time as a teacher in a remote school to post-parliamentary life and all throughout. She served as a director on the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation, where she always ensured the community's voice was heard. She worked with Gender Equity Victoria, and she chaired the Gordon TAFE in Geelong, roles she used to continue her lifelong ambition of expanding educational opportunity. In the time since Trish's passing, as well as reflections on her remarkable contribution, there have been reflections on the profound pride and deep love she had in and for her family. She always said Mark was her best friend and greatest support, and of Paul, Mel, Mandy and Kate, Trish sang endless praise. Senators would know I have the great fortune of coming to know one of Trish's kids well. Kate works in my office and she's known to many of you. As Kate's sister Mel said at Trish's funeral, nothing made her prouder than tuning into the Senate during a late night sitting and watching you working away in the advisor's box. Well, Kate, take comfort from the pride and strength, and take comfort and strength from the pride in you she had and her love for you. And from wherever she is watching, I know that, like me, she can't wait to see where your extraordinary talent and commitment take you. On the issues that animated Trish, there is more work to do, not least the acute challenges in addressing Indigenous disadvantage. But Trish's dream of this country, Trish's dream of Australia, never centred on why we couldn't do something or why it was too difficult. Instead, I think it's better encapsulated by what she said with typical gumption whilst marriage equality was still being debated. Let's get over it and let's just do it. I close by saying to Mark, to Paul, to Mel, to Mandy and to Kate, to all of Trish's grandchildren, her family and loved ones, and to all who called her friend, accept my deepest condolences for the loss of a true comrade. Farewell, Trish Cossin.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Cash.
Thank you, President. I rise on behalf of the Coalition to pay tribute to former Senator for the Northern Territory, Trish Cossin AM, who passed away on the 13th of April at the age of 70. Senator Cossin served, as we know, in this chamber for 15 years, from June 1998 to September 2013. I had the privilege of serving with Trish between 2008 and 2013, and I echo Senator Wong's comments. Trish was someone who was thoroughly committed to the issues she came here to prosecute. She was someone who was always up for a chat, but she was also someone who would sit down with you and actually work through the issues that she wanted to get done in this place. She was chosen in June 1998 to fill the vacancy created by the resignation of Senator Bob Collins. She was subsequently elected to the Senate in her own right at the 1998 election. She was re-elected 4 more times in 2001, 2004, 2007 and 2010. She was the 472nd member of this place. She was the 5th Senator for the Northern Territory, and she was the first woman to represent the Northern Territory in the Federal Parliament. Before entering Parliament, she served as an industrial officer and then as the Northern Territory Secretary of the National Tertiary Education Union from 1996 to 1998. Indeed, during her tenure, NTEU membership in the Territory more than doubled. She was also the founding chair of the NT Working Women's Centre, something of which she was incredibly proud. As we've heard, though, and when she worked in this place, her passion for Indigenous issues was second to none. Senator Cossin's connection to Indigenous Australia predated her parliamentary career by over 2 decades. She taught at Yirrkala Bilingual School from 1981 to 1985, and she wasn't a visitor to the community. She lived and worked there with her husband Mark, and she was regarded as a lifelong friend to the community after she left. She fought against, passionately, the abolition of bilingual education in the Northern Territory. When the Territory government moved to dismantle the system, she actually opposed it from this chamber. She had seen firsthand what the education model meant to the communities that it served. In her first speech in this place in 1998, before she had held a Senate seat for a single sitting week, she offered a personal apology to Aboriginal people and to the stolen generation. That was 9 years before the national apology delivered by the Rudd government in 2008. She did not frame it, though, as a political position. She framed it as a personal statement of regret for the harm caused by the forced removal of children from their families. She then co-authored a book on the stolen generations, prepared for use during the 2000 Sydney Olympics, and continued to lobby for compensation for members of the NT stolen generation throughout her time in this place. She chaired the Joint Select Committee on Constitutional Recognition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples from November 2012 until she left the Senate in August 2013. She was a member of the Senate Select Committee on the Administration of Indigenous Affairs in 2004, serving as its chair from June to November of that year. She sat on the Select Committee on Regional and Remote Indigenous Communities from 2008 to 2010. The NT emergency response, which began in 2007, occupied much of her attention during those years. Her other committee work in this place was extensive. She served on the Senate Standing Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs for many years, including as chair from February 2008 to May 2009. She chaired the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee from May 2009 until she left the Senate in September 2013. She also chaired the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee from June 2005 to September 2006, and then again from May 2009 to September 2013. Her work on the Education, Employment and Workplace Relations Committee spanned many years, including as chair of its References Subcommittee from December 2004 to June 2005. And as we have heard, and as she is well known for, she co-sponsored the first marriage equality bill in this Senate. This is a very interesting fact about Trish, and something she was very proud of. Early in her career, she asked in Senate estimates how many Australians had trachoma. The answer from the department was they actually didn't know. That exchange then contributed to the Commonwealth committing $17 million to trachoma eradication in 2009. Her Senate career, as we know, sadly ended in 2013, and she used her valedictory speech to say at the time what she thought about how that had been handled. But whatever the politics of that decision, 15 years of service to this institution speaks for itself. In 2023, Trish Crossan was appointed a Member of the Order of Australia for her service to the Parliament and to the people of the Northern Territory. She is survived by her husband Mark, her children Paul, Melinda, Amanda and Kate, whom we know so well, and her grandchildren. And on behalf of the Coalition, I extend my sincere condolences to the Crossan family.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Gallagher.
I didn't know there was a speaking list. Thank you, President, and it's a real privilege to stand and make a few remarks during this condolence debate, although a very sad occasion to do so, and I acknowledge Trish's family up in the gallery here today. Trish's sudden passing just weeks after she celebrated her 70th birthday, I think has shocked and saddened everyone who knew, cared for and loved Trish. Listening to the contributions already in the chamber today and reflecting on her memorial, 3 words keep coming to mind: principled, passionate and pioneering. She was principled in her fight for fairness and equality, for women, for First Nations people, for anyone who endured discrimination, and of course her constituents, the people of the Northern Territory. She was passionate about her adopted home of the Northern Territory and all the people who call it home, and I think her proud record in this Senate clearly demonstrates how committed she was to representing First Nations Australian in this chamber, and in many ways goes to my third point of pioneering, how Trish was a woman of many firsts. She was the first woman to represent the Northern Territory in this parliament. Before that, she was the first full-time industrial officer in the Territory for the National Tertiary Education Union. She was the founding chair of the Northern Territory Working Women's Centres that continue to work today, and a co-sponsor, as we've heard from Senator Wong and others, the co-sponsor of the first marriage equality bill ever brought to the Senate, the first speaker of First Nations language in this chamber, and the first to apologise to the stolen generation. In her first speech, Trish said it was important that more women be directly involved in the decision-making bodies of this country so that they looked like the electorates they represented. I didn't have the opportunity to work directly with Trish in this place, as our paths narrowly were misaligned in terms of our service in this chamber. But looking around the chamber today with a woman leading every party in this chamber, I think Trish would have been pretty proud of how much progress has been made. She was a strong advocate and champion for the National Women's Alliance to create a better, more informed and representative dialogue between women and the Australian government. And again, I think she was pleased that and would be proud to know that when I met with them earlier this year, they're still carrying on the work that she supported so actively throughout her career. In her time in Parliament, Trish fought for better retirement outcomes for women, for paid parental leave, for closing the gender pay gap. Back in 2011, she put it simply, the concept of equal pay for equal work of equal value seems like such a simple and logical concept, and yet the gap persisted. She led major amendments to the Sex Discrimination Act and Fair Work Act to prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation, same-sex marital or relationship status, and gender identity, and to remove breastfeeding as a ground for discrimination in the workplace. She argued for better wages for childcare workers, and very fittingly, she was instrumental in establishing the Childcare Centre right here in Parliament House, so that no parent in this building would have to choose between their work and their children the way so many women of her generation had. And I thought of her this morning as we gathered in the marble foyer to recognise the extension to paid parental leave that is coming in a week's time, where we had women members of Parliament here with their babies on their hip, some of whom attend the Childcare Centre that Trish was instrumental, along with others, in establishing here. And so in that kind of sense this morning, I was thinking just how much the work she did, working with others in the party and across the Parliament, is impacting the lives of serving members and senators in this chamber right now. And I think when you look back and read about Trish's work, it is really striking how relevant much of it remains today. So the work that she did in all of those areas I've just touched on around gender equality and women's policy are still things that all of us on this side and across the Parliament continue to work on today. In many respects, she was years ahead of her time in some of her pursuits of those issues. And, you know, for us on this side of the chamber, this is work that we now have the responsibility to continue, but we know that we are building on the work of those like Trish Crossan, who these changes don't come just from a change of government. They come from years and years of campaigning for change, and she was always there doing that. And, you know, as a serving woman in politics, I know that the capacity to contribute and work the way I do and over my career has been because of the work the women of Trish's generation started. And we hope to continue that and build on that in this Parliament. And I wonder, and I was reading Trish's valedictory because I want to make a few comments about Kate as well. And I noticed in that speech she talked about Kate riding on a Teletubby scooter around the purgatory floors of the Senate chamber, because it's always struck me, how does this kid, or this young professional woman, know so much about the Senate? I learn from Kate pretty much on a daily basis. And when I read your mum's valedictory of how you used to sit and watch how the counts were done from a very young age, it made a lot of sense to me. And the image of you sliding around the floors as a 2 or 3 year old will not leave me. as I continue to work with you, and to Kate, but to the entire family, to Mark, and of course to Paul, Melinda and Amanda, to Trish's grandchildren, and to the many friends and colleagues across her career throughout the Territory and the broader Labor movement. I think just to say the collective arms of everyone who knew, cared for and loved Trish wrapped around you at this really, really difficult time. I watched Trish's memorial a few weeks ago when it was held, and I thought it was lovely. I thought it was perfect, and it really showed, I think, listening to stories from her family and friends and memories of Trish and recognising the extraordinary contribution that she made to public life, not just to the many communities that she was a vital part of and a constant advocate for and an organiser of, just how much that she contributed, but also all of that, how much obviously family, friends, and was so central to who she was and the gift that she has given to others. I send my condolences to Trish and her family. She was a great Labor senator. She had a great career in this chamber, 15 years. I know she saw that as a privilege, but we were privileged to have her as part of the Labor team.
Thank you, Minister Gallagher. There is a speaking list, so I'm going to go to Senator McCollum.
Thank you, President. I rise today on behalf of the Nationals to acknowledge the passing of former Senator Trish Crossan AM and to extend our sincere condolences to her husband Mark, her children Paul, Melinda, Amanda and Kate, to her grandchildren and to all those whose lives she touched through her decades of service to the Northern Territory and to Australia. Senator Crossan served the Territory with distinction over many years, first as an educator and later as a senator. And while we sit on different sides of politics, there is so much to be said in recognition of a life dedicated to public service, community involvement and improving opportunities for others. Born in Melbourne in 1956, Trish Crossan's life took a defining turn when she moved to the Northern Territory as a young teacher. And like so many who go to the North and to the Territory, she found something special there and made it her home. Before entering federal politics, Trish spent more than a decade working in education. Most notably, she taught in North East Arnhem Land, including at Yerkla Bilingual School. Those years were formative, not only in shaping her understanding of the Territory and its people, but also in demonstrating a lifelong commitment to education and public service. Teaching in remote Australia demands patience, resilience, adaptability, and a genuine belief in the potential of every student. It requires people willing to leave the familiar behind and commit to communities that face complex issues and challenges. And those who worked alongside Trish in Arnhem Land have spoken warmly of her dedication, her willingness to listen and her determination to make a difference. Former colleagues recalled her as a teacher who always sought to do the best she could do for her students and who earned the respect of the local Indigenous community. The relationships she built during those years remained important throughout her life. They helped shape her understanding of remote communities and informed, as we have heard, much of her later work in public office. In 1998, Trish Crossan entered federal politics, becoming the first woman to represent the Northern Territory in the Commonwealth Parliament. That achievement alone secured her place in the Territory's political history and allowed many other women to come behind her. Being the first is never easy. It comes with expectations, with scrutiny and responsible. Yet by all accounts, she carried that responsibility with determination and a strong sense of duty. She blazed a trail for Northern Australian women to participate in political life. And as the first Northern Territory woman elected to the federal parliament, she demonstrated that leadership and public service were open to everyone. Her appointment to the Senate in June 1998 marked the beginning of a parliamentary career that would span more than 15 years. She served 5 terms before retiring in 2013, and throughout that time she was a strong and consistent voice for the Northern Territory. Territorians expect and indeed need their representatives to understand the unique circumstances of life in the North. the vast distances, the remoteness, the challenges of service delivery and infrastructure, and the opportunities that exist in one of Australia's most remarkable regions. Senator Crossan understood those realities because she had lived them. Whether speaking about education, regional development, community services, Indigenous affairs, or the challenges facing remote communities, she sought to ensure that the Territory's voice was not only heard but understood in Canberra. Her contribution to the Senate extended well beyond the chamber itself. Over the course of her career, she served on parliamentary committees dealing with education, legal and constitutional affairs, Indigenous affairs, foreign affairs, regional communities and parliamentary administration. As we know, committee work is rarely glamorous. It attracts little public attention, yet it is often where some of the most important work of Parliament takes place. It requires diligence, attention to detail, and a willingness to work constructively with colleagues from different political backgrounds. Trish Crossan earned a reputation as a hard-working parliamentarian who approached these responsibilities seriously. Whether serving as a member, deputy chair or chair of committees, she contributed to the detailed scrutiny that is such an important part of our parliamentary system. Many of the tributes offered following her passing have highlighted her deep commitment to Indigenous Australians and to reconciliation. Those commitments were shaped by her experiences living and working in remote communities and, of course, by the friendships she formed throughout her life. Others have spoken of her dedication to education, her concern for vulnerable Australians, and her determination to ensure that regional and remote communities were not overlooked in national conversations. What emerges from these reflections is a picture of someone who genuinely cared about the people she represented. Politics can be a difficult profession. It invariably involves disagreement, contest and conflict. Yet when parliamentarians pass away, we are reminded that beyond political differences lies a shared commitment to public service. Many who worked alongside Trish Crossan, including political opponents, have described her as determined, hard-working, approachable and deeply committed to the Northern Territory. These qualities earned her respect across the political spectrum. And after leaving the Senate, she remained active in public life and continued contributing to the community through a range of roles. And in 2023, that contribution was formally recognised when she was appointed a member of the Order of Australia for significant service to the Australian Parliament and to the people of the Northern Territory, and it is a fitting acknowledgement of decades spent serving others. Public life often demands sacrifice. It requires long periods away from home, endless travel, missed family occasions, and a commitment to causes larger than oneself. Behind every parliamentarian stands a family that shares those burdens and makes those sacrifices possible. Today, our thoughts are especially with Mark and the Crossan family. Recent tributes from her family paint a picture not simply as a senator or public figure, but of a devoted wife, a mother and grandmother whose greatest achievements may well be found beyond politics. Their reflections speak of a woman deeply involved in her community, generous with her time and devoted to those that she loved. That is perhaps how many people will choose to remember her, not only for the position she held, but for the relationships she built and the lives she touched. While political differences are an inevitable part of parliamentary life, occasions such as this reminds us of the common purpose that brings people to this place, a desire to serve their communities and contribute to the nation. Trish Crossan devoted much of her life to that endeavour. As a teacher, she sought to expand opportunity. As a senator, she sought to represent the people of the Northern Territory with conviction and shared commitment. And as a community member, she gave generously of her time and energy to causes she believed in. Her passing marks the loss of a significant figure in the political history of the Northern Territory and of Northern Australia, and of a woman whose contribution to public life spanned many decades. And perhaps her most wonderful legacy for Labor and for the Senate is in Kate. May her family find comfort in the respect, the gratitude and affection that so many Australians hold for her years of service. Vale, Trish Crossan.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, firstly, I'd like to associate myself with all the comments made by my colleagues here today in relation to this special and important condolence for a woman of strength and honour that many of us worked very closely with. Firstly, I just want to say to her family who are here today, we're thinking of you, and this is always a difficult time, and thank you for being here. And thank you for giving so much of your time to us and our Parliament through the work and dedication that Trish gave to this place. No one would ever say that Trish Crossan wasn't a hard worker. She was dedicated to this job like no other. And she was a genuine person, a deeply genuine person. You always knew where you stood with Trish. And I want to say to her Labor colleagues, she was definitely a Labor stalwart through and through. She loved your party like it was her family. But she was aware that in this place, in order to get things done, you had to work across party lines, and particularly in this chamber, you have to work across party lines. And so Trish, while always being the strong advocate for Labor, was prepared to listen to other people's point of view and to find where that commonality could be, whether that was in working out recommendations for various reports or working through some of the difficult issues that we have from time to time, not just on the floor of the chamber itself, but in our committee process. I was very lucky to be able to work with Trish during her time as chair of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee. At the time, I had two issues that were, really in my sights, and that was marriage equality and, of course, Australia's immigration system and the treatment of refugees. And Trish was so fabulous to work with because despite political differences, we always found a way to make sure the witnesses we both wanted to hear from were heard, that there was respect of how the committee would operate, that if we could come to an agreement and an arrangement and a compromise on recommendations and committee reports, we would. Trish always treated everybody with respect, with careness, with care, with kindness. But I don't want to suggest that she was soft, because she was not soft. There were times when Trish and I had some Barneys. She was a bit of a hard ass at times, but she was always honest about it, always direct, and did it with empathy and compassion. Her work for helping young women in particular in this place be able to manage the job and our families was really important. Her work to help establish the Childcare Centre is a legacy that should not be forgotten and is one that is so important today. When I came to this place as a young mum with Cora, Cora couldn't even walk when I first arrived, and Trish was so supportive and just so lovely. And I remember, I remember the day that Cora was thrown out of the chamber. Trish was one of the first people to come up to me and see if I was okay, because she knew how important it was for working mums to be able to care for their kids and do their job and have respect for the institution. I will never forget that. I will never forget that. Sorry, I didn't mean to get upset. But there are sometimes in this place, there are people you meet who do have a real impact on how we get our job done, whether we can do it properly, whether we can think differently about ideas, whether we can find ways to collaborate. And in that moment, Trish showed me, thank you, in that moment, Trish showed me that didn't matter about the political differences. There was humanity in this place. And for mums in particular, we had to stick together. And that is what she taught me. So, Kate, I can see you sitting up there. You spent a long time in this building. I'm not sure I want my daughter working in politics. But I know that she was very proud of what you do and very proud of the work that she has done, and I know you are as well. So I won't take up any more time, but there are, as I said, some people, most people, come to this place wanting to contribute to their communities, and it comes with huge sacrifice for family. Trish knew that, and she knew everybody else did that. She was prepared to give grace where grace was warranted, and to call you out when that was deserved as well. So she was a genuine person, and somebody this chamber should be very proud to have had as one of our serving colleagues and senators. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise today to remember someone who means so much to me and my families in the Gulf country of Borroloola. You know, I first met Trish when I was a young mum in Borroloola, and I remember meeting her in the Working Women's Centre with her dear mate, Gillian Harrison, both of whom became very good mates of mine as well. You know, we offer our deep condolences, Mark. You know, I've been thinking a lot about you and your children and your grandchildren. Mel and Amanda and Kate and Paul, how much your mum loved you all so much. She'd leave on a Thursday from the Senate, get on that plane and make sure she was with you over the weekend. And she'd be there at committee meetings over the weekend, dragging one of you, all of you, all along with her. And she'd be holding those meetings too with our Labor women, forever encouraging and inspiring the next generation, not just her children, but so many of others of us in the Northern Territory who've learned so much from her and been mentored by her. When I had the opportunity to run for the seat of Arnhem, you know, Trish was there, and we had so many bush trips together. Oh yeah, some of those bush trips. Tomato Island, remember that one? I think the most memorable one is trying to get Trish out to Beswick when the rivers were flooding. She really wanted to get back from the Senate and to help with a lot of us Bush members to try and get out to the communities. And your mum was so determined to come with me. I was a little bit worried, thinking, I don't know, if we get out there we might get stuck and you won't be able to get back down to Canberra in time. She'd come up on the Thursday night and fly down on the Sunday night or early hours. Something I've learned from her, I think, doing that same flight. When we tried to get out to Beswick, we couldn't get across the Waterhouse River. And the community was on the other side and they were really needing help. And we were on our side trying to work out how we're going to get across. We couldn't wade across, the water had risen too high. No good. Your mum spotted a good old tractor down the road. So we went and looked for a driver. Next minute we're on that tractor, ploughing through the water, making sure we didn't fall in. You know, there's crocs up there, as we all knew. And we were determined to get to the other side. And I remember looking at your mum thinking, who is this woman? You know, for us, it was pretty normal to do all sorts of things out bush to just get on with it. And I have always admired your mum and love her dearly, miss her greatly. When I lost my seat in 2012, it was Trish who rang me first straight away and came to see me to find out what had happened, but also just to check in. You know, we've heard some really beautiful stories here just of her humanity and her kindness and her empathy, and I certainly experienced that in the moment. When so many others judged you differently, she made sure she was there to check in and say, well, how are you going? And 4 years later, when I had the privilege of getting a seat in the Senate, Trish was there again. One thing I couldn't believe was how she still remembered, even after 3 years of not being in the Senate herself, she knew every single detail. Well, on Monday, Malandiri, it's 10 a.m. that the Senate opens. You know, you make sure you're there. You have to be there at 5 minutes to 10. You've got to go in, and when you go in, you stand there and you do this. And then you can finish at this certain time, and she knew exactly the time. And she said, and then there's all these committees. There's the Legal and Constitutional Committee, there's the Community Affairs Committee. Oh, you could do that one, but, you know, this one over here is also good, you know. And it was just impressive. She had her own handbook. She wanted to show me all these things. And I just loved the fact that no matter what time of night it was, I'd get a text going, now, if you need someone to talk to, I'm here. Because she'd be watching her favourite channel, the Senate. I am going to miss her deeply. I think the love that she had from so many people that just never knew her and then got to know her, and the service that she provided as Senator for the Northern Territory, the love that she had for the Yolngu, Gumach, Rurutingu, and all the families. I know I was in Nhulunbuy recently, and their love, big love to all of you, will always be there no matter what time of day you get out to Arnhem Land. Your family is deeply respected, Mark, through you and Trish and your children and grandchildren. Thank you for your service as well with Trish in working for the people of the Northern Territory. I know that the Northern Territory Parliament has also provided a condolence motion, rightly so and beautifully so, and now the Senate has too. Know that Trish is deeply missed by us as well. We love her dearly. Yo, Barang.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I too would like to just make a few really brief comments about Trish, who was one of the most welcoming people when I first arrived here in 2012. You know, a fresh-faced kid who had absolutely no idea what I was supposed to do. And Trish came over and I thought, oh my gosh, there are real people in the Senate, because she actually spoke just like every other person you've ever met. There was nothing toffee about Trish. She was just the most down-to-earth person that you could ever imagine. And she didn't care whether you were sitting on this side of the chamber, that side of the chamber, or down the other end. She actually cared about all the people in this place. So, you know, for us here, the day that we heard that the famous Julia Gillard's captain's pick, when Trish was no longer going to come back to this place as a senator, I think deeply saddened so many people in this place, so many people who are in our own party, but also those of us on this side who had respected Trish's absolute dedication and commitment to the people she represented. It did not matter what the issue was. Trish always applied a lens of what was in the best interests of the people of the Northern Territory, and most particularly, she had such an incredibly strong focus on the Indigenous people of the Northern Territory. And a funnier couple you could not have imagined was Nigel Scullion and Trish Crossan as the two representatives in the Senate from the Northern Territory. And yet together, the impact and effect that those two people had, because there wasn't a snowflake's breadth of difference between them in terms of what they wanted as outcomes for Indigenous Australians in the Northern Territory. And that sort of practical, pragmatic approach to everything made them deeply, deeply lovable, the pair of them. But Lord only knows what the pair of them got up to after they left this place, and there was no further scrutiny on them, because the one thing you can say about them was neither of them were very conventional about their approach to things. But Trish was taken way too soon, and I'm sure to her family it must feel incredibly real about a life that was cut short, and I'm sure Trish had so much more to give, not only to you as her family, but to her nation and to the great love that she had for the Northern Territory. But the one thing you can be assured of, when it came to the people that knew her in this place, nobody could have packed a bigger punch than she did in terms of what she achieved and the impact she had on the lives of the people that she interacted with while she was here. And the fact that, we're sitting here today and you heard the beautiful comments from Senator Hanson-Young, you heard the comments from her colleagues in the Labor Party, you heard the comments made from both Senator Cash and Senator McDonald. You can see she was universally loved in this place, and I've got to tell you, that is not something that is particularly common. Perhaps more common in the past than it is now, but the one thing I can absolutely say about Trish, that she was absolutely universally loved. There was not a person in this place that didn't have respect for her, for who she was, and the fact that she called a spade an absolute bloody shovel every single time, but we always knew exactly where she stood. So she was a trailblazer. She was somebody who was immensely respected. She will have a legacy that will live much longer than her short time on this earth, because it was her incredible passion and commitment that has seen a lot of change. I'm sure she wanted to see a lot more, and if she has a way, I'm sure she'll be dictating from where she is now to make sure things continue to change. Such was her passion. So can I just put on the record my incredible sadness in hearing of Trish's passing. My condolences to you, Mark, and to your family for your incredibly great loss. Her loss to you obviously is felt deeper than anywhere else, but please be assured and take comfort in the fact that your loss is shared by so many people across this country, so many people whose names we don't even know. She made a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McAllister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. At the heart of our democracy is the principle that ordinary people with enough passion for their ideas and enough commitment to their community can make a real impact on the floor of the Australian Parliament. And Trish Crosson's life is a testament to that principle. From arriving in the Northern Territory in Yirrkala on the Gove Peninsula in 1981, she became the first woman elected from the Northern Territory to the Australian Parliament. And she made her mark in this place and in many other places across her life. A committed unionist, she was a significant figure in the early history of the NTEU, and she was the founding chair of the Territory's Working Women's Centre. The current CEO of that centre, Abby Kendall, has described how Trish operated, saying she was relentless. Trish was known for turning up, pushing hard and refusing to leave offices. She did not accept vague assurances or half answers. And certainly for her Labor colleagues who knew her through the Labor Party, this is a very recognisable description, because she brought that same energy to our party and to this Parliament. In fact, Hansard records that her first speech had so riled up the Howard government senators that it descended into interjections across the chamber. She was a fierce advocate in the very best traditions of Labor women, and she was smart and tough and completely committed. And she used her time here as a tireless advocate for education, for First Nations communities, the environment and the advancement of women. I couldn't date when I first met Trish, but it is many years before I came to this place, and it was through our shared involvement in our national party organisation and through our shared interest in the advancement of women and women's issues in that organisation. The many people who worked with her in the Labor Party through that period will remember her as a person of deep conviction, with deep commitment to the party and deep commitment to her community. Every time I saw her in that period, during her period as a senator and after, she was full of energy, full of warmth, full of opinions and full of enthusiasm. That never stopped. And it was a mark of her commitment to advancing the interests that she believed in and the interests of the communities that she sought to represent. My heart goes out to her family and to you, Mark, and to Paul and Melinda and Amanda and our beloved colleague, Kate. We in the Labor Senate family know that her smarts and her courage and her sense of justice will live on.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President, and I too rise to share some thoughts about Trish and my condolences with her family who are here today. Trish was a woman who was fiercely devoted to her own family and a woman who was fiercely devoted to her Labor family as well. And on the first day of May, her two beloved families were able to come together at the Holy Rosary Catholic Church in Melbourne's West to honour Trish and say farewell. And I was really pleased to be able to be there and help honour Trish's contribution at that service. Trish was baptised at that church. And we were told there that it was her values of justice and fairness that formed through her Catholic faith. Her family and all of her friends and comrades came together in sadness that day, but we also came together in a lot of pride in an amazing woman as well. Pride in a woman who always stood up for the people she cared about, who always fought for the underdog and who absolutely never wavered in her belief in the Labor cause. Much has been said already today about Trish's incredible contribution. She was the first woman to represent the Territory in the Australian Parliament. Her 15 years of service here in this place were incredible, as we've heard. She really lived out her values. The values she learnt through her Catholic faith, the values she learnt including in her time teaching in remote Indigenous communities in the Territory as well, where she developed that deep and abiding respect for First Nations people, which was on evidence every year of her time here, from her first speech through to her valedictory as well. Trish was an absolutely passionate fighter. She fought injustice and she stood up for working people, and she stood up for First Nations people, and she stood up for women. She was absolutely tireless in her work to build a country that she believed in, a country built on unity, not on division. And those were not just values that Trish pursued in her work. I think they were values that she pursued in her life as well. And we've heard that from the contributions that leaders in this place have made from across the political spectrum. And I just wanted to thank all of those people who've made those contributions. I think one thing that I have heard today is that Trish was really a senator's senator. Someone who had immense respect for the institution and knew how to use this institution to do good things for the people that she fought for. Trish was not a fence sitter. She did not hedge her bets or wait on the sidelines. She picked sides, she backed people, she backed causes, and when she did, that was it. She didn't second guess anything. And if you were lucky enough to have Trish on your side, you had a constant champion. And like many Labor women, including Senator McCarthy, who spoke so beautifully before, I was pretty lucky to have Trish on my side as well after I entered the Senate in 2019. I first met Trish through Kate, who worked in my then backbench opposition Senate office, and luckily for Kate and for all of us, we've all gone on to greater things now. But Trish and Kate very much came as a bit of a package deal for me, and what a gift that was. Trish took the time to give me the benefit of her advice and her experience and her strength. And she took mentoring really seriously. She saw it as a responsibility to support those people, particularly women, who came to this place after her. And I remember Trish coming to my house for a cup of tea and a bit of a chat about life in the Senate. and it was more than a chat, it was a massive pep talk. And really every conversation with Trish was a pep talk. I was pretty new still to the Senate, and like so many Labor women, what she did with me was tell me that my experience mattered, my voice mattered, it should be heard. And I remember that meeting so much. I remember her dedication, her commitment, and her absolute determination to pass her strength to me and to all Labor women. She was so generous in sharing her strength, and I am actually forever grateful to her for that. When you left a conversation with Trish, as I did on that day, you stood a little bit taller, and you were also a fair bit more grounded too, grounded in those values that bind us all together in the Labor movement, belief in workers' rights, belief in equality for women, belief in the strong, proud 60,000 years of culture and connection that we have in this place, belief that how far you travel in your life should not be determined by where you begin your life. And her fierce loyalty to her Labor family was magnified a millionfold in her devotion to her own amazing family who are with us today. The same strength, certainty and generosity she brought to our movement, I know was felt most deeply by those closest to her. Trish has done an amazing job raising her children, and her daughters, Melinda, Amanda and Kate, spoke at the service incredibly powerfully about what it was like to grow up with a mother like Trish, a mother who was a strong woman who was clearly determined to build and grow strong women too, and that is exactly what she has done. They spoke about how whatever idea they had, Trish would back it 110%, so much so that I recall that you had to be really clear what your idea was, because if it wasn't a good idea, she'd back it anyway, so make sure that it was a good idea. Kate, you spoke so movingly at the service. You honour your mum in your own journey in this place, from being a 2-year-old, as we've heard from other contributions, wandering the corridors as a senator's daughter, to now in this place as an advisor to the Labor leader of a second-term government in this place. That is an absolute tribute to your mum. I just want to reflect on this moment with you, Kate, that I now realise has so much of your mum in it, which is when you were working with me and we were in a opposition backbench Senate team, and I remember Kate marching me on the blue carpet in the ministerial wing, through the ministerial wing, and I said, Kate, why are we doing this? Why are you marching me on the blue carpet through the ministerial wing? And she said, because we're going to be here one day. Mm-hmm. And that was such a crossing moment. To Amanda, to Melinda, to Paul, to Mark, her beloved partner of so many years, we stand with you in your loss. We saw the strength of your family as you all came together with Paul there as well in the church. We saw how much her grandchildren will miss their nan, and we know that Trish's strength leaves you so much stronger for the journey ahead. Thank you for sharing her with us for so many years. You have our condolences, and may Trish rest in power.
Senator Brown.
Thank you. I wish to pay my tribute to Trish Crossan and to offer my condolences to her family and all those whose lives she touched. Trish served the people of the Northern Territory in this place for 15 years, from 1998 to 2013. She made history as the first woman to represent the Northern Territory in the Australian Parliament, but Trish was never interested in history for its own sake. What mattered was what she could do with the opportunity that she'd been given. She used her time in this place to stand up for people too often that went unheard. She was a strong voice as we've heard here today, for First Nations communities, women, workers, public education and people living in the remote and regional Australia. Before entering Parliament, Trish was a teacher, and those years shaped her understanding of the territory, her respect for the Yolngu culture and language, and her lifelong commitment to justice and reconciliation. In her first speech to the Senate, Trish thanked the Yolngu people in their own language. She made a public promise to work hard to represent them and to respect and acknowledge their rights, and she kept that promise. She fought to protect bilingual education. She pushed for better health and education services. She supported early work for compensation for members of the stolen generations. She spoke up for communities that were often a long way from Canberra, but never far from her mind. Trish also brought to this place the values of the union movement. Before becoming a senator, she worked as the industrial officer and as secretary of the National Tertiary Education Union in the Northern Territory. She understood that secure work, fair pay and dignity at work can change lives. She never lost sight of why unions exist for the people they represent. Trish was a proud feminist. She helped establish the Northern Territory Working Women's Centre and fought for reproductive rights, childcare and greater equality for women. Indeed, Trish had pursued a relentless campaign on entering the Senate on the lack of childcare facilities in Parliament House and the barrier it presented to women's participation in politics. And she said at the time, and I quote, "It is unfortunate that there are no childcare facilities in this building. It may well be one of the reasons limiting the capacity of women to enter this arena," end quote. And she kept her promise. And 10 years later, when the childcare centre proposal was finally being approved, she reflected, "From the moment I put those words down in Hansard, I decided that I would spend my time in this place developing a campaign and pushing for some recognition that a childcare centre would benefit the many thousands of families, women and men who work in this place." Another successful Trish Crossan campaign. And another proud moment, and we've heard it here today, was when Trish co-sponsored the first marriage equality bill in the Senate along with Governor Marshall, Louise Pratt and myself. And that, working with Trish on that bill and taking it through the Senate, unfortunately unsuccessful at that time, was just an insight into the work of Senator Trish Crossan. She was just an amazing person with her support and her acknowledge. She served as the Deputy Opposition Whip and was a renowned chair of the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee and the Joint Select Committee on Constitutional Recognition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And across those roles, she brought discipline, courage and deep respect for the people affected by the decisions made there. I had the privilege of serving alongside Trish from the time I arrived in this place until the time she left the Senate in 2013. To many Australians, Trish will rightly be remembered as a trailblazer, a fierce advocate for the Northern Territory and a proud champion of the causes she believed in, but those of us who work with her will remember something else as well: her generosity, her friendship and her unwavering support for those around her. Trish was a strong, determined, courageous and deeply intelligent. She was never afraid to stand up for what she believed was right, and she approached every challenge with the conviction and purpose. But she also brought warmth, humour and kindness to her work and her relationships. For many of us in the Labor family, Trish was someone you could always turn to. She offered wise counsel, practical advice and steadfast support whenever it was needed. She understood that politics is ultimately about people, and she invested deeply in the people around her. She built lasting friendships throughout her parliamentary career, and I know that former Senators Gavin Marshall, Claire Moore and Ruth Webber, among many others, will be mourning the loss of a dear friend. The affection and respect they held for Trish reflects the esteem in which she was regarded by her colleagues. The Prime Minister described Trish as a trailblazer who served her community, the Labor Party and the Parliament with strength, decency and pride, and that is a fitting tribute. As we heard, Senator Malandiri McCarthy has spoken about the wise counsel and support Trish offered about after she entered this place. That generosity was characteristic of Trish. She was always willing to share her experience, offer encouragement and help others find their way through what can often be a demanding and challenging environment. I also want to acknowledge in the chamber here today Amanda Diprose. Amanda was one of Trish's closest friends, and in the days since her passing, she shared many stories around Trish's extraordinary generosity, loyalty and capacity to care for others. Through those stories and through my own experience of serving alongside Trish, I am reminded that her greatest legacy lies not only in what she achieved, but in the life she touched and the friendships she nurtured. Amanda's presence here tonight and the presence of so many others here and listening to this condolence motion is a reminder that behind every parliamentary career is a life rich with friendship, shared experiences and cherished memories. Those personal connections are every bit as important as the public achievements. I also want to acknowledge the presence in the chamber of former Senator Anne Urquhart earlier, now the member for Braddon, who served alongside Trish from 2010 to 2013. Anne knew Trish as a colleague and a friend, and I know Anne has been feeling Trish's loss. After leaving the Senate, Trish continued to serve. She worked with the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation and continued contributing to public and community life. In 2023, she was appointed as a member of the Order of Australia for significant service to the Parliament of Australia and to the Northern Territory community. Her death was a terrible shock to all who knew her and loved her. To her husband Mark and her children Paul, Melinda, Amanda and Kate, her grandchildren and her wider family, I offer my sincere condolences. The Labor family has lost a cherished friend and comrade, and all of us who had the privilege of knowing and working with Trish have lost someone whose wisdom, courage and generosity enriched our lives and made this Parliament a better place. Valet Trish Crossan.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, President, and I acknowledge the Mark and the Crossan family as well and pass on my condolences. I did not know Trish as a senator. I only got to know her subsequently after Kate started working for me, after she was working for Senator Walsh and before working for Senator Wong. But I wasn't as familiar with her Senate record, but just hearing the changes and what she achieved in 15 years in the Senate, and I was only thinking only 6 of that, or less than 6 of that, would have been in government. Like, that's a remarkable record to have that length of achievement, and it shows her capacity to work across the aisle and with other senators and make the most of the opportunity before us. And whilst I hope we never get back to opposition, certainly there'll be inspiration there for us, knowing what you can do when you're back there. As I mentioned, Kate worked for me as well, and I only met Trish once, and that was when I was walking back to my office here when Kate was working for me, and I spotted Trish in the corridor as I was going back there waiting, and I got the sense that she didn't want to come and interfere with Kate's work, but was sort of hoping to say hello, and I of course saw her and started talking and invited her back to come into the office. And the one thing that became clear to me from getting to know Kate is the impact that Trish had on her family, and I've got the sense of that she's also had that on colleagues here and in the Northern Territory and anyone who's come across with her. And as someone whose mother was extremely influential in my life, I know how influential she's been in Kate and her children's life as well, and as a partner, but also as a friend and family member. So I know that she will be missed greatly by the family, and that these days are difficult. And as I said to Kate on Monday when I saw her, there's not a day that you don't think about your mum when she's had an influence on your life like she has. But it does get easier, and I'm confident over time that those memories will be something that you'll cherish and embrace. But you should know that the Labor colleagues are thinking of you. So many people across the country are thinking of you. and she will be remembered for her outstanding career, but also the role model she was and the impact she had on her family and friends as well. Vale.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. I ask senators to join in a moment of silence to signify assent to the motion. Thank you, senators. I am going to go back to Senator O'Neill. Senator O'Neill.
And President, on behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I give notice of my intention at the giving of notices on the next day of sitting to withdraw business of the Senate Notice of Motion number 3 for 11 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the Biosecurity Electronic Decision Goods Determination 2026 made under the Biosecurity Act 2015. President, I also on behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, give notice of my intention at the giving of notices on the next day of sitting to withdraw business of the Senate Notice of Motion number 2 for 11 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Regulations 2026. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator McDonald?
President, I seek leave to make a short statement regarding party arrangements.
Sure. Well, I better ask, is leave granted? There you go, I've taken it. I think leave is granted. Yes. Thank you, Senator McDonald.
Thank you. As Acting National Senate Leader, I advise the Senate that Senator Cadell will continue in the role of the Nationals Whip.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator McDonald. Is there any other postponements or extensions of time? I'll call the clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. Business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Hume, from today until 30 June. Business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, from today to 30 June. General business number 486, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic, from today until tomorrow, and no committees have lodged extension notifications.
Thank you. So we might... now we'll go to formal business and we'll go to government business 1 to 3, standing in the name of Minister Gallagher. Minister Ayres.
Thank you. I ask that government business notices of motion numbers 1 to 3, proposing the references of Public Works, the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, be taken together and as formal.
Is there any objection to these motions being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Ayres.
I move the motions and I table statements in relation to the works.
Thank you. So the question is that government business 1 to 3, moved by Senator Ayres, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to government business 4 and I call Senator Ayres.
I ask that government business notice of motion number 4 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Ayres.
I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
The question is, the motion is moved by the Minister, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Minister.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
Minister.
I table the explanatory memorandum relating to the bill and move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister Ayres. In accordance with Standing Order 111, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to 11 August 2026. Senator Thorpe?
I have leave of absence.
Sure. Yep.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Lambie from 12 to 14 May and 22nd of June to 2nd of July for personal reasons.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Thorpe be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Thorpe.
I move that leave of absence be granted to myself for 22nd of June and for 29 June to 2nd of July for personal reasons.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Thorpe be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Thorpe. I will now go to general business notice of motion 525, standing in the name of Senator Hume, which I think is an introduction. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Hume, I ask that general business notice of motion number 525, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move that the following bill be introduced. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to workplace relations, the road transport industry and registered organisations, and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Askew.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time. Sorry.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to workplace relations, the road transport industry and registered organisations and for related purposes.
Senator Askew.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Askew.
I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Askew. Thank you very much. So I'll now go back to business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Henderson. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Henderson, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 3 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
Move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 3, standing in the name of Senator Henderson, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 519, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 519 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 519, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business 525 standing... No, that's not right. Sorry, I've confused myself. 519 standing in the name of Senator Bragg be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. No. Order. There being 34 ayes and 19 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 522, standing in the name of Thorpe. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, President. I'm actually withdrawing that one, so I withdraw general business notice of motion number 522, standing in my name.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. I'll now go to general business notice of motion 523, standing in the name of Senator Antic. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Antic, I ask that general business notice of motion number 523 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 523, standing in the name of Senator Antic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the door. So the question is that general business 523, standing in the name of Senator Antic, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Antic as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 6 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to general business 524, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Is that you, Senator Askew?
Yes. Thank you. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 524 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 524, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business 524, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to 526, standing in the name of Senator Cash. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Cash, I ask that general business notice of motion number 526 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 526, standing in the name of Senator Cash and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business 526, standing in the name of Senator Cash, moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 21 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 520, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 520 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Thorpe.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 520, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to 521, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 521 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Thorpe.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 521, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. That concludes formal motions. Let's wait for a change in the chair.
CMPU, is it?
Yeah, it's MTU. Thanks.
Thank you, Senators. Senator McKim has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It's been circulated and shown on the dynamic red. Is consideration of this proposal supported? It is. With concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clocks in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. I call Senator... Sure. Well, I'll first call Senator Whish-Wilson. Who's seeking the call?
I'm just...
Senator Steele-John, and if I can just encourage colleagues, please to keep the chatter down or leave the chamber so that we can clearly hear Senator Steele-John. And I'll ask you to first move the motion, if you can, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move the motion. In this motion, the Greens give the Parliament to join with us in supporting two key propositions. Firstly, that Australia and the Australian community should not be drawn into an ever closer relationship with the Trump administration, one that makes us dependent on Donald Trump, locked in to the United States for our so-called defence and security. Because whatever you may think of the concept of us finding defence and security in our region by shackling ourselves to the United States, nobody can seriously argue that it is a good idea for us to be guided in our foreign and defence policy by Donald Trump. The Australian taxpayer, the Australian public, should not be asked to spend over $368 billion buying what seems to be, among other things, a bunch of used nuclear submarines for Donald Trump. Now, I've heard of the art of the deal. This government are a bunch of suckers. They are allowing themselves to be ripped off by one of the world's most prolific con artists. Now, what else could we do with that money? We could fund the NDIS. Scrap AUKUS, and there is no need in the world for these cuts. Tax the gas companies, and we'd even have more to provide to the community. Let us choose disabled people and our families. Let us put disabled folks and our needs first. Let's chuck AUKUS in the bin and fund the NDIS.
Senator Ruston.
To move an amendment to the urgency motion moved by the Greens.
Is leave granted?
Oh.
Okay. Pursuant to contingent
Sorry.
note.
I'll just ask that question again because...
It has been submitted.
Okay, I need to ask the question again and...
Attention to the state of the chamber.
Sure. Yes, then a division... beg pardon. Quorum is required. Sorry, Senator Cash, you can't leave.
Do you really want to start doing this? Because every one of yours will now have an amendment moved by contingency.
Okay, quorum is present. I'm in the hands of the chamber. Senator Ruston, are you seeking leave?
Well, I've already sought leave to move the amendment.
Okay, so I'll put the question then again. Is leave granted? Leave's not granted.
Notice standing in the name of the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from moving an amendment to the motion. And I move that omit all words after the following is a matter of urgency and substitute the need for the Albanese government to pass reforms in this sitting fortnight to secure the future of the NDIS. Well, we saw yesterday another example of how easily the Greens can be bought at the other end of the chamber. And I genuinely feel sorry for Senator Steele-John, who has been working so hard on these NDIS, on this NDIS issue, that he actually got rolled. Because, quite frankly, the decision yesterday to do a dirty deal, of which the Leader of the government in this place said, you know, the terms of the agreement, so quite happy to admit that there was an agreement between the Labor Party and the Greens to move some of the most substantial and egregious tax increases to Australians, and in return for that, the Greens were prepared to provide their support for that, in return for an extension to a committee inquiry into the NDIS bill that they know that they are still going to vote against. So while we're standing here today under a guillotine that has been conjured up between the terms of the agreement between the Labor Party and the Greens to do a dirty deal on these tax changes that are going to see Australians paying more and more tax, we have got a situation where the NDIS bill, which we know the Greens have said they will not be supporting, so let's be clear here, nothing changes between now and when this bill comes back in a couple of months' time. So why can't this bill be dealt with now? We have sought through many means to have this bill dealt with, simply because why can't certainty be provided to Australians in relation to this bill? If I thought that the Greens' decision to have this bill, the NDIS bill, further investigated was going to change anything, then we would have a completely different situation, but nothing is going to change. You're still going to vote against this bill, so why don't you just give some certainty to all of the Australians who right now do not know what is going on, force the government to actually go into committee on this bill, go into committee on a bill, that'd be a novel thing, go into committee on a bill that actually matters to the Australian public, wouldn't that be novel, and actually tell Australians what you are intending to do. What you are intending to do on the NDIS bill. And the reality is, and today we have a motion here that's been put forward by Senator McGim in relation to the NDIS. Well, if you were so concerned about this particular issue, why didn't you put it in your dirty deal that you did with the Labor Party yesterday? You're not particularly good negotiators if all you got out of your deal with the government in relation to these absolutely egregious tax changes that they told the Australian public they weren't going to bring in over 50 times before the last election. Why didn't you get it negotiated? It just goes to show how incredibly poor your negotiation skills are, and poor Senator Steele-John is the one who has to wear it. So why don't you just allow us to get on with it? Why don't you allow us to get on with it, get some scrutiny? I mean, today we tried to get scrutiny on the bills in relation to the tax changes that you're going to make, but no, you all ganged up and didn't allow any scrutiny. You wouldn't let us to go into committee today on the tax bills. So if you really are genuine about doing what you have all said you came into this place for, coming into this place and providing greater transparency, greater accountability and greater scrutiny, why won't you let the Australian public be able to see what is going on with these two incredibly important bills. No, we're much happier to just do dirty deals behind closed doors. So I would say to the Australian public, the reason why it was important for us to suspend on this is because I think that there has to be some sunlight shown on the fact that between the two parties that sit on the other side of this chamber, that you are prepared to completely trash the conventions of this chamber, the conventions that have stood the test of time, because you have got no control of the chamber unless you gang up and you deny Australians the opportunity to see what's going on with a bill as important as the NDIS bill and as important as the tax bills. You deny Australians to actually have the line of sight to hold you accountable for what you're about to do and what you've done in the last 2 days. And you deny Australians the opportunity to have us on this side of the chamber scrutinise what you are doing. But I think the thing that probably is the most laughable about what we have seen happen in the last 24 hours is that the Greens have rolled over on some of the most serious tax increases to the Australian public that we have seen in generations, and in the process of doing it, failed to get anything at all for their efforts apart from an extension of a bill that they're not going to change their position on, no matter how long it stands out there for.
The question. Okay. Can the clerk read the question before the Senate, please? I mean, I can tell you that it's a suspension question. That's what we're dealing with. But if you want the clerk to read it when he's found it, I'm sure he will. The question before us right now is the suspension of standing orders to move the amendment. So I'm going to ask the clerk to read out the amendment, if that's what you're asking. Okay, the clerk.
Amendment to the urgency motion circulated by Senator Ruston. Omit all words after "the following is a matter of urgency" and substitute "the need for the Albanese government to pass reforms in this sitting fortnight to secure the future of the NDIS."
Okay. Senator Steele-John.
Okie doke. Folks, let's just take a breath, right? There's a lot of political noise at the moment going on in this place. Let me just step out very clearly what is occurring in this moment. Okay? The Liberal Party, for the last 6 weeks or so, has been engaged with me in a Senate inquiry into the NDIS bill. And the members of that committee, ably contributed to by Senators Little and Askew and Kovacic and others, have heard directly from the disabled community and our families, as well as allied health professionals, as well as service providers, as well as disability experts, legal advocates, the Disability Discrimination Commissioner. The evidence has been overwhelming. The verdict has been unanimous. The bill in its current form should not pass. The bill in its current form will enable multi-billion-dollar cuts, not to the fraudsters and the big providers, not to those massive corporations that are ripping people off, not to the criminal CEOs and the abusive service providers that are responsible for so much of the pain that is experienced by disabled people. The bill doesn't really touch them. The bill cuts, over the next 4 years, nearly $40 billion from the vital, essential supports needed by disabled people and provided under the NDIS. These are the supports that enable you to go outside, go into the sun, help your kids to get to school, be part of your community. This bill grants sweeping powers, we heard, to the Minister of the day to take control over a disabled person's life, to dictate what accessible supports they may be able to utilise. It enables the government to subject people to medical interventions before they enter the scheme, regardless of the wait list for those interventions and therefore how long they might be asked to sit in the dark waiting for the supports. And as committee members, we were pretty much of a unanimous view that this bill is something in its current form that should be chucked in the bin, should be shredded, that there should be an additional inquiry. And the disabled community and our families very clearly said to this chamber, to this Parliament, the bill shouldn't pass in its current form. And the Greens and myself, as the only physically disabled person in this chamber, talked with everybody in this place to achieve the best outcome for the community. And what we saw announced yesterday was an additional inquiry of 2 months to allow more evidence to be gained and more pressure to be built on this government to chuck their bill in the bin. And if they won't do that, to persuade the Liberal Party, who to that point had been listening with great concern to the experiences of disabled people, to join with us in chucking that bill in the bin. Now, that's where I thought we were some 48 hours ago, and now we have this motion from the Liberal Party asking the chamber to pass these reforms in this sitting fortnight. These reforms, this bill that will put disabled lives at risk. You're now team ram it through in the next fortnight, are you? Now, this is not a serious proposal. This is not a serious party in this moment. I am really not sure, quite frankly, what's going on here, folks. Some could say that you're just a little bit, a little bit mean in this moment. I reckon some of you on an individual basis are better than that. I hope to be proven right in the next few weeks.
Time has expired. Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I'd move the motion be put.
Good idea.
Question be put.
Good idea. Question is that the question be put. Those that have opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I'll put the suspension question. The question is that the suspension motion moved by Senator Ruston be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Senators, just while this is ringing, just so everyone's aware, this debate will conclude at 5:54, regardless of the amount of time that this has taken up.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks.
So I think
Lock the doors. So the question is the motion to suspend be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 18 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative.
we will be in resumption of the urgency motion moved by Senator McKim, and Senator Ruston, you'll be in continuation.
Well, thank you very much. Well, it gives me great pleasure to have the opportunity to be able to follow up on this particular matter of importance, the urgency motion moved by the Greens. And I won't take up my full time so that the Greens can have some of their time back, because I think I've made my point very clear in my contribution on the suspension, that it seems quite incredibly sort of almost hypocritical at the other end of the chamber. Yesterday that they were prepared to do a dirty deal in relation to the taxation changes that the Labor Party wants to push through this place without appropriate scrutiny, taxation changes that the Prime Minister and his government promised Australians on more than 50 occasions prior to the election that there would be no changes to the tax arrangements on CDT and capital gain.
Senator Ruston, I hate to interrupt, but senators, if you're not sitting in silence, particularly at the back of the chamber, the noise is carrying to the front while Senator Ruston is on her feet. So please either leave the chamber. Senator Thorpe. Senator Ruston has the call and she is on her feet. Either leave the chamber or sit in silence while the debate continues. Senator Ruston, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Chair. But the incredible hypocrisy of what we are seeing here with this motion is that somehow the Greens now think it is tremendously important that we make all of this investment when it comes to the NDIS, and yet we were the ones who were putting forward the support for the government, for the Greens to be able to have an inquiry. But they gave it all away yesterday, but now they want it all back today. It is quite incredible. But the reality is that this particular motion that we have has been put forward by the Greens completely and utterly denies the fact that yesterday they were prepared to do a deal and use this particular very important piece of legislation as the bargaining chip for that deal. And that deal will see most Australians worse off as a result of the legislation that they're going to see forced through this chamber. But it's the Greens who have to go and explain to their constituency why they are stopping young Australians getting ahead. They profess to be the party that supports young Australians, and yet it will be young Australians who are denied the opportunities because of the dirty deal that they did yesterday, that they were apparently, as part of that deal, they weren't able to secure the deal that they want to put on the table today as a matter of urgency. If it was that urgent, why didn't you put it in the deal yesterday? Or weren't you able to get anything better than a 2-month extension on the NDIS bill in return for stitching up every single Australian, including the young Australians who you profess to be the champions of? So I would say that what we have got here is, once again, the Greens somehow virtue signalling to try and cover up from the fact that they have stitched every single Australian by the dirty deal. And I'm sure over time, as the terms of the agreement that have been put in place between the Australian Labor Party and the Australian Greens to get this particular deal underway so that we can get these bills forced through this place so Australians can actually end up with a situation where their taxes will be increased despite this government promising not to make any changes to these particular tax arrangements before the election, and they've been ably abetted by you down the other end of the chamber.
Thank you. Before I call Senator Nandarajah, I will advise the chamber that this debate will conclude at 6 p.m. Senator Nandarajah, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Is the clock as is? Or is it resetting? OK, it's resetting. Thank you. Deputy Speaker, the NDIS is a vital piece of social infrastructure. It was born of a simple but powerful idea that people with disability deserve to live in dignity and security and participate in wider society. Prior to the NDIS, for families and participants, it was a living hell. They were effectively segregated and lived in the shadows. So the NDIS has indeed been transformative for thousands of participants and their families. It has brought them relief from carer stress and the rigours of looking after people with disability. However, in order to protect the NDIS for future and current generation, we must confront some hard truths. Growth has been unsustainable, the scheme is riddled with fraud, and it has suffered from mission creep, beyond permanent and significant disability. with a particular growth seen in autism spectrum disorder. And it has far too much variation, because it lacks consistency, standards, and quality. Costs, on the topic of costs have ballooned. The scheme now costs $50 billion for 760,000 participants. And this contrasts, for example, with Medicare, which costs $40 billion for 28 million people. Now, the scheme is at genuine risk of losing social licence amongst the Australian public because costs are accelerating out of control. On the topic of diagnostic inflation, autism is the fastest growing category on the NDIS, and it is currently there are around 300,000 participants with autism. And I'm concerned really with this over-medicalisation we've seen of neurodiversity. And it turns out I'm not alone. Prominent neuroscientist, Professor Uta Frith, also raised similar issues and concerns around autism diagnosis. She said, and this was reported in the Times recently, the spectrum has become so accommodating that I fear that it has now been stretched so far that it has become meaningless and is no longer useful as a medical diagnosis. Now, as a former medical professional, I know that orthodoxy is often challenged when new evidence emerges in medicine. And this orthodoxy that has been present, which has seen this diagnostic inflation and massive growth and self-diagnosis of autism, has been challenged now by the very person who did the seminal research and work on autism. And this means that we all need to sit up and pay attention. We all need to sit up and pay attention. That's one aspect, diagnostic inflation. Then we have all the other issues, including fraud. Those issues have been well described and are due to systemic design failures in the scheme. The reforms in this bill, the NDIS, are designed to address these gaps. They will fight fraud and stop the rorts, slow the rapid increase and acceleration in cost, and apply clear, standardised eligibility criteria that will be grounded really in functional capacity so that we move away from this over-medicalisation of disability. We move away from medical diagnosis as an entry, a gateway to the NDIS. Now, as a doctor, I am staunchly against over-medicalising anything. And I think this is what I mean this is what I speak of when I talk about mission creep. And we're also aiming to deliver better quality services to participants. These reforms are not about winding back the NDIS. To the contrary, they are all about strengthening the NDIS. On the issue of eligibility, we'll be standing up a technical advisory group that will bring together clinical, allied health, disability and lived experience expertise to help thrash out what an assessment and thresholds around functional capacity look like. On the issue of social community participation changes, these are also very contentious, and we heard a lot about this during the hearings from people. But again, this particular aspect of the scheme has seen rapid growth, a tripling in just the last 5 years. So we will be constraining that and moving away from this sort of individualised support to a more inclusive program that is actually embedded in the community. We will be also setting up a $200 million communities fund in order to actually integrate disability with mainstream society. And I think that is really important. These reforms are much needed and they are long overdue.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. Now, there's no doubt that the NDIS has changed lives. The original design and premise of this scheme was one of Labor's, and one that is one of the most amazing and significant social reforms in this country ever. But I fear that a lot of the conversation is not based on reality, is not based on all of the fine details of the facts of the matter. And what we have seen very clearly through the hearings is people telling us about situations they're experiencing right now,
not situations that they might experience into the future by nature of this bill, but of challenges they're having today, challenges they've had in recent times. And one of the things that we know will change fundamentally with this bill is that it actually won't matter which assessor you go and see. You'll get a fair outcome. There will be a fair standard. There will be a fair way of engaging so everybody gets the same treatment in terms of how their assessments are done. It's not based on how much money you've got, how many reports you can afford. It's not based on, you know, who you luck out with that's doing your assessment. That's one of the big things there. And the changes to how the plans are going to be reviewed will give us consistency. It means that people will understand, they'll know what it is that they have into the future. They'll understand what supports are there. And unfortunately, the entire essence of this urgency motion is on the wrong premise. The notion that you can just fund all of the rorts and the fraud that we know are writ large in the NDIS, just, yeah, no worries, don't worry about it, just keep funding it, say the Greens. No, that's not all right. This is taxpayer money. This is money that wants to go towards doing the right thing for people in our society who are living with disabilities and who deserve the care and support and the independence and all of the structures that they need to live a full life. And so the idea that we would just keep on keeping on is ridiculous. That's not what this is about. The social licence of the scheme is already under strain because of the amount of fraud, because of the challenges people face. Then it is not structured appropriately. There needs to be change. And what we are putting forward are a raft of changes to improve the scheme, to put it back on track to its original intent, and to ensure that those people who need the supports get those supports. And yeah, it's true, some people will no longer qualify for the scheme. People for whom a permanent and significant disability isn't where they're at, that there are supports within the health system and within the social services system that are better placed for them. But just to be clear, those people who do have permanent and significant disabilities will get the support they need. They will get the kind of structures in place that they need to live a good and fulfilling life. And that's the important point. What has happened through this scheme is so many other systems, so many other supports that people may need with different challenges in their lives that do not necessarily fit with the NDIS, but they still need support. They still need either medical support or social support or whatever it might be. This is about right-sizing the scheme, taking it back to its original intent. And the premise that you would just keep throwing as much money at it as it possibly absorbs and then start carving out our defence forces to pay for it is quite frankly ridiculous. We won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, that's Labor all over in 2026. Actually ignore the issue. Their budget plans to take tens of billions of dollars out of the NDIS and funnel it into AUKUS and give it to Donald Trump, putting a US president ahead of people with disability. So Labor 2026.
The question before the chair is that the motion moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. I should move to the right of the chair, nose to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the nose, Senator McKim as teller for the ayes. The result of the division, ayes 10, noes 31. The question is resolved in the negative. The Senate will now consider a proposal from Senator Bragg, which has also been circulated and shown on the dynamic reg. Is the consideration of the proposal supported? Thank you. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clocks in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. I now call Senator Bragg.
Well, so far we've had 3 iterations of this terrible budget. We had the first iteration on the 12th of May, where we first saw the 30% tax. We had the second iteration of this terrible budget on the 18th of June, when the Prime Minister humiliated the Treasurer by announcing on his own letterhead a slew of changes to this budget on his own website, which also gutted this legislation that we'll be dealing with tomorrow, and promised that a future tranche of legislation will deal with the key definitions, including what a new build would be. And then we had the third iteration of this budget on the 23rd of June, when the Prime Minister announced that he'd been able to cobble together a deal with the Australian Greens on the passage of his budget bills. Now, this third issue, the third iteration, of course, has been conducted without any consultation with anyone, and is another element of arbitrage that we're going to see in this market. But of course, a precursor to all this was the knowledge in the Prime Minister's mind that he was going to change negative gearing and capital gains tax. And the question is, when did he first make that judgment in his own mind that he was going to? Because, of course, in the past few years, the Prime Minister has sold a number of investment properties and has made a gain of at least $200,000 that wouldn't have been possible if the changes had been made. So the question is, when did the Prime Minister know he was going to make the changes? Has he engaged in insider trading of the sort where we've seen a person benefit from inside knowledge, make transactions, sell properties and then make changes later? And I think the publications in today's press raise this spectre that the Prime Minister has conducted himself in an improper way by engaging in insider trading in relation to his own personal property transactions. But that is just one of the many issues with this budget. And as I say, this third tranche of the budget, which was announced this week in the deal with the Greens, does raise the spectre of a new system in superannuation where some super funds will be able to go around and buy properties and buy houses, but others will not be able to because they are, of course, self-managed super funds. And Labor wants to punish individuals and families but protect their favourite vested interests. And this is the golden thread of Australian Labor for these past 4 years, a constant commitment to looking after the people that run their campaigns, that give them donations, their fellow travellers. That is what they've done. And this is just more evidence today that the government is more interested in protecting the profits and the interests of their friends than doing the right thing for the Australian people. And of course, when you've announced 3 budgets or 3 versions of the same budget in a month, of course there's going to be wrinkles. And we've seen today more evidence of these wrinkles in the form of deaths and divorce when these things happen, and they happen to people, when they happen, people will lose the benefits of negative gearing and the grandfathering that goes with them just because a spouse has died or there's been a divorce. Now, how can that possibly be fair? The answers we heard in question time today from the Minister, Minister Wong, were totally inadequate, because the answer is they don't have any idea. They have no idea about the consequences of this budget, and that's because when they did the regulatory impact analysis for these budget bills, they were conducted on the basis of the Greens inquiry, not on the basis of the legislation presented to this parliament. Now, the Greens model for capital gains tax and CGT reform was fundamentally different to the model that has been presented in the budget and is before this parliament today. So the government has no idea on the impact, other than we do know that it will collapse supply, we do know that it will damage confidence, and we do know that it will damage the ability of Australians to invest into their businesses and invest in their futures. The other wrinkles we will have to sort out in future sittings of this parliament, because it can't be sustained that because a spouse has died or there's been a divorce, that someone should have a tax penalty. Surely that's not fair. I mean, even in the Dr. Evil brains that sometimes exist on the other side of this chamber, that can't be a fair and just outcome for Australian families. I understand the real agenda here is to enrich vested interests, but surely it can't be an agenda which hurts people because a family member has died or because there's been a divorce. So as I say, there's been 3 iterations of this budget so far. They want to rush these bills through tomorrow. It's a disgrace, but I'm sure this won't be the last word.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I've been thinking a lot in recent days about what's the point in coming to this building if you're not making a difference to people's lives outside of this building. And I've been thinking that I'm not sure there's a more important purpose than to come to this House and make changes that are necessary to help young Australians right across our country buy their own house. And ultimately, that is what is at the heart of our budget measures. That is what has been at the heart of the work that the Albanese Labor government has done during the first term and over the last 12 months since we were re-elected in May last year. And this budget is a reflection of the fact that while we've done a lot of really good and really important work, there is more work to do, and we can do more to help young people own a home of their own. And when I talk to young people around the country, they are really clear that they feel like they are doing everything right, working hard, saving their money, but they just can't get their foot in the door. And we've heard a lot of drama, a lot of hyperbole from those opposite about our tax measures and about what it'll mean for the housing market, what it'll mean for young people. And they talk a lot about the idea that we're taking away aspiration from young people. I think they like to try to fool the young people of this country into believing that they might be able to make it, to invest in property, to own 5 or 6 or 7 properties and make money at the end of it. But the truth is, most young Australians, most young working Australians will not be able to achieve that dream. They can't climb the ladder because the first few steps have been taken away. And we should be really clear about who ripped those steps out of the ladder. And it is those opposite while they were in government, when they sat on their hands for 9 years and did nothing to build more homes, did nothing to help young Australians realise the dream of home ownership when they barely had a housing minister for most of their time in government. But we should also be clear about the tax mechanisms that incentivised investment in housing, that made it a really appealing way to make money. And sure, I don't begrudge those who have, under previous arrangements, under the capital gains tax arrangements, who have made money from those arrangements. But the reality is that it has meant that my generation and the generation below mine have not had the same opportunity to enter the property market. They can't even buy their first home, let alone their second or their third or their fourth. Our government believes that it should be easier to buy that it should not be easier to buy your fifth home than it is to buy your first. We believe that it should not be easier to buy your fifth home than it is to buy your first. In 1999, I was only 6 years old, and John Howard, as the Prime Minister, changed the tax arrangements to give property investors and other investors a really generous discount on the amount of tax they paid on their profits. And those are the changes that we are seeking to change, because since then, house prices have risen in a way that has made it completely impossible for most ordinary young Australians to buy their first home. And Labor says that is unacceptable. That is not an arrangement that we will allow to continue. We will not stand by and let young people miss out on the opportunity to own their first home.
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, it's clear that our housing system, our housing crisis, is a matter of public importance. So I'm delighted to stand up and talk about it, but it has a number of parents, that crisis. It has parents on both sides of this House. This motion only acknowledges Labor's role, and it's a very significant role over decades in being a parent to this crisis, but we have to acknowledge that there were decades of inaction on the Conservative side of politics that have landed us in the spot where we are today, where we have millions of people in dire housing insecurity. And we were warned about this as being an outcome of deliberate policy decisions many years ago. Government's Housing and Urban Research Institute put out a report 2 decades ago, sounding the alarm that our housing system is structurally, and was from that time 20 years ago, unsustainable from an intergenerational perspective. We had tax policy put in place that would bring that result, and it surely has. Those researchers warned us the burden would fall most heavily on young people, those denied home ownership, and those increasingly dependent, the 31% of Australians now who are totally dependent on rental accommodation. And what did the Labor and Liberal government do in response to all of that data, all of that prediction, all of that reliable research? Well, it did nothing. We've kept in place a tax policy which has failed us and has landed generations of people in a disastrous housing situation. Most Australians, nearly 90% of Australians, use the language and recognise this as a crisis. They recognise it as a crisis whether they are parents or grandparents or young people or people at school. The committee I'm chairing, Select Committee on Housing Intergenerational Inequality at present, has had submissions from people who are 13 years old talking about the fear and the loss of hope that that very young generation have about the housing affordability that lies ahead for them. It is a dominant concern for so many Australians, and no surprises given that house prices have increased by 400% since 1989, courtesy of both the major parties, and that's the Treasurer's own numbers. Over recent decades, we've experienced a really significant fall in home ownership, and nowhere more seriously from young people aged 25 to 34, where home ownership has fallen from 61% in 1981 to 43% in 2021, and it's only gone down further from that. So young people are giving up hope.
and they've turned to rental accommodation, and they are facing massive increases in rent as a consequence. So many young people in every city in Australia living in serious financial stress because of rental rises that make it impossible to afford groceries, a social life, and destined to feel genuine insecurity in their housing. We've been pushing for a long, long time, more than a quarter century, to get rid of those unfair property investor tax perks that have priced so many people out of their home. And we wanted to cap the grandfathering provisions to one investment property. That's been our policy for a long time. If the budget had actually done that, we would have an extra $33 billion on the table to build the public housing that we know we need. Baking in the advantage that's there for those who already got in on the housing investment gravy train, it means that we are failing to put the money that we need, that we could have put into that public housing. Treasurer's own numbers show that 54% of the lost revenue from the CGT discount in 2022-23, which is around $13 billion, went to the richest 1% of taxpayers. We've been advantaging the very wealthy at the cost of the very poor and the young. So this motion acknowledges the government's falling short of its own housing target, yet where do the Liberals stand on this question of building social housing? Where do they stand on the question of capping rents? And where do they stand on the essential policies we need to deal with homelessness across our country? The solutions on the table from the Liberal Party are to raid superannuation, for young people to reach into their savings, which might give them a retirement income that gives them a decent standard of living, and to use it to get to their house. And the other solution that's offered is to reduce the interest rate buffer and expose them to more risk in the housing market and more insecurity in their lives. So the hypocrisy here is rank. We have a housing crisis, we need solutions, neither party have them.
Your time has expired. Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I feel it is extraordinary to have a conga line of Labor backbenchers coming out to talk about housing supply when every single one of their policies in the last 4 years has been designed, whether by intent or by incompetence, to make it harder for Australians to own their own home. My least favourite at the moment is the 5% deposit scheme, which not only drove up house prices, but in combination with the out-of-control spending and higher inflation under this government has meant that those Australians who went into that program are now faced with having more debt than equity. What a shocking, shocking position to put people who are desperately trying to get into their own first home, and one that the Coalition warned about. We said this is a failed policy. It will end up leaving people worse off, and that's exactly the situation that we're left in. I mean, the most recent budget, it's terrible. It's anti-aspirational, and it is not delivering more houses. We know that Labor is more than 100,000 dwellings behind the 1.2 million housing target by mid-2029. It will miss this target by more than 200,000 houses. This is a government that is planning to fail. It is extraordinary to me that there is no understanding of the basic economics of when you have out-of-control spending, when you drive up inflation to some of the highest rates in the advanced economies, when you drive up interest rates. I guess just for people listening, inflation always is a term that's used a lot, but not always well understood. Inflation simply means you pay more. You pay more for your groceries, you pay more for your rent, you pay more for your shoes and your clothes and every other thing in your life. It also means that the RBA, whose only purpose in life is to keep inflation to a band, is then forced to increase interest rates. So if you're a young person seeking to get into the housing market, the Labor government's out-of-control spending has pushed up inflation, made it harder for you to buy every single thing in your life, and then has also driven up interest rates, which means that the deposit you've worked so hard to build is worth less. Your bank is going to lend you less with a higher interest rate. And of course, the final thing is that once Labor's finished spending their money, they come after yours. So it also increases taxes. This is the trifecta of anti-housing policy, thanks very much to Labor, because we have the highest inflation and the highest interest rates for the G7, for many developed countries, and Australia is unfortunately the winner in that competition. Housing is important. Housing is incredibly important. Australia, unlike many other countries, still has a goal for people to own their own home. Many other countries have already given that up. They have long-term rentals, and that is an accepted way of life. But in Australia, the idea of owning your own home is a dream, an aspiration that everybody aspires to. But under this Labor government, you're worse off. You're worse off every day. And the budget and its latest round will only make that harder. The changes to capital gains tax means that if you sought to buy a home, potentially to rent out a room, you are now disadvantaged under this government's policy settings. I'm not sure why the Prime Minister, a man who has benefited from the John Howard reforms to capital gains tax of many years ago, why this was such a burningly urgent priority for him. He was happy to take the benefits, happy to take the gearing, happy to take the tax benefit, and yet now that he's out of the property market, or the investor property market, is willing to leave everybody else in deep water. I think it is mean-spirited, and worse, is going to mean that Australians who wish to own their own home, wish to benefit from the great country we live in, are destined under this Labor government to have higher prices, higher inflation, higher taxes and no access to a new home.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Walker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I always enjoy these debates because it feels like every few weeks Senator Bragg wanders into the chamber, points at Australia's housing crisis and somehow concludes that the people who spent a decade ignoring it are the ones with all the answers. Today's motion is no different. Apparently Labor's housing agenda is a broken promise. Apparently we're doing dirty deals. Apparently we're making the housing crisis worse. Now, I know we're only a few days away from the midwinter break, but I think Australians deserve a little bit more than a political press release read into Hansard. Let's touch some grass for a moment. Australia has a housing crisis. Nobody on this side denies that. Young people know it, renters know it, people trying to save for a deposit know it. There is unquestionably a housing challenge. The actual question is, who is actually doing something about it? Because when those opposite had nearly a decade in government, they treated housing like an optional extra. For a lot of that period, they didn't even have a housing minister, which sounds to me like a skill issue. House prices were skyrocketing, rents were climbing, social housing waiting lists were growing, and the Coalition's response, she'll be right. Now they come in here acting shocked that Australia has a housing shortage. That's a bit like spending 10 years ignoring a leaking roof and then demanding to know why the carpet is wet when there's a storm. What is the Albanese Labor government actually doing? We're delivering a $47 billion Homes for Australia plan. We're working towards 1.2 million new homes. We're delivering 55,000 social and affordable rental homes and 100,000 homes reserved for first home buyers. We're investing in infrastructure, training more tradies and cutting red tape to get homes built. And importantly, we're recognising something that young Australians have been saying for years. Housing isn't just a supply problem, it's also about fairness. Because for too long, we've had a system where it can feel easier to build a portfolio of investment properties than it is to buy your first home. Now, I know the Coalition gets very nervous whenever anyone suggests the tax system should work for first home buyers as well as investors. They've spent weeks predicting catastrophe, talking about how apparently the sky is falling, the rental market will collapse, civilisation itself is hanging by a thread. They seem to be having the crash out of epic proportions. If you listen to the Coalition rhetoric over the years, you'd think every reform ever proposed was moments away from ending life as we know it. Our reforms are designed to encourage investment into new housing supply and help level the playing field for first home buyers. The government's estimates suggest around 75,000 additional first home buyers will be able to enter the market over the coming decade. And can I say, I find it interesting that the Coalition has suddenly become deeply concerned about renters. This is the same Coalition that opposed the Housing Australia Future Fund, opposed Help to Buy, opposed Build to Rent. The same Coalition whose first instinct every time a housing measure appears is to vote against it and then complain that not enough houses are being built. It's a bit of a chopped political strategy. Block the housing policies, delay the housing policies, vote against the housing policies, and then bring this motion complaining about housing. At some point, everyone has to ask, what exactly is their plan here? Because so far, the answer seems to be preserving the status quo. The status quo is what got us here. It's true that housing challenges built up over decades and they won't be solved overnight. Nobody seriously believes that, but progress is happening. Housing commencements are up. Construction cost inflation has fallen dramatically from the peaks we inherited. More builders are entering the industry. Hundreds of thousands of homes have been completed since Labor came to office. That doesn't mean the job is finished, but it does mean we're moving in the right direction.
Thank you, Senator Walker. Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, that's an extraordinary contribution from Labor over there, when their own Treasury documents tell them that they will actually build 35,000 less homes for Australians with these measures. So Labor has broken yet another promise to the Australian people. The Prime Minister said he would not do a deal with the Greens, and now Labor are ramming through a dirty budget deal with the Greens to pass one of the most deceptive budgets in our nation's history. This government is a failure. Labor has not only failed to be honest about their budget, Labor has failed to manage migration, they've failed to deliver housing supply, and they've failed young Australians and families who are working hard and trying to buy a home. Everywhere I go, I'm being told the same thing. People feel that this government has let them down. Parents are worried that their children will never be able to move out of home. I have 3 children and I feel as though they are going to be living with me forever. Young Australians are working, they're saving, they're doing everything they can, but that dream of owning their own home is slipping further and further away, and it is almost completely out of touch with Labor's latest budget. The Australian dream of owning a home that I got to experience, that my parents got to experience, that is not something that this generation of young Australians will ever have. Even a basic unit now is unaffordable for many young people who would once have seen that as their first step into the market. That is the reality of living under this terrible Labor government. For those who want to live near where they grew up, well, that dream of home ownership is entirely dead, because this government is saying the only homes that you can go and buy are going to be brand new builds. Where are brand new builds happening? Well, they're happening in outer suburbs, a long way away from where these young people have grown up. So it's saying if you want to own a home, you can live a long way away from your family, from your friends, and from the community that you've grown up with. Labor keeps saying that the numbers are coming down in terms of overseas net migration, but 301,000 migrants came to Australia to December 2025. How many homes did we build in that time? Well, not 301,000. Labor keep telling us that the numbers are coming down, but it's fair to say that that is not showing in the housing market. You tell that to the families that are lining up to get a rental. You tell that to the young couple that are going to an auction to bid on their first home. Under Labor, about 1.6 million people have come to Australia, while only about 600,000 homes have been built. The problem is right in front of them, and they will continue to ignore it. There are not enough homes, prices have risen beyond control, and young Australians are again being pushed to the back of the queue. It's fair to say that the median house price in Australia has reached records that I never thought that I would see in my lifetime. But it's okay, because for the Prime Minister and his cabinet, they already own their homes. So they're laughing at the capital gains that they're making. But how's that for the young Australians that are just trying to get in? Labor promised that they would deliver 1.2 million homes by June 2029. That's their own target that they set, and they are nowhere near it. Labor is not building at the pace that is required, and the government is more than 100,000 homes short of where it needs to be. And Australia now needs about 270,000 homes built each year by mid-2029 to meet their own target. If that's a test, Labor are failing at their own test. The question for the Prime Minister is simple. If he's going to bring more people into the country than the number of homes being built, where are those people supposed to live? Labor promised homes, and they've not delivered anything like the homes that Australians need. Labor promised no new taxes. Labor promised not to negotiate with the Greens. Labor has lied to the Australian people, and the dirty deal with the Greens is the latest of a long list of Labor lies. The Coalition will fight this bad Labor government and its dirty deals with the Greens. We will fight for lower migration that matches our housing capacity, more homes, faster approvals, and a housing market where young Australians who work hard still have a chance to own one.
Thanks, Senator Blythe. The time for the discussion has expired. I shall now proceed to the consideration of legislation. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform number 1 Bill 2026, Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform Bill number 1 Bill 2026. Second reading debate and on the amendment moved by Senator Chandler.
Senator Cash. In continuance.
And at a time when Australia should be encouraging people to build wealth and create jobs, what is this government doing? They are deliberately making it harder. And that is why the bills that will pass through this Senate tomorrow in the dirty deal done with the Australian Greens are dangerous, because they don't simply affect today's investors. They affect tomorrow's investors. They affect today's workers. They affect tomorrow's workers. They affect every young Australian hoping to build a better future, hoping to get ahead. The Albanese government will tell you, well, hey, hold on, this is all about fairness. Well, guess what? There is nothing fair about making it harder to build wealth in our great country. There is nothing fair about making it harder for our young people in particular to invest. There is nothing fair about making it harder to start a business. There is nothing fair about locking younger Australians out of the opportunities that previous generations enjoyed. This is a Prime Minister that happily enjoyed the benefits of negative gearing. And I say good on him, because that is exactly what it was there for people to actually be able to invest in themselves for their retirement. But how dare the Prime Minister of Australia now look in particular that next generation of investors in the eyes and say, for everything that I had success with, I am going to deny that to you, because that is what this Prime Minister is doing. Labor talks endlessly about intergenerational equity, and yet their toxic taxes do precisely the opposite. They are going to make it harder for young Australians in particular to buy a home. They are going to make it harder for younger Australians to invest. They are going to make it harder for all Australians to start a business. They are going to make it harder for younger Australians to build financial security. And that, sadly, is the reality. And the Australian people, they know it. And that's why there is white-hot anger across the community. Doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, there is white-hot anger across the community in relation to the dirty deal that Albanese Labor has done with the Australian Greens. The government, of course, will say, well, hey, hold on, there's a whole lot of carve-outs and exemptions. But let's be clear about what those carve-outs are. They are an admission that Mr Albanese knows he got it wrong and he has had to backpedal at 1,000,000 miles an hour. If these taxes were such wonderful policy, as Mr Albanese and Mr Chalmers announced on budget night, then why are they scrambling to create exemptions? Why are they now desperately trying to say, oh, well, this person's not affected here and perhaps that person's not affected there? Why are they trying to negotiate carve-outs behind closed doors? And I'd say to the Australian people, Senator Wong made it clear in the Senate today in question time, and I quote, the terms of the agreement with the Australian Greens. What I'd like to see, Deputy President, the terms of the dirty deal that was done with the Australian Greens. What else is there that hasn't yet been announced? Why has Mr Albanese been negotiating these amendments behind closed doors? And we all know why. Because they know in their heart of hearts that these taxes will do damage. And yet, sadly, they will go through tomorrow. I mean, in terms of their innovative business exemption, let's talk about that. That is actually possibly the most extraordinary part of the package. Labor now wants Canberra bureaucrats deciding which businesses in Australia are innovative and which businesses are not. Think about that. A public servant sitting here in the Canberra bubble is apparently going to determine which entrepreneurs get favourable treatment and which entrepreneurs do not. Which founders qualify, which founders miss out, which businesses are innovative enough, which businesses are not. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. What could possibly go wrong? Innovation does not come, sadly, from government departments. Innovation does not come from bureaucratic checklists. Innovation does not come from politicians picking winners. This is where innovation comes from. It comes from Australians willing to take risks. Innovation comes from Australians willing to back themselves. Innovation comes from small businesses who are prepared to try something new. Innovation comes from founders solving problems. Innovation comes from aspiration. The whole point of innovation is that nobody knows what success looks like before it happens. But sadly, Labor thinks that they can write a definition in Canberra of what innovation is, and somehow that will determine who is going to get support. Well, sadly, the Australian people have seen through what the government is doing. Australians know that every time Labor and the Greens get together, taxpayers end up paying the price. And sadly, this is what's going to be the result of this dirty deal that has gone through. Very, very sad. Higher taxes, less opportunity, less aspiration, less investment, less growth. Shame on the Australian Labor Party. Shame on them. We will take as a mandate to the next election, we will get rid of Labor's toxic taxes. Why? Because we stand for a fairer, freer and better Australia. These bills represent an assault on aspiration. They represent a tax on ambition. They represent a tax on investment. They represent a tax on Australia's future, and that is why the coalition will oppose them. We will fight this in the Parliament, and we will take our case direct to the Australian people.
Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to make my contribution to the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform Bill number 1 2026 and the Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform Bill 2026. And I have to say the period since the budget has been one of complete shambles for this government as they have scrambled to manage the fallout from the reaction, the terrible reaction to their budget, and of course then trying to design on the run, at the direction of the Greens, a solution to some of the problems that they created. Acting Deputy President, by breaching faith with the Australian people. And this is, for me, is one of the saddest things about where we find ourselves at this point in time during the debate, because as members of Parliament, one of the things that is most important to us is the value of our word. When we go out and talk to the Australian people and say this is what we intend to do if we are elected, and that is the promise, that is the contract that we as members of Parliament have with the Australian people when we put our platform on the table and ask for their vote. That is the deal. That is the deal. And when we breach that contract in such an egregious way as this government has done with this budget, it undermines this whole profession, this whole vocation that we participate in as members of Parliament. It diminishes us all, but as we have seen from the public reaction, it has had a significant impact in respect of the capacity of the Australian community to believe whatever it is that the government might say. They promised before the election that there would be no changes to capital gains tax. They promised before the election that there would be no changes to negative gearing. And in the budget, they broke that promise. And their rationale? We changed our mind. Now, what an extraordinary breach of faith. And on what basis? Given that breach of faith, breach of contract with the Australian people, what confidence can the Australian people have in anything this government says in the future? Even anything they say in defence of their current policy position. Because we know, because we see it every day, that it's all about the politics. It's not about actually resolving the issues that the Australian people are fixing. It's about the ideology and the politics. And we see it time and time again. The political deal is the thing that is most important. The impact on the Australian people is something completely secondary. And I've got to say, I'd hate to see this government trying to work through a game of join the dots. Because when you look at the impact that the changes that they've made to these tax measures in the budget are going to have, along with a whole range of other things that they've done through other legislative change, and you actually put all of the pieces together and start connecting the dots, you see why we're getting the outcomes that we're getting in the Australian economy. Members on the other side come into this place and they parrot the talking points and they talk about the aspiration to build 1.2 million homes over the coming 5 years. People can't live in an aspiration. They can't live in an aspiration. And the fact is that this government is building 170,000 houses a year, which is way behind what their aspiration is. And worse, it's 30,000 houses a year less than were being built when the Coalition was in government. So they talk about all this huge amount of money, this huge investment that they're making in housing around the country. And only the Labor Party could spend $47 billion on housing and build less houses. I mean, seriously. $47 billion a year or more on housing, and they are building 30,000 houses a year less than were being built when the Coalition was last in government. And worse, Their own budget papers say that will be 35,000 houses fewer over the forward estimates than the already paltry 170,000 a year that they're building at the moment. And that's because of all of the policies that they've put into place. Their loss of control of inflation, their massive government spending, which is fueling inflation, their unwillingness or their incapacity to acknowledge that that's what they're doing. And then yet they come in here and they parrot the talking points. And they say them so many times it's as though they believe them themselves. It doesn't matter how many times you repeat something that's not true, it doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it true. And this budget will not make it easier for young Australians to get into housing. In fact, the punitive measures in this budget will make it harder for young Australians to save for their housing deposit, so it will make it harder for them to get into housing. The increased tax on the investment measures where young people are now investing, because if they put their money in the bank and on interest rates, they're actually going backwards. So that if they're just putting money in the bank and relying on interest, their money is going backwards against the market. So what are they doing? They're using investment mechanisms like ETFs and the stock market. And what's the government done as part of this process? They've increased the tax on those returns, made it harder for young Australians to save that first deposit for their new home. And of course, because they're building 30,000 less homes, or the country is building 30,000 less homes a year under the economic settings of this government, there's less stock in the market and therefore it's harder to buy a home. The government needs to connect the dots. But more importantly, it needs to be honest and upfront with the Australian people, which is what it's failed to do. And it's why the Australian people are increasingly not believing what this government says. You can't believe them when they promise that they're not going to increase capital gains tax. You couldn't believe them when they said they weren't going to increase negative gearing, just like you couldn't believe them at the 2022 election when they said they wouldn't change the tax on superannuation, and then they went and did it. And of course, when they've stitched up their dirty deal with the Greens this week, they've actually changed this taxation on superannuation again, when they promised again they wouldn't do it. They promised again they wouldn't do it. So they've broken that promise twice. They broke the promise after the 22 election, and they broke the promise again after the 25 election. And what are they doing? They're attacking the capacity of self-managed super funds to invest in housing, because that's what the Greens want. I mean, what an absurd situation where you have the Greens dictating economic policy to the Labor Party. I never thought I'd saw that happening. I never thought I'd saw that happening. But that shows that the government is only about the politics of the deal rather than the impact on the Australian people. And it's the Australian people that are going to pay for this. It's the Australian people that are going to pay for this, because these budget measures are slated to raise an extra $77 billion. $77 billion. And yet the talking points tell us they're reducing tax. They're giving everyone a tax cut. No, they're not. They're taking an extra $77 billion out of the Australian economy by taxing people's investments. That's what they're doing. Because Labor think they know how to spend your money better than you do. That's the fundamental deal, and I've seen that so many times over my time in politics at a state and a federal level, where the Labor Party thinks they know how to spend your money better than you do, they know how to invest your money better than you do, and so they need to take more of it. And as has been said, I think, quite a number of times in this debate, when they run out of your money, they come to get more. And in this budget, That is to the tune of $77 billion more. And they have the nerve to come into this place and tell us that they're giving everybody a tax cut. I mean, how on what planet does raising an extra $77 billion in tax by taxing people's investments equate to a reduction in tax? And as we've seen with a range of other tax measures that Labor has put into place over a period of time, you don't raise taxes on something so that you can get more of it. You don't raise taxes on something so that you can get more of it. We saw it with alcohol between 2007 and 2013. We've seen it with cigarettes, and that's turned into a complete basket case and loss of control of the tobacco market in this country, and a bonanza for organised crime, just a complete and utter bonanza for organised crime. And that's how blind the Labor Party are when it comes to managing tax policy in this country. And this tax package, which they say, and they go out and they promise to young people, this is about intergenerational equity, this is about helping you get into a new home. You cannot believe any of those things because it does none of those things. All of the things that their talking points, all of the things that Labor's talking points say that they are trying to do, they are looking to do, they aspire to do with this tax package, it does not do. It does not do. It doesn't make it easier for a young Australian to get a home. It doesn't make it easier to save for a home. We know that the additional tax on young Australian savings through these measures, through their investments, will make it more difficult for them to save that first home deposit. Because it's taxing the measures that everyone else has had in the past at a higher rate than it did previously. And even the cameo in their budget. I mean, the cameo in their budget of a young person who's earning $35,000 a year through investments, who would pay under the old system $1,400 tax, with a 30% tax rate in the new system ends up paying $1,600 more. That's the government's own cameo in their own budget papers. And yet they have the nerve to come into this place and tell us that it's about supporting young people to get into the housing market, when they're building 30,000 houses, yet less a year than was happening before 2022. So there's less houses in the market. And they're actually making it harder for young Australians to save the deposit for that first home that is more scarce because we're building less of them. It's no wonder, Acting Deputy President, that Australians are coming to the conclusion that they can't believe a thing that this government tells them. Broken promise after broken promise after broken promise after broken promise. You know, the famous $275 reduction in housing prices, in electricity prices, that never manifested. They talked about lower cost of living. They talked about cheaper housing prices. They promised they'd make no changes to superannuation and broke the promise. They promised they wouldn't change the capital gains tax system and broke the promise. They promised they wouldn't change negative gearing and broke the promise. And then they broke the superannuation promise again in their stinking deal with the Greens. I mean, why would you believe anything that the Labor Party told you? They'll trot the talking points out. That's what they do. They're very good at that. They're very good at that. But you can't believe a word they say, because they have no respect for the Australian community. They have no respect for this parliament. And they're here to do a deal, a political deal, rather than actually get the detail of how this system is going to work, as we've seen through questions at question time and through the inquiry. And they really shouldn't be trying to force this through in the way that they are. But of course, Labor's only about the deal, not about the Australian people.
Colbeck, your time has expired. I call the Minister.
Thank you. And I thank other senators for their contribution to this important debate. This is a bill for workers, first home buyers and future generations. It's the first step in delivering the most ambitious tax reform package for a quarter of a century. These reforms will make it easier for Australians to buy their first home. They will cut income taxes for over 13 million workers again and again, and the reforms will better align the tax treatment of labour and asset income. I would like to thank those senators who have contributed to this debate and the experts and stakeholders who have shared their views as well. Schedule 1 to the bill and the Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026 implements significant reforms to capital gains tax arrangements. These reforms replace the 50% CGT discount for individuals, trusts and partnerships with a cost-based indexation and a 30% minimum tax rate on capital gains accruing from the 1st of July 2027. The 50% discount is an arbitrary adjustment for inflation, overcompensating some investors while undercompensating others. Since it was introduced, it has distorted investment decisions, particularly in favour of existing housing, and the greatest share of the benefit that has flowed to those who earned the most over their lifetime. At the same time, home ownership has been pushed further and further out of reach, particularly for younger Australians. These reforms will correct the mistake made by the Howard government, ensuring investment decisions are made on the basis of economic returns, not tax advantages, which will support productivity over time. The introduction of the minimum tax also addresses distortion in the system by reducing the incentive to defer realisation of capital gains, ensuring gains are subject to a tax rate closer to the rate paid by most workers. To maintain support for new housing supply, investors who buy new builds will be able to choose either the 50% CGT discount or indexation and the minimum tax when they sell the property. The government will also ensure all 2.7 million active small businesses and 98% of all active businesses will be eligible for generous CGT concessions by expanding eligibility for the 50% reduction on active business assets, which applies on top of the discount for inflation. And we are consulting on the design of a 50% CGT discount for early-stage investors, including founders and employee share scheme participants of innovative start-up businesses, in recognition of the risk that founders and early investors take and the contribution they make to our economy. This is in addition to all other measures that lower taxes for business announced in the budget, which are being delivered in future legislation. It brings the total amount of new tax measures to support businesses and start-ups in the tax reform package to a total of over $3.8 billion. Schedule 2 to the bill will limit negative gearing for residential property investments to new builds. Properties held at announcement can still be negatively geared in future years until sold. New builds can continue to be negatively geared after the 1st of July 2027, ensuring the benefits of negative gearing are directed to investments that support growth in Australia's housing stock. Together, these reforms will help to level the playing field for first home buyers while maintaining support for investment in new housing supply. They will support 75,000 more homeowners into the housing market, equivalent to reversing a decade of declines in home ownership. Schedule 3 to the bill implements a new working Australians tax offset of up to $250 for over 13 million workers. A $250 WATO will increase the effective tax-free threshold for workers by nearly $1,800 to $19,985 or to $24,985 for workers also eligible for the low-income tax offset. This represents the largest increase to the effective tax-free threshold since 2012-2013. And Schedule 4 to the bill implements a $1,000 instant tax deduction from the 26-27 income year. This measure implements the government's election commitment and is an important element of our tax reform package. It will make the tax system simpler and deliver additional relief to Australian workers. The government is cutting taxes 5 times in 3 different ways, with our next round of tax cuts from the 1st of July just next week. When combined, our 5 tax cuts will mean an Australian worker on average earnings could receive a benefit of up to $2,816 a year from 2028. The government is also moving targeted amendments to the bill to provide certainty on implementation detail consistent with the original intent of our policies announced in the budget. These amendments extend the eligibility of the 50% active asset reduction to businesses with turnovers of up to $10 million. It'll ensure deductible gift and donations reduce capital gains that are subject to the minimum tax, provide the list of income support payments that qualify for an exemption from the minimum tax on capital gains, embed the calculation method for the working Australian tax offset in legislation, and remove ministerial powers no longer needed to give effect to the government's policy intent or otherwise limiting the scope of these powers while the government consults on final details. The government has also agreed to support an amendment that will be moved by the Australian Greens to ban future limited recourse borrowing arrangements for residential property by superannuation fund. Multiple inquiries have raised concerns that these arrangements raise risks for superannuation investors, including in the 2014 Murray Financial System inquiry conducted for the Coalition, and limiting new arrangements going forward will help to protect people's savings. I note the committee report into this bill. I thank the committee for their inquiry and for the report and the recommendation that the bills be passed. With regards to the Coalition's dissenting report, the government supports the passage of these bills as a package, with passage this sitting period providing certainty for investors, workers and businesses. The government has no plans to change the Charter of Budget Honesty, and the government is delivering real cost of living relief by cutting taxes 5 times, including 2 more tax cuts in these bills. With regard to the additional comments of other senators, the government's view is the proposed transitional arrangements are appropriate for these reforms. The government has separately announced all types of testamentary trusts will be exempt from the minimum tax on discretionary trusts, provided they are established for genuine testamentary purposes. The government is making the $20,000 instant asset write-off permanent from the 1st of July 2026. The government has not proposed reintroducing averaging, which was removed for integrity reasons. The government is investing $47 billion to increase housing supply, to get more first home buyers into homes and to build 55,000 more social and affordable homes. And the government released modelling and an analysis of these changes in the budget and continually monitors tax settings over time. As always, with tax policy changes of this kind, there are complex interactions and details. We will work through these in the usual way. We have indicated, for example, that complex and specific details such as the interactions with attribution managed investment trusts, tax consolidation, residency changes and other issues will be legislated through future tranches of legislation. Legislating significant reforms in tranches is a standard approach, and past reforms such as the GST and other major changes has similarly been implemented in tranches. These reforms are delivering the real change that Australians are calling out for. Unlike our opponents who are defending a broken status quo, we are helping workers with even more income tax cuts and helping first home buyers get into the housing market. We know that big tax changes like these are always contested and contentious, but they are the right decisions for the country. We are proud of this bill and proud of the real difference it will make for workers, for first home buyers and future generations, and I commend the bill to the Senate.
Thank you, Minister. Pursuant to order, the Senate stands adjourned and will meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m.